Chapter 30, 313. The Invincible Sword Technique was born from the Invincible Sword Principle and had a total of 9 moves. Each move contained Feng Chen's supreme understanding of the sword principle. Now he had used the imperial weapon, the Hidden Star Sword, as a foundation to display the 9th move of the Invincible Sword Technique, the Immortal Sword. Swoosh! Countless sword lights suddenly appeared in the sky and turned into dense lines. These lines intertwined and enveloped the sacred source battle puppet. Buzz! At the same time, Feng Chen flipped his palm and a vast aura of array, Dao, filled the air and poured into the dense lines. Crash! The Emperor Realm Array, Dao, combined with the Invincible Sword Technique, trapped the sacred source battle puppet. Seeing this, the child's expression changed. He was shocked to find that he could no longer control the sacred source battle puppet. Is that an Emperor Realm Array Dao? The mocking smile on the child's face disappeared and was replaced with a grave expression. He had thought that Feng Chen was just a weak World King realm martial artist. However, what the child did not expect was that Feng Chen was actually a genuine Emperor Realm Array master. Oh no! Before he could take the next step, he felt the last connection between him and the sacred source battle puppet being cut off. Rip! The sacred source puppet abruptly disappeared right before his eyes. Damn it! Hand over the sacred source battle puppet. The child glared at Feng Chen and roared in anger. The sacred source battle puppet is in my hands. Come and get it if you can. Feng Chen smiled. He had used the Emperor Realm Array Dao and the Invincible Sword Technique to cut off the connection between the sacred source battle puppet and the child. He then forcibly kept the puppet in Dark Cave Mountain. In the eyes of outsiders, the sacred source battle puppet was very powerful. Once it erupted, its combat strength was comparable to that of a region lord. However, to the current Feng Chen, it was simply too easy. You're courting death. The child gritted his teeth and growled. He stomped his foot and struck out with his palm. Overwhelming demonic aura swarmed over from all directions. Is that all you've got? Seeing this, Feng Chen sneered. He gently waved the Hidden Star sword in his hand and drew a strange trajectory. It carried an invincible sword chi and instantly penetrated the seal of the demonic aura. Puchi! The sword light appeared in front of the child and the latter was shocked. How can he be so strong? With just one exchange, the child could sense how terrifying Feng Chen was. Thinking back to 70 years ago, when he first discovered Feng Chen, the latter could not even defeat a sacred source battle puppet. Thinking of this, the child's heart was filled with regret. Humph! No matter how strong you are, you will die. Suddenly, the child's body trembled. He spread out his hands, and a terrifying power surged out. The void in front of him showed signs of collapsing, and 7 huge rocks slowly appeared. Buzz! The 7 boulders quickly circled around the child, exuding a majestic aura of array formation. Dong! The dazzling sword light pierced towards the child as fast as lightning, but it was blocked by the 7 matrix formation. Feng Chen was slightly surprised. What kind of array is this? The immortal sword light condensed from the 9th move of my invincible sword art is comparable to the attack of an area lord. It was actually blocked by this formation. Feng Chen discovered that although this array was operating slowly, it gave him a very terrifying feeling. At this moment, there seemed to be a terrifying vortex in front of the child, which was madly absorbing the external energy. His sword light was also absorbed by the vortex. Humph! With the 7 matrix formation, I'm already in an invincible position. What do you have to fight me? The child clasped his hands behind his back and laughed coldly. You should be proud that you were able to force me to activate the 7 matrix formation. The child continued, You should feel honored because you're the first opponent I've encountered since I started controlling the 7 matrix formation. 7 matrix array? Feng Chen didn't hear him. He He narrowed his eyes and stared at the 7 boulders surrounding the child. The problem lies in these 7 boulders. Fong Qin murmured. The 7 matrix array, the 7 killing Tao. The child didn't give Fong Qin time to react. With a low roar, he activated the 7 matrix formation with all his strength. The 7 boulders surrounded Fong Qin at lightning speed. The 7 matrix formation was fully activated, and the majestic aura of Array Tao covered the sky and earth. What a strong aura of Array Tao! This 7 matrix formation is probably at the peak of the Emperor realm, Fong Qin said in a low voice. He had just tried to use his Emperor realm primordial spirit to sense the path of the 7 matrix formation. However, he failed. I've been comprehending formations for so many years, and I have stepped into the martial monarch realm. I thought that my understanding of formations is already very strong, but I've never seen such a bizarre formation before. Fong Qin shook his head. Just as he was thinking, the power of the 7 matrix formation gradually revealed itself. The terrifying power was constantly squeezing Fong Qin's body. Crack! The Emperor Realm Chaos sword body was fully activated and resisted the pressure of the 7 matrix formation with difficulty. Fong Qin was a little shocked. The 7 matrix formation not only squeezed the physical body, but also attacked the primordial spirit. It's useless. The 7 matrix formation is a natural array in the Demon Emperor's tomb. Do you think you can break it? The child sneered. He had spent millions of years to understand the 7 matrix formation. Moreover, he had to use some special means of the demon domain to finally succeed. Although the person in front of him was an Emperor Realm Array Master, it was impossible for him to see the flaws of the 7 matrix formation in such a short time. With this 7 matrix formation, I am not afraid of anyone below the Emperor-to-be, the child said proudly. He was not in a hurry to attack Fong Qin. Instead, he looked down at Fong Qin like a god. The 7 matrix formation continued to attack Fong Qin. The latter's face had become a little pale. Although my primordial spirit has reached the peak of the Void Realm, it will not be able to withstand the attacks of the 7 matrix formation after a long time. Fong Qin murmured. Any array in the world has flaws. I don't believe that the 7 matrix formation is perfect. While speaking, Fong Qin closed his eyes. He devoted himself to finding the flaws of the 7 matrix formation. At the same time, the hidden star sword in his hand also constantly emitted a loud and clear sword sound, and he brandished it and sent out a murderous sword light. The 7 matrix formation. Fong Qin muttered, and all his understanding of array formation flashed through his mind. Crack! His physical body was no longer able to withstand the pressure of the 7 matrix formation and was covered in wounds. It's all over. As the child's voice fell, the 7 matrix formation suddenly operated at high speed. A terrifying force squeezed Fong Qin's primordial spirit and physical body. Fong Qin felt an unprecedented pressure. Where is the flaw? Fong Qin was a little anxious, and thoughts flashed through his mind. However, time waits for no one. If this continued, he would definitely be killed by the 7 matrix formation. Rip! Fong Qin opened his palm, and the hidden star sword returned to his hand. He was ready to give it his all. However, at this moment, a light suddenly flashed in his mind. No! I seem to have seen the operation trajectory of the 7 matrix formation somewhere before. Buzz! Fong Qin's body was surrounded by the aura of array formation, and it swept across the sky. His mind shook, and he suddenly saw the light. I see. He finally remembered that he had seen an array formation in the eternal courtyard of creation. Although that array formation was different from the 7 matrix formation, there were some similarities in its operation trajectory. At that time, he had studied that array formation carefully and had some understanding. He opened his eyes, and his gaze fell on the 7 matrix formation again. At this time, he saw many flaws. The 7 matrix formation seems fierce, but its operation is actually very simple. I thought too much. Fong Chen grinned, and with a stomp of his foot he turned into a black shadow, shuttled through the void, and appeared in front of the child in a few strides. At this moment his body was very relaxed, and every step he took was exactly on the node of the 7 matrix formation. The previous, terrifying pressure suddenly disappeared. Invincible sword technique, the 9th move. The immortal sword was displayed again, and the countless sword lights in the void turned into a line, shooting straight out. Puchi! The line pierced through the 7 matrix formation and shot toward the child. Bang! The child's body flew out, and his throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? The child was shocked, and he kept shaking his head. Without the 7 matrix formation, you're just SOSO, Fong Chen said. The child clenched his fists and pounded the ground angrily. He was unwilling to give up. His scarlet eyes stared fixedly at Fong Chen. His heart was burning with rage, and his killing intent surged. At this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to kill Fong Chen. So what if you broke the 7 matrix formation? I'm from the demon domain, and I have many means that are beyond your imagination. With that, a terrifying black aura crazily emerged from the child's body. This black aura contained a monstrous demonic chi. He opened his big hands, and 2 purple flames appeared in his palms. When the black demonic chi touched the purple flames, it quickly dissipated. Buzz! The demonic chi was monstrous, and the demonic power was unparalleled. At this moment, the child was like an unparalleled demonic emperor, and his name made people tremble in fear. Demonic movement. A cold voice came from the child's mouth. The monstrous demonic chi, like a wild horse, rushed toward Fong Chen crazily. What a terrifying demonic chi! It can corrode the void. Fong Chen frowned and said in a low voice, moreover, after using this technique, his aura has obviously risen a lot, and it even gives me the feeling that I'm facing a quasi-emperor. Soon, Fong Chen understood. Demonic movement was a super powerful secret technique of the demon domain. After using it, the martial artist's strength would rise by a large level in a short period of time. Moreover, the demonic chi released by the martial artist would evolve into world-destroying demonic chi. It should be known that demonic cultivators were proud of cultivating world-destroying demonic chi. World-destroying demonic chi could corrode everything in the world, and no one below the quasi-emperor level could resist the corrosion of world-destroying demonic chi. A quasi-emperor? Looking at the child, Fong Chen shook his head. No, although his strength has soared, he has not reached the true quasi-emperor level. Seeing this, Fong Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If the child's cultivation had soared to the quasi-emperor level, coupled with the world-destroying demonic chi, he would have no chance at all. Chapter 33:14. Rumble. The child's aura continued to rise. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the quasi-emperor realm. Fong Chen's expression changed when he saw this. After 70 years of bitter cultivation in the demon emperor's tomb, his cultivation had reached the peak of the world king realm. If he used his full strength, he could barely fight against an area lord. But the child in front of him had used the demonic movement secret technique. His strength had soared, reaching the terrifying quasi-emperor realm. But this secret technique is too heaven-defying. With his strength, he can't maintain it for a long time. I just need to last until the secret technique's time is up. Fong Chen pondered and soon made a decision. It was not the right time to clash with the child. Kill. The child flipped his palm, and monstrous demonic energy turned into countless black lines that shuttled through the void and enveloped Fong Chen's body. Puchi! Under the child's control, the black lines crazily pierced through his body. Let's see how you escape now. The child sneered. A world king could force him to use demonic movement. Even if he died, he could be proud. Furthermore, the child had never thought that Fong Chen would be able to block his attack. After using demonic movement, my combat strength soared to the quasi-emperor realm for a short time. What do you have to fight me? In the void, demonic energy overflowed. After the black lines pierced through Fang Chen's body, they exploded, causing the earth to shake. Rip. However, after the black lines exploded, Fang Chen's body suddenly appeared behind the child. The child's expression changed in disbelief. You actually blocked my attack? The child's eyes widened as he stared at Fang Chen. After a long time, he understood. An afterimage? What he had just attacked was Fang Chen's afterimage. How is this possible? How can his speed be so fast? The child shook his head, puzzled. Although he had only used 70% of his strength in his attack, it was still at the peak of the area Lord Realm. However, this guy managed to dodge it without even noticing it. Luckily, I have the great Peng movement technique, and I have a high attainment in the space-time Dao. Otherwise, Fang Chen shook his head and sighed. This was the strongest enemy he had encountered so far, so he couldn't let his guard down. Damn it! After a brief moment of shock, the child's rage soared. He threw his head back and let out a long howl of rage. At the same time, he clenched his fists, causing countless terrifying fist auras to appear in front of Fang Chen. No matter how fast you are, you will still die. The child had already steeled his heart to kill Fang Chen. He would not give the latter any chance. Hoo! Fang Chen was still using the rock's body movement and space-time techniques to dodge. Seeing this, the child sneered. Are you trying to stall for time? The child saw through Fang Chen's thoughts at a glance. He sneered. If it was 70 years ago, you might have succeeded. But now, you want to use such a stupid method to block my attack? You're dreaming. Next, I won't give you any chance. The child's voice was erratic. He stomped his feet and his body soared into the sky. Fang Chen's gaze followed the child's body as he lifted his head. Suddenly, a black pillar of light appeared in the sky. This black beam of light contained a monstrous demonic aura. This demonic aura was the purest demonic aura of destruction. What a strong demonic aura of destruction! Fang Chen was shocked. He didn't expect the child's secret technique to be able to be improved. I can't continue to sit here and wait for my death, Fang Chen muttered. He clenched the star-hidden sword and began to take the initiative to counterattack. Solidify, demonize. The child stood on the black beam of light, looking down condescendingly. A few words came out of his mouth. In an instant, the entire void was completely solidified. Fang Chen felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, and his speed was sharply reduced. Not good. He felt a terrifying force coming at him. He shouted inwardly and turned around to swing his sword. Kacha! After the invincible sword light and the demonic aura collided, it instantly shattered. However, the demonic aura of destruction was still rushing towards Fang Chen. Get lost! Fang Chen frantically displayed his invincible sword technique. At the same time, he continuously formed seals in front of him. Powerful Emperor Realm formations were stacked together. Boom! Boom! However, the demonic aura of destruction was too strong. It was comparable to the attack of a quasi-emperor. A mere Emperor Realm formation couldn't withstand it at all. Of course, Fang Chen didn't expect the Emperor Realm formation to withstand it completely. He was only using the various formations to reduce the power of the demonic aura. Kacha! When the last formation was destroyed, the demonic aura of destruction slammed into Fang Chen's body. The latter's body was like a cannonball, smashing into the ground. Dong! Dust flew everywhere, and the ground trembled. Endless amounts of dirt buried Fang Chen's body. In the void, the demonic aura of destruction dissipated, creating terrifying ripples. It hurts. In the soil, Fang Chen felt pain all over his body. He struggled to get up and out of the ground. Even my Monarch Realm flesh and Monarch Realm formations couldn't stop his attack. Fang Chen's face was a little gloomy. You're not dead yet? The corner of the child's mouth curled up and he sneered. Let's see how many moves you can take. As soon as his voice fell, the demonic aura of destruction attacked again. The power this time was actually much more tyrannical than the previous time. Emperor Realm, Primordial Spirit. Fang Qin frantically activated his Emperor Realm Primordial Spirit, forming a soul spear to block the attack of the demonic aura. At the same time, his Chaos Sword body was activated to the extreme, and the hidden star sword in his hand was constantly swinging. Dazzling sword light danced in the sky. Seeing the sword light in the sky, Fang Chen's body suddenly trembled. Massacre! I can feel the murderous aura of the invincible sword technique. Fang Chen murmured, and he suddenly closed his eyes. His mind was filled with a vast sword aura, and the 9 moves of the invincible sword technique quickly flashed through his mind. Have you given up? Seeing Fang Chen close his eyes, the child sneered. Then die. He increased his strength, and the power of the demonic aura of destruction soared again. Kacha! The sword light that danced in the sky was almost shattered by the demonic aura of destruction. Fang Chen's body appeared in front of the demonic aura of destruction without any obstruction. At this moment, his eyes were still closed, and the sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin slowly rotated, faintly emitting a faint ray of light. Die. The demonic aura of destruction was getting closer and closer to Fang Chen. The child seemed to be able to see the scene of this guy in front of him being killed by him. You are the first person at the peak of the World King realm who can force me to this extent, the child said eerily. Boom! In Fang Chen's mind, there was a thunderous explosion. Then, Fang Chen's aura rapidly rose. The hidden star sword in his hand emitted a loud sword cry, and a terrifying murderous aura swept through the earth. Massacre. Fang Chen was excited. The sword is used to kill, and the sword technique is also used to kill. Voila! He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the attack that was right in front of him. Then he lightly swung his sword. However, as this sword appeared, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. A terrifying murderous sword aura soared into the sky. This was the 10th move of the invincible sword technique, the Sword of Massacre. At this time, Fang Chen's body was filled with an eternal murderous aura. The hidden star sword also turned scarlet, carrying with it endless murderous intent as it stabbed into the void. Bang, bang, bang. The two collided, and the demonic aura of destruction actually showed signs of collapsing. Impossible! The child cried out. He waved his hand, and the demonic aura of destruction suddenly increased. The most important thing of the Sword of Massacre is to kill, Fang Chen said softly. The hidden star sword gently flicked, and the entire sky was penetrated by a scarlet sword light. Voila! Above the 9th heaven, the sword Qi soared into the sky. Kacha! The demonic aura attack that the child was proud of completely dissipated in a moment, and the scarlet sword light did not stop at all and continued to rush toward the child. No, how can this be? In just a few seconds, the situation had changed dramatically. The child could not accept it. I don't believe that you can keep using such a forbidden sword technique. There was still a glimmer of hope in the child's heart. He desperately resisted the scarlet sword light, and his body constantly retreated. He lowered his head to look, and shockingly discovered that there was a slight sword mark on his chest. Damn it! He was furious. My Sword of Massacre is extremely powerful. No one below the Quasi-Emperor realm can block it. Fang Qin said, however, this guy has used a secret technique, and now his combat strength is comparable to a Quasi-Emperor. Even if I attack with all my strength, I can't kill him. If he could not kill him, then he would wait for the time of the secret technique to run out to kill him. I'd like to see how many times you can block my sword. Swoosh! The Sword of Massacre blasted out again. Bang! Every time he blocked the sword, the aura of the child's body weakened a little, and his face gradually began to turn pale. Puchi! When Fong Qin swung out the ninth sword, the child's body was directly penetrated. Blood spurted out, and his aura rapidly weakened. "Stop!" the child yelled. The time of the demonic attack was up, and his aura sharply weakened, and he had returned to his original realm. A trace of fear grew in his heart. "I am from the demon domain. Let me go, and all the previous grievances will be written off," the child said anxiously. "You said you wanted to kill me before, and now you can't beat me, so you want me to let you go?" Fong Qin sneered. If you kill me, the World Devastator Demon Emperor will not let you go. There are very few cultivators in the demon domain, and the World Devastator Demon Emperor is very protective. Think about it carefully." Fong Qin sneered. At this point, he was still threatening him. The World Devastator Demon Emperor. Fong Qin took a step forward and came in front of the child. "One day I will fight with him," Fong Qin said, "but before that I will kill you." With that, Fong Qin swung out his sword. "No, you can't!" The child thought that taking out the World Devastator Demon Emperor would be enough to deter Fong Qin, but he was wrong. Crack! The void was pierced, and the child's head exploded, and his body fell to the ground. Chapter 33:15. The cold wind blew, and the leaves danced in the air. Man, you was one of the many domains in the northern region of the ancient Chaos Domain. It was as remote as the Black Domain and Blood Domain. "Is this man you?" Fong Qin asked on a mountain peak. The white-bearded old man nodded. "That's right. This is Man Yu. It used to be the barbarian emperor's territory, but now it's under the control of a traitor. Don't worry, master. I'll work hard and kill that traitor one day," Barbarian said. The white-bearded old man patted Barbarian's shoulder and turned around. "The most dangerous place is the safest place. Little Yi obtained the barbarian emperor's inheritance in the demon emperor's tomb. Man Yu is the most suitable place for him to cultivate. I'll bring him around Man Yu to find the places where the barbarian emperor cultivated. That traitor might be in control of Man Yu, but we won't be discovered as long as we're careful." Killing intent flashed in the white-bearded old man's eyes. After leaving the demon emperor's tomb, they hurried on their way. Although the distance between the demon domain and Man Yu wasn't too far, it still took them a month. Now that it was time to part, Barbarian was reluctant. "You're usually so carefree. Why are you acting like a girl now?" Fong Qin said. "It's not like we won't meet again. It's just a temporary separation. Brother, take care." Barbarian nodded. "You have to work hard and increase your cultivation. Kill the traitor of the barbarian emperor and take control of Man Yu," Fong Qin said. "Okay, I'll go find you and help you." Fong Qin's figure flashed and soared into the sky like a rock. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. "Your brother is extraordinary. He'll definitely have a place in the ancient Chaos Domain in the future," the white-bearded old man said. "Let's go. We should go find the places where the barbarian emperor cultivated." 70 years was just the blink of an eye for a cultivator. However, for Fong Qin, it was an extremely long time. The reason for that was because there was something in his heart that he cared about. The closer he got to light domain, the more anxious he became. Whoosh! A beam of light streaked across the sky. Fong Qin's body disappeared in a flash. It took them 3 months to travel from the Man Yu to the Light Yu. In that direction, Fong Qin clearly remembered that when he had been chased by the Tianguang Protectorate Lord, he had fled in the direction of the mountain where the star and moon resided. Hoo! He shuttled through time and space like a great rock in the wind. However, at this moment, his divine sense spread out and sensed a faintly discernible aura. This aura, Tianguang Domain Lord? Fong Qin was a little startled. Back then, The Heaven Light Domain Lord had lost his original body to the World Annihilation Demon Emperor, and his avatar had gone into hiding. I didn't expect his clone to be hiding in the light region. A cold wind blew past. Fang Chen changed his direction and flew toward the Domain Lord of the Tianguang Domain. Holy Light Mountains. Damn you! If I see you again, I'll kill you, the Tianguang Protectorate Lord said through gritted teeth. With his strength, it was impossible for him to seek revenge on the World Annihilation Demon Emperor. Therefore, he blamed all his hatred on Fang Chen. My Tianguang divine skill is about to reach perfection. When that time comes, my cultivation will definitely break through again, and I'll become a Protectorate Lord again. The Tianguang Protectorate Lord said gloomily, when I become a Protectorate Lord, I'll start my revenge. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. The Tianguang Protectorate Lord looked up and saw a black figure in front of him. It's you! The Tianguang Protectorate Lord recognized Fang Chen. He was furious. How dare you show up again? Boom! A terrifying aura surrounded the Tianguang Protectorate Lord as he executed the Tianguang divine skill. Brat, you caused me to lose my original body. Today I'll tear you to pieces. If your original body is destroyed, what's the point of keeping your avatar? Fang Chen lowered his eyelids and said lazily, If you hadn't hunted me down, would you have ended up like this? Humph, cut the crap. The Tianguang Protectorate Lord shouted in a low voice as he fully activated the Tianguang divine skill. However, Fang Chen didn't even look at the Tianguang Protectorate Lord from the beginning to the end. Your avatar can only exert 70% of your original body strength at most, Fang Chen said. Even if your original body is here, there's nothing to be afraid of, let alone your avatar. Fang Chen wanted to kill the Tianguang Protectorate Lord for two reasons. The first was because of the Samsara Sword Emperor, and the second was because the Tianguang Protectorate Lord had hunted him down. I've let you live for another 70 years. It's time to put an end to it. Swoosh! The hidden star sword vibrated, and Slaughter Sword Chi erupted. The 10th move of the invincible sword technique, the Sword of Slaughter. With one move, heaven and earth turned into hell. Oh no! The Tianguang Protectorate Lord was horrified when he felt the power of this move. In a flash, his Tianguang divine skill was penetrated by the Slaughter Sword light. What a strong, murderous aura! The Tianguang Protectorate Lord was horrified. How could he become so strong in just 70 years? Swoosh! There was only one thought in the Tianguang Protectorate Lord's mind, and that was to escape. Where there's life, there's hope. Run, run, run. The Tianguang Protectorate Lord's body flashed with flowing light as he activated the escape technique of the Tianguang divine skill to the extreme. Do you think you can escape? Fang Chen took a step forward and chased after him. The hidden star sword cut through the sky and slashed at the Tianguang Protectorate Lord's back. The latter screamed miserably as his body smashed into the ground. The terrifying aura attracted the attention of the Light Protectorate Lords. Many World King Realm Lords hid in the distance and looked over. Someone is fighting. What a terrifying aura. Is it a battle between Realm Evolution Realm Lords? I've seen the 3 Realm Evolution Realm Lords in our Light Protectorate. It doesn't seem to be these two. Not long ago, I had a drink with Tianwang Zun. The other 2 Realm Evolution Realm Lords are also in seclusion. Are they outsiders? Everyone discussed. Rip! A figure appeared in the void. That's Tianwang Zun. Someone recognized Tianwang Zun and exclaimed, Lord Tianwang Zun, are the 2 people in the battle from our Light Protectorate? Someone asked. Tianwang Zun, who was dressed in a black robe, looked solemn and didn't say a word. Boom! Terrifying battle fluctuations swept across the sky. Tianwang Zun's face became paler. He recognized the people in the battle. The Protectorate Lord is being hunted down? Tianwang Zun didn't dare to imagine who was hunting down the Protectorate Lord. "Thief, how dare you kill me?" An angry roar came from the distant sky. "I am the Light Protectorate Lord. The higher-ups of the human race have personally appointed me. If you kill me, the higher-ups of the human race will not let you go." Then another angry voice came. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. What? The person being hunted down is the Tianguang Protectorate Lord? Oh my God! Why is the Protectorate Lord being hunted down? Everyone's eyes fell on Tianwang Zun. When they saw his expression, they finally believed that the person being hunted down was the Tianguang Protectorate Lord. "Die!" Fong Qin spat out a word. The sword light flashed, and the Tianguang Protectorate Lord's head fell to the ground. The hearts of the martial artists who were watching the battle from afar were filled with shock. The Protectorate Lord was killed? How is this possible? They shook their heads frantically, thinking that it was an illusion. Tianwang Zun shook his head gently and sighed. After today, the Light Protectorate would have a new master. After killing the Tianguang Protectorate Lord, he took his summer ring. Then Fang Chen's eyes looked through the endless void and fell on Tianwang Zun. "You are Tianwang Zun?" Fang Chen asked. "Tianwang Zun greets my lord." In the void, Tianwang Zun knelt on one knee, looking very sincere. Below, many warriors were horrified and prostrated themselves on the ground. "The Tianguang Protectorate Lord had a grudge against me, so I killed him." Fang Qin said, "As for the Light Protectorate, I don't care." This short sentence made Tianwang Zun and everyone else breathe a sigh of relief. Even a warrior like the Tianguang Protectorate Lord was killed with a single sword strike. If he was really angry, the Light Protectorate would no longer exist. However, Fang Qin continued, "I heard that the evil Dragon World King is your subordinate." Hearing this, Tianwang Zun trembled and hurriedly said, "My lord, the evil Dragon World King is indeed my subordinate, but if he offends you in any way, I will personally execute him." As he spoke, he had already sent a message to the evil Dragon World King, and the latter rushed over in a short while. "My lord, why did you call me over in such a hurry? What's the matter?" The evil Dragon World King's body was emaciated like a malicious spirit, and a cold aura emanated from his body. "Shut up!" Tianwang Zun shouted angrily. "My lord, I have brought him here." Fang Qin didn't even look at him and directly said, "Kill him." "Yes, my lord." Tianwang Zun turned around and slapped the evil Dragon World King with his palm. The evil Dragon World King was shocked. "My lord, what is the meaning of this?" Bang! Unfortunately, even in death, he didn't know why Tianwang Zun wanted to kill him. After killing the evil Dragon World King, Tianwang Zun once again looked at Fang Qin, but that direction was already empty. There was no trace of him. "Farewell, my lord." Tianwang Zun knelt on one knee and said loudly. At the same time, he was secretly delighted that Fang Qin didn't take his anger out on him because of the evil Dragon World King. After confirming that Fang Qin had left, Tianwang Zun looked at the evil Dragon World King's corpse and was very angry. Kill all of the evil Dragon World King's subordinates. Killing the evil Dragon World King was just to fulfill the promise he made to buy Quebec. To Fang Qin, it was insignificant. After killing the Heaven Light Domain Lord, he no longer cared about the Light Domain and continued to rush toward the mountain peak where the star and moon were. However, the news that he had killed the Heavenly Light Protectorate ruler quickly spread. Countless people were shocked, and Tianwang Zun even announced that he would go into seclusion and no longer interfere with the Light Domain's matters, in a very lively tavern in a certain city. Logically speaking, to be able to kill the Heaven Light Domain Lord, such an expert should be at the peak of the primordial chaos. A realm king is insignificant to him. Bai Ke pondered, but he said that he wants to kill the evil Dragon World King. Could it be? Bai Ke thought of a possibility. The unparalleled expert who killed the Heaven Light Domain Lord and was rumored to be a god, was Fong Qin, who had once helped him. Chapter 30, 3:16. Starlight flickered, and the mountain peak stood tall. Fong Qin raised his head, his dark eyes looking at the towering mountain peak. He could vaguely see that there were countless stars around the mountain peak, as if there were stars floating around. The closer he got to the mountain peak, the faster Fong Qin's heartbeat sped up. Fong Qin could not remember how long it had been since they last met. His face was filled with excitement. Dang, dang, dang. He walked step by step to the foot of the mountain, his powerful divine sense spreading out and shrouding the mountain peak in an instant. Who's peeping? Suddenly, there was a loud roar, followed by a tide-like force that swarmed over. Dong! Fong Qin activated his martial emperor physical body and easily resisted the force. Rip! The void was torn apart, and a person walked down from the mountain peak. He was leaning on a walking stick dressed in black, and his face was a little old, like a lamp that had run out of oil. It's you! When the person saw Fong Qin, he was stunned for a moment, and then a little surprised. You actually walked out of the Demon Emperor's tomb. The Demon Emperor's tomb was a place that even a quasi-emperor expert might not be able to walk out of. When Fong Qin was exiled by the World Devastator Demon Emperor, the old man with the walking stick thought that he was doomed. Because of this, his master went into seclusion to seek a breakthrough. Now, 70 years had passed, and he had not come out. However, this guy had appeared in front of him. May I ask if the Star Emperor is here? Fong Qin asked with a fist salute. After the shock, the old man with the walking stick looked at Fong Qin seriously. After a long time, he stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. You're really good to be able to walk out of the Demon Emperor's tomb in such a short time. I know about your relationship with my master, but now I'm afraid you won't be able to see him. The old man with the walking stick pondered. Fong Qin frowned, staring at the old man with the walking stick. The latter said, Back then, my master asked the World Devastator Demon Emperor to take action in order to save you. Who knew that guy was narrow-minded and exiled you to the Demon Emperor's tomb. Master was extremely furious, but he didn't dare to let the World Devastator Devil Emperor know about the relationship between the two of you. In the end, he went into seclusion in anger and has yet to come out. Hearing this, Fong Qin was slightly moved. The biggest taboo for a martial artist to enter death seclusion was to be disturbed. Is in seclusion? Fong Qin felt a little helpless. He had finally walked out of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum with great difficulty, but he still couldn't see the star and moon. However, he quickly calmed himself down. If that's the case, then I'll take my leave. Fong Qin cupped his fists and said he still had a lot of things to do, and he also had a quasi-emperor enemy like the World Devastator Demon Emperor. He couldn't possibly waste time waiting for Star and Moon to come out of seclusion. You have great potential. If you work hard, you will have a great chance of becoming a quasi-emperor. The old man with a walking stick glanced at Fong Qin and said, In this vast ancient chaos, there are many experts pursuing Master, and you have already seen the World Devastator Demon Emperor. His strength, even among quasi-emperors, is very strong. After a pause, he continued, If you want to be together with Master openly, you must at least reach the quasi-emperor realm. Otherwise, he didn't finish his sentence. But how could Fong Qin not understand? Thank you for your reminder, Senior. I will work hard in my cultivation. At the same time, he was shouting in his heart that Star and Moon was his wife. No matter who it was, no matter how strong the other party was, they shouldn't even think about touching her. After watching Fong Qin leave, the old man with a walking stick sighed and returned to the mountain peak. Light region, Tian Wang Zun's residence in a secret room. Fong Qin sat cross-legged, and a Sumeru ring floated in front of him. This was the Sumeru ring that he had obtained after killing the Heaven Light Region Lord. No wonder he's a Region Lord. He's really rich. After a brief inspection, Fang Chen found that the Heaven Light region, Lord Sumru Ring, contained many treasures, which made him very happy. Crash! With a thought, he opened the Sumru Ring, and immediately, many treasures appeared in front of him. These are spiritual rune pills. Fang Chen grabbed a bottle of pills and said with a smile, these pills were green in color, and there were 9 marks around the pills, which intertwined with each other and gave off a very heavy feeling. And these are 9-mark spiritual rune pills. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Under normal circumstances, a 1-mark spiritual rune pill was precious enough. He didn't expect the Heaven Light region Lord to have a 9-mark spiritual rune pill. The spiritual rune pill was an Emperor-grade pill, and it was very important for array cultivators. After swallowing it, it could improve one's array talent. Such a pill was almost priceless in the primordial chaos. The marks on the spiritual rune pill represented its quality. This small bottle of spiritual rune pills had 9 marks, which meant that these pills were all 9-mark spiritual rune pills. According to Fang Chen's understanding of alchemy, the quality of these 9-mark spiritual rune pills was among the best even among Emperor-grade pills. 18 pills. There were a total of 18 9-mark spiritual rune pills. Although I can already set up Emperor-grade arrays, I still can't set up those powerful arrays from the ancient times. If I take these pills, my array cultivation will definitely improve. After putting away the pills, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the treasures in front of him again. After a series of selections, Fang Chen took out a total of 3 items. The blood emptying technique was an Emperor-level sword technique. It focused on killing and was suitable for sword cultivators who practiced the Slaughter Dao. It's an Emperor-level sword technique. Fang Chen exclaimed. An Emperor-level sword technique was too precious. Almost no one below the quasi-Emperor level could take out such a sword technique. This blood-emptying technique is very suitable for me. Fang Chen's invincible sword technique could only be regarded as a quasi-Emperor level sword technique. After all, it was absolutely impossible for him to create an Emperor-level sword technique with his current attainments in the Sword Dao. The blood-emptying technique had a total of 9 levels. Every 3 levels was a step. If all 9 levels were cultivated, even a quasi-Emperor expert would find it difficult to resist once he used it. Forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the other 2 treasures. The second was a secret technique to disguise one's aura. This secret technique was very magical. Once it was used, even a quasi-Emperor expert wouldn't be able to detect it. This secret technique can allow me to hide my aura. Before I have absolute strength, even if I encounter the World Devastation Demon Emperor, he won't be able to recognize me, Fang Chen said. The last treasure was an amplification secret technique called the Blood Civ Secret Technique. It had a total of 3 levels. Using the first level would allow a World King expert to rise to the Boundary Evolution realm in a short time. The second level would allow one to rise to the Domain Lord level in a short time, and the third level would allow one's strength to soar to the Quasi-Emperor level. It seems that the Child Secret Technique is similar to the Blood Civ Secret Technique, Fang Chen muttered. There were many treasures in the Heaven Light Domain Lord's Summer Ring, but with the addition of the Spirit Rune pills, there were only 4 items that were useful to Fang Chen. The rest were insignificant. Creak! The door of the secret chamber opened, and Tianwang Zun walked in. Senior. Tianwang Zun said respectfully, I have been enlightened recently and will be cultivating in your mansion for a while. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me. After saying that, Fang Chen flicked his finger and a Sumru ring appeared in front of Tianwang Zun. This is the Sumru ring I obtained after killing the Heaven Light Domain Lord. Take the things inside as a reward for your service to me. Tianwang Zun trembled as he took the Sumru ring. He said excitedly, Senior, don't worry. I'll figure out the corpse demon's movements in the past few decades as soon as possible and report back to you. All right, you can leave now. Fang Chen waved his hand and Tianwang Zun quickly retreated. Phew! Fang Chen took a deep breath and immediately took out the blood-emptying sword technique and began to study it. Although he was now strong enough to kill a domain lord, he still had no power to resist a quasi-emperor. Therefore, he had to improve his strength as much as possible. The blood-emptying sword technique and the blood-sieve secret technique were the ways to improve his strength. In the garden of a luxurious mansion, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 2 terrifying auras attacked, and in an instant, 2 people appeared in the garden. Tianwang Zun, what's the matter? Why did you call us here in such a hurry? A rough-looking old man asked. Both of you, I called you here because of that lord, Tianwang Zun said leisurely. Their expressions changed drastically when they heard this. The only person who could be addressed as lord by Tianwang Zun was the super expert who had killed the Heaven Light domain lord with a single stroke of his sword. Is that lord here? The rough-looking old man asked hurriedly. Tianwang Zun nodded. Yes, lord is in my mansion. He has something he needs me to deal with. I was afraid of delaying lord's time, so I called you 2 old men here. Of course, lord will not treat you unfairly if you work for him. This is the Heaven Light domain lord's summer ring. After the matter is done, the 3 of us will share it equally. Tianwang Zun said softly. The 2 experts' eyes were burning with desire. All right, I agree. I agree too. The 3 realm evolutions quickly reached a consensus and began to act. Countless warriors in the entire light domain began to inquire about the corpse demon's movements in the past few decades. As for Fang Chen, he was quietly cultivating in the secret chamber. Ever since he had created the 10th move of the invincible sword art, Fang Chen's sword principle had gained some killing techniques. The blood void sword art that he had obtained from the Heaven Light domain Lord Summer Ring contained the Tao of Slaughter, so his cultivation was quite smooth. In just 1 month, Fang Chen had successfully cultivated the first 3 moves of the blood void sword art. Swoosh! In the secret chamber, Fang Chen pointed his finger, and the void instantly turned into a river of blood, flowing for a long time. In the river of blood, the killing sword light was everywhere. Boom! Under Fang Chen's control, all the killing sword light in the river of blood gathered together, and its momentum shook the sky. Whoosh! Fang Chen opened his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. It is indeed an emperor-level sword art. The power of the first 3 moves alone is comparable to the first 9 moves of my invincible sword art. Fang Chen knew very well that even if he were to face the first 3 moves of the blood void sword art, he would have to display the 10th move of the invincible sword art, Sword of Slaughter, to resist them. The first 3 moves alone are not enough. Chapter 30, 3:17. Time flew by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Fang Chen had been cultivating in the secret chamber of Tianwang Zun's residence in the light region. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in the dark room. Upon closer inspection, it was a sword light, an incredible sword light. The moment the sword light appeared, the entire secret chamber shook. The faces of the 3 boundary evolution experts who were discussing matters in the residence suddenly changed as they looked toward the secret chamber at the same time. What a big commotion! Could that lord have broken through? He's too strong. Just the aura that he's emitting is enough to make my heart palpitate. If I were to face him, I wouldn't even have the courage to make a move. Demon! At this moment, Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes in the secret chamber. His body was surrounded by sword chi and a murderous aura. The hidden star sword was suspended in front of him, releasing a frightening aura. The power of the 3 moves of the blood void sword technique is too strong. Even if I'm facing a quasi-emperor expert, I'm still confident, Fang Chen sighed. As early as 3 months ago, he had cultivated to the 6th level of the blood void sword technique. Although the last 3 moves were somewhat difficult to cultivate, he had successfully cultivated to the first 6 levels. As for the tyrannical secret technique, the blood sieve secret technique, he had also cultivated to the first level. If I fully activate the first level of the blood sieve secret technique, my realm will be able to rise to the boundary evolution realm in a short time. Fang Qin said, with my current strength, if I go all out, I'm invincible below the quasi-emperor level. Even if I'm facing a quasi-emperor, I'm still able to fight. If I use the blood sieve secret technique, my attack power will skyrocket. By then, I won't be afraid of a quasi-emperor. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's eyes turned and a chilling aura shot out from them. He thought of the World Devastator Demon Emperor, but soon shook his head. The World Devastator Demon Emperor possesses the combat strength of a peak boundary emperor. Furthermore, it's impossible for him to remain stagnant after so many years. He might have some powerful tricks up his sleeve. With my current strength, I don't have much confidence in fighting him. At the thought of this, Fang Chen muttered to himself and prepared to continue cultivating. He would strive to cultivate all 9 levels of the Blood Void swordsmanship and then cultivate the Blood Sieve secret skill to the 2nd level. In this way, he would be absolutely safe against the World Devastator Demon Emperor. Continue cultivating. Fang Chen took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. However, at this moment, Tianwang Zun suddenly sent a message. Information about the corpse demon? Fang Chen stood up and took a step forward, appearing in the garden. Is he that lord? The other 2 realm evolution experts felt the powerful aura emanating from Fang Chen's body, and their bodies trembled slightly. They hurriedly said, "Greetings, Lord." Tianwang Zun also bowed slightly, his eyes full of respect for Fang Chen. "Lord, for the past 6 months, we have been investigating the corpse demon. The corpse demon's actions were secretive, and they had spent a long time investigating some clues. Is there any news?" Fang Chen asked indifferently. Tianwang Zun said, "Not long ago, we suddenly received news that the corpse demon seemed to want to deal with a prodigy of the human race. However, we were unable to find any traces of him, so we captured his family and friends to threaten him. According to the information we received, the prodigy of the human race that the corpse demon wants to deal with seems to be called Fang Chen." Boom! As soon as Tianwang Zun finished speaking, Fang Chen's body suddenly released a terrifying murderous aura. His eyes were scarlet and his anger was monstrous. "Corpse demon!" A heavy voice came from his mouth. "Lord!" Tianwang Zun's expression changed drastically when he saw this, and he hurriedly called out. "Tell me all the information about the corpse demon," he said calmly, suppressing the anger in his heart. After a while, Tianwang Zun told Fang Chen all the information he had obtained in the past 6 months. Whoosh! Fang Chen glanced at the information and instantly made a decision. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from the garden. Lord left. Did you notice that Lord was very angry when he heard that the corpse demon wanted to deal with the prodigy of the human race, Fang Chen? Could it be, hearing this, Tianwang Zun and the other 2 boundary evolution experts looked at each other and gasped. Could it be that Lord is the Fang Chen that the corpse demon wants to deal with? He suddenly slapped his head. Lord was able to kill the Tianguang Protectorate Lord with 1 strike at such a young age. His battle strength is close to that of a quasi-emperor. The corpse demon must have sensed Lord's terrifying potential, so it used such a method to deal with him. Thinking of this, the eyes of the 3 were filled with horror. The blood realm. A rain of blood swept across the sky. The blood realm was no longer what it used to be. The entire blood realm was filled with an endless murderous aura. Fang Chen rushed to the blood realm as soon as he heard the news. Although this trip was very dangerous, he had no other choice. His doppelganger was still cultivating in Divine Blood City, so he could only rely on himself this time. The corpse demon has caused such a big commotion. Why did the human race ignore it? In the void, Fong Qin stood on a cloud and muttered to himself. At this moment, in Rongjua city of the Blood Realm, there were countless powerful corpse demon auras. Lord Blood Demon Emperor, do you think that Fong Chen will come? The elder of the corpse demon asked in a low voice. The Blood Demon Emperor, who was dressed in a blood-red robe, looked up at the void with scarlet eyes and said coldly, I've checked Fong Chen's information. He's a person who values friendship and righteousness. He'll definitely come. But the elder was still worried. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he was stopped by the Blood Demon Emperor. Don't worry. I've already made arrangements for the human race. They're all paying attention to the appearance of the heavenly corpse tomb. How could they come to cause trouble for the corpse demon? The Blood Demon Emperor said confidently, Moreover, my doppelganger has also gone to the heavenly corpse tomb. With my doppelganger holding them back, the human race's higher-ups won't be able to come out of the heavenly corpse tomb in a short time. In order to kill Fong Qin, the corpse demon had paid a great price and even made the heavenly corpse tomb appear in advance. However, everything was under control. Almost all of the higher-ups of the human race had entered the heavenly corpse tomb. The remaining people didn't even have quasi-emperors. As long as Fong Qin dared to come, he would definitely die. Keep an eye on everyone, the Blood Demon Emperor said. Yes. At night, Rongjua city was brightly lit. Fong Qin concealed his aura and changed his appearance. He walked on the street like an ordinary martial artist. I didn't expect the entire Blood Realm to be occupied by the corpse demon. Fong Qin was puzzled. Why did the corpse demon dare to occupy the Blood Realm so openly while the human race didn't do anything? What's going on? He shook his head hard and then continued walking. Unknowingly, he arrived in front of Rongjua Manor. Quasi-Emperor. He sensed the aura of a quasi-emperor, and it was very powerful. I've cultivated the concealment technique left by the Heavenly Light Domain Lord. Although I can hide my aura, quasi-emperors have many tricks up their sleeves. It's very likely that I'll be discovered. Fong Qin muttered to himself. He quickly released his powerful primordial spirit, which was at the peak of the Void Realm, and quietly enveloped Rongjua Manor. In an instant, he saw many familiar faces in one of the cells. There were his parents, his 2 sons, and Qing Ho and other good brothers. Damn it! He clenched his fists, and his heart burned with anger. Have you finally come? Suddenly, a blood-red figure appeared in the void. Then the entire world was filled with the smell of blood. Fong Qin raised his head and saw the Blood Demon Emperor. I thought you would be a coward and ignore them. The Blood Demon Emperor narrowed his eyes at Fong Qin and grinned. Humph! A quasi-emperor actually used such a despicable method to deal with a realm king. How laughable, Fong Qin said coldly. No wonder the human race doesn't accept the corpse demon. The Blood Demon Emperor wasn't angry at all. Instead, he looked at Fong Qin seriously. Your potential is really strong. How long has it been? And you've already reached the peak of the Realm King. If you were given more time, I'm afraid even I wouldn't be your opponent. The Blood Demon Emperor said, I, the corpse demon, have fought against the human race for countless years. I won't allow a monster like you to appear in the human race. Therefore you must die. As his voice fell, the entire Rongjua city was covered by a powerful array, and in front of the Blood Demon Emperor, countless corpse demon powerhouses appeared. Sir, he's just a realm king. Let me kill him. A peak world Yen realm elder asked for permission. Very well. You can test his strength, the Blood Demon Emperor said. Brat, you've offended me, the corpse demon. Die. As his voice fell, the corpse demon elder's body turned into a black fog and rushed toward Fong Qin. Wong. Fong Qin clenched his fists, and a chill appeared in his eyes. Bang! With a punch, the world shook. A terrifying crack appeared in the void, and a powerful force wreaked havoc. Kacha! A peak realm expansion, realm powerhouse, was killed by Fong Qin with a single punch. His corpse fell on the streets of Rongjua City. Seeing this, the corpse demon's expression instantly turned serious. His strength has increased again. The corpse demon's hearts trembled. If you have any problems, come at me. Let them go. Fong Chen's cold voice spread through the void. From the beginning to the end, the Blood Demon Emperor didn't get angry. He chuckled and said, "Although you're strong, it's impossible for you to save someone from me, the corpse demon. If that's the case, then I'll kill until you let them go." In the blood domain, the strongest corpse demon was the Blood Demon Emperor. Fong Chen was confident that he could fight against the Blood Demon Emperor. As for the others, he didn't care at all. "I'm afraid you don't have that ability." As he spoke, a cold voice was heard. One of the corpse demon's domain lords attacked. Brat die. When the domain lord attacked, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The terrifying power almost overturned the entire Rongjua City. If it wasn't for the protection of the powerful array, Rongjua City would have been destroyed. In the silent night, countless people felt the vibration. They couldn't help but raise their heads and look at the void. Then they saw an unbelievable scene. Whoosh! A sword light as fast as lightning cut through the dark sky and killed the corpse demon's domain lord. God, who's fighting? What a terrifying power! I feel my heart trembling. Chapter 30, 318. A domain lord had died in one strike. This scene was extremely shocking. The many corpse demon hovering above Rongjua City widened their eyes in shock. Even the quasi-emperor expert, Blood Demon Emperor, had a look of disbelief in his eyes. He was very sure that the person in front of him was only a peak world king. Although they knew that he had great potential, they didn't think he would be this strong. However, the truth in front of them made them sigh in amazement. Fong Chen's strength was too abnormal. Even if he was placed in the ancient age, where there were many experts, he would be an undisputed super genius. The Blood Demon Emperor's eyes were filled with a scarlet color. His robes fluttered in the wind. He didn't know how many eras it had been since he had been so shocked. He killed a domain lord with one strike. Even if he can't defeat a quasi-emperor, his strength is not far from it. Thinking of this, the killing intent in the Blood Demon Emperor's heart grew even stronger. It had only been 70 years. If he was given more time, once he stepped into the boundary realm, even a quasi-emperor expert might not be his match. One had to know that the current corpse demon was no longer the same as it was in the past. Their king was still in a long slumber and hadn't woken up. The other quasi-emperors were all thinking of ways to awaken. Although he could barely deal with the human race by himself, he still didn't have the strength to do so. Now, such a monstrous genius had appeared in the human race. This made the Blood Demon Emperor's heart fill with killing intent. This boy must die. The Blood Demon Emperor thought to himself, "I, Fong Chen, am here to challenge you, Blood Demon Emperor." Fong Chen's voice rumbled. In the prison of Rongjua City, Luo Liuli and the others were meditating when they suddenly heard this vast voice. "It's Chen-er." Luo Liuli stood up, her face filled with excitement. Beside her, Fong Han and Fong Yin also shouted excitedly, "It's father. He came to save us." "Brother." Qing Ho clenched his fists, worried about Fong Chen. "That's the Blood Demon Emperor we're talking about. You have to be careful." In the sky above Rongjua City, the Blood Demon Emperor and the Corpse Demon were facing off against Fong Chen. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Fong Chen raised his sword and stared at the Blood Demon Emperor with his black eyes. As a world king, he had challenged the quasi-emperor level Blood Demon Emperor. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, he would be recorded in the annals of history. "Brat, you're courting death. Do you think anyone can challenge Lord Blood Demon Emperor?" If Lord Blood Demon Emperor were to take action, You would definitely die. Lord Blood Demon Emperor can crush you to death with a single finger. Although Fang Qin had displayed an extremely strong combat strength, the corpse demons still believed that the Blood Demon Emperor was the strongest, and that Fang Qin would die without a doubt. If it weren't for the Blood Demon Emperor, I alone would be able to slaughter your entire clan, Fang Qin coldly said. Hearing this, the corpse demons' world evolution powerhouses shrank back. As they recalled that heaven-shaking sword strike, their hearts flashed with fear. Ha! The Blood Demon Emperor chuckled, as if he didn't place Fang Qin in his eyes at all. What? Fang Qin's eyebrows arched up. Your corpse demon went through untold hardships to capture my family and friends. Wasn't it all to lure me out? Fang Qin waved his sleeves, his heroic spirit soaring to the heavens. I, Fang Qin, have come. Do you, Blood Demon Emperor, dare to accept my challenge? Do you, Blood Demon Emperor, dare to accept my challenge? This voice contained a powerful soul force that rapidly spread out in all directions. At the same time, the entire Blood Realm shook. Every martial artist heard Fang Qin's words. Who is Fang Qin? He actually dares to challenge the Blood Demon Emperor? Could it be that the upper echelons of the human race have come to subdue the Blood Realm? That damned corpse demon. That damned Blood Demon Emperor. Their good days have come to an end. Ever since the Blood Realm had been occupied by the corpse demon, the human martial artists had lived like neither humans nor ghosts. Their days had been incomparably miserable. When they heard that someone had challenged the Blood Demon Emperor, they subconsciously thought that the upper echelons of the human race had come to save them. But soon a voice rang out. They discovered that Fang Qin was a world king. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Many people were at a loss. They didn't understand why a world king would dare to challenge the Blood Demon Emperor. What's going on? Countless voices of discussion spread out. Fang Qin, who was in Rongjua City, didn't care about any of this. He held the hidden star sword and pointed it at the Blood Demon Emperor. You want to challenge me? The Blood Demon Emperor sneered. I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. The corpse demon's goal was to kill Fang Qin. Now that the latter was trapped in Rongjua City, the Blood Demon Emperor thought that their plan was foolproof. It wasn't easy to encounter such a monstrous genius of the human race. He didn't want to directly attack and kill him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through the void. Then, a resplendent sword light erupted from the darkness. Whoosh! The sword light turned into lines of slaughter and pierced the heads of 3 corpse demon world evolution experts. Bang! When the 3 corpse demon corpses fell to the ground, Fang Qin returned to his original position as if nothing had happened. The Blood Demon Emperor frowned. What a strange concealment technique. I wanted to let you live a little longer, but it seems that there's no need for that now. Boom! A monstrous aura surged into the sky. The Blood Demon Emperor's body turned into thousands of blood-colored rays of light, illuminating the dark night sky. You are the first human that I, the Blood Demon Emperor, have killed since I've revived. The Blood Demon Emperor looked down at Fang Qin from above. You should be proud. After 70 years of bitter cultivation in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum, my strength has increased a lot. However, the real qualitative leap was during the half-year of cultivation in the light region. During this half-year, Fang Qin had cultivated the Emperor-level Blood Void sword art to the 6th level and the Blood Civ secret technique to the 1st level. He spun his palm, and the Hidden Star sword let out a loud sword cry. Whoosh! The Hidden Star sword was brandished, and a violent killing aura soared up to the sky. Streaks of sword chi of slaughter rushed out from the Hidden Star sword and gathered in the void. At lightning speed, it condensed into a peerless killing sword light. The 10th move of the invincible sword art, Sword of Killing. Facing the Blood Demon Emperor, Fang Qin naturally didn't dare to be careless. He immediately used the Sword of Killing. What a strong killing aura. Wouldn't it be great if he was a member of my race? As cold as the Blood Demon Emperor was, he also cherished talent. Unfortunately, he was a human. Killing is most suitable for my race. From the Blood Demon Emperor's words, it wasn't hard to see that he held Fang Chen's sword art in high regard. However, if you want to rely on this sword art to fight me, it's simply wishful thinking. Boom! Boom! The Blood Devil Emperor simply slammed out with his palm, causing a palm imprint to appear in the air. Within this palm imprint, there was a profound understanding of the laws of supremacy within it. Crack! The seemingly simple palm print collided with the killing sword light and easily dispersed it. Dong! Fang Chen's body retreated rapidly, and he felt the blood in his body churning. Is this the power of a quasi-emperor? This was his first time fighting a quasi-emperor, and he also knew how terrifying a quasi-emperor was. You will never understand how powerful a quasi-emperor is. As he spoke, the Blood Demon Emperor struck again. The blood-red palm print covered the sky and swooped down, and Fang Qin felt his primordial spirit tremble. Blood Void Sword Art. Fang Qin didn't hesitate to use the Blood Void Sword Art. Whoosh! Red lines shuttled through the void, and wherever the lines passed, the void exploded. The Blood Demon Emperor frowned slightly. It's actually the Blood Void Sword Art. He had lived for countless years and naturally knew how terrifying the Blood Void Sword Art was. Moreover, he has mastered the first 6 levels. Boom! Countless blood-red lines collided with the blood-red palm. In the calm ocean of the crowd, the blood-red lines actually pierced through the blood-red palm. How is this possible? The corpse demon and the others exclaimed. Is he still a realm king? Blood Void Sword Art, level 6, drip blood. Fang Chen roared and fully displayed the 6th level of the Blood Void Sword Art. The red lines in the sky instantly turned into countless blood-red raindrops. These raindrops danced in the sky, but their goal was very similar. It's time to end this. The Blood Demon Emperor didn't want to waste any more time and struck out with his palm again. However, at that instant, he sensed a terrifying aura surging out from the ground. Blood Sifting Secret Technique. Fang Qin knew very well that it was impossible to defeat the Blood Demon Emperor with the Blood Void Sword Art alone. His only trump card was the Blood Sifting Secret Technique. Buzz! After the Blood Sifting Secret Technique was displayed, his aura rose rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, his cultivation had entered the boundary evolution realm. Secret Technique? The Blood Demon Emperor was finally moved, and his face was extremely gloomy. Go to hell! He used all his strength and displayed his strongest attack. Fang Chen's attack power had increased tenfold, and the power of the 6th level of the Blood Void Sword Art had increased by at least 20-fold. An ordinary emperor-to-be wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful attack. Oh my god, how strong is he? The corpse demon in Rongjua City was shocked. They couldn't imagine that a realm king could erupt with power that wasn't weaker than the Blood Demon Emperor's. With the Blood Sifting Secret Technique and the Blood Void Sword Art, I can easily kill a low-level emperor-to-be. That Blood Demon Emperor's aura is at most a mid-level emperor-to-be. He won't be able to withstand it. Fang Qin said, "Scram." The Blood Demon Emperor flipped his hands, and terrifying palm prints swooped down, crazily colliding with the blood-red sword light. Rumble! The void above Rongjua City cracked, and the earth trembled as if the end of the world had arrived. In every corner of the Blood Realm, the martial artists who were secretly watching were already stunned. This battle had already exceeded their scope of understanding. Rip! The Blood Demon Emperor's palm prints shattered some of the sword light, and he blocked the last sword light with his bare hands. Break! The Blood Demon Emperor used almost all of his strength to block this sword light. He retreated quickly, blood flowing out of his palm. His aura was somewhat chaotic. Clearly, Fang Chen's attack had posed a great threat to him. After stabilizing himself, the Blood Demon Emperor's sinister eyes stared at Fang Chen. What a surprise! The Blood Demon Emperor smiled sinisterly. I didn't expect you to be so strong. If it were an ordinary emperor-to-be, you might have defeated him. Unfortunately, you've encountered me. All of your efforts are futile. As he spoke, the aura of the Blood Devil Emperor rose once more. Fang Chen's pupils shrank, startled. Chapter 30, 319. Whoosh! The Blood Demon Emperor's aura rapidly soared. His body also gradually faded until it turned into nothingness. This is a high-level quasi-emperor? Fang Chen exclaimed. His expression suddenly changed, and his heart trembled. In the entire immemorial primal chaos, quasi-emperor experts were few and far between. The number of high-level quasi-emperors could be counted on one hand. However, the Blood Demon Emperor had used some sort of powerful secret technique to forcibly raise his cultivation to the level of a high-level quasi-emperor. Although they were both quasi-emperors, the difference between them was enormous. The difference between mid-level and high-level quasi-emperors was like heaven and earth. If the Blood Demon Emperor was only a peak mid-level quasi-emperor, Fang Chen was confident that he could fight him if he used his full strength and all his means. Even if he could not defeat the Blood Demon Emperor, he could force the Blood Demon Emperor to retreat. However, the situation had completely changed. Boom! 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 A horrifying aura exploded above Rongjua City. All the cultivators in the Blood Domain felt it. Their bodies trembled as they continuously retreated. Even the cultivators 5,000 kilometers away from Rongjua City could feel the tremors coming from the depths of their origin spirits. Too terrifying. That Blood Devil Emperor's strength is actually this strong? If the human quasi-emperors do not make a move, no one can do anything to the Blood Demon Emperor. Some of the cultivators who did not know were still waiting for the human quasi-emperors to make a move. As for those extremely strong cultivators who knew the inside story, their expressions turned extremely gloomy. This was because the heavenly corpse tomb had appeared not long ago. All the human quasi-emperors had entered it. It was impossible for them to return in a short time. This was also why the Blood Demon Emperor dared to openly lure Fang Chen to kill him. Brat, I admit that you are the strongest genius that I, the corpse demon, have ever met. Even in the ancient era, your potential is unparalleled. Suddenly, a clump of blood mist appeared in the air. This blood mist quickly spread and instantly enveloped the entire city. A deafening voice rang out from within the blood mist. This was the voice of the Blood Demon Emperor. A mere World King realm martial artist is able to force me to such a degree. If you were given more time, then even my race's King Fuxing wouldn't be your match. The Blood Demon Emperor said coldly, Your existence is too great a threat to the corpse demon. Therefore, no matter what, I must kill you today. No one in the primordial chaos could save Fang Chen. Bloody mist filled the air, corroding the sky. Then let's fight. As of this moment, Fang Chen had no other choice. He lifted his head up and roared. His aura vibrated, and his energy began to climb. He pushed the first level of the Blood Civ secret technique to the limit, and his strength continued to soar. At the same time, the star-hidden sword in his hand suddenly hacked out a sword attack. The sword slashed open the sky and mercilessly slashed into the bloody mist. Crack! However, what shocked everyone was that the incomparably ferocious sword light was easily dissolved by the bloody mist. It's time to end everything. The bloody mist transformed, and the figure of the Blood Demon Emperor was faintly discernible. Suddenly, the bloody mist condensed into a blood-red palm. Seeing this palm, Fang Chen's pupils shrank. Bloody Dao? He had painstakingly cultivated for 70 years in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum, and he had barely comprehended the massacre Sword Dao. Moreover, it was only a preliminary comprehension. However, The bloody Tao displayed by the Blood Demon Emperor was the most complete Tao. Bloody destruction. The Blood Demon Emperor roared, and the blood-red palm pressed down with infinite power. The blood-red palm was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye it was above Fang Chen's head. Blood Emptiness, Sword Technique, Level 7. After feeling the horror of the bloody Tao, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with determination. He held the hidden star sword horizontally, and the sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin trembled rapidly and swept toward the hidden star sword. He had comprehended the 7th sword technique during his confrontation with the Blood Demon Emperor, and now he was displaying it directly. The Blood Emptiness sword technique was an Emperor-level sword technique, and the power of the first 6 levels was comparable to a beginner quasi-emperor. Coupled with the Blood Civ's secret technique, even a mid-level quasi-emperor would be helpless against it. Now that the 7th level of the Blood Emptiness sword technique was displayed, sword chi filled the sky, and the terrifying power of a sword Tao surged like an ocean. A long river appeared in the void. This long river was formed by the convergence of countless sword lights. This was a sword river. The entire blood realm was shaken, especially the sword cultivators, who were all too familiar with the sword river. Heavens, it's actually a sword river. That guy actually condensed a sword river. It's incredible. In the primordial chaos, there are only a few people who can condense a sword river. Is this the legendary sword river? It's terrifying. According to legend, the sword river could only be condensed when one sword Tao was cultivated to an extremely high level. Now, it was transformed by Fang Chen. Trickle, in the sky, the terrifying sword Tao river emitted the sound of a stream. However, when the sound reached everyone's ears, they were inexplicably shocked. The sword river is indeed worthy of its name as the one with the greatest potential. In the blood mist, the Blood Demon Emperor laughed eerily when he saw this. However, I like to kill such a peerless genius the most. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand again. The terrifying blood mist quickly entered the blood-red palm that was swooping down at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. The power of the blood-red palm, which was inches away from Fang Chen, suddenly increased. Kill! Fang Chen stepped on the sword river, and his sword swept across the sky, carrying an unparalleled sword chi as he charged toward the blood-red palm. Boom! 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 When the two peerless forces collided, a terrifying spatial black hole appeared in the sky. The terrifying power that escaped from the spatial black hole instantly swallowed the few domain lords behind the Blood Demon Emperor. What a terrifying black hole! Even a quasi-emperor would find it difficult to escape if they were sucked in. Everyone's hearts trembled. This battle was beyond their expectations. They couldn't imagine that a realm king could fight against a high-level quasi-emperor. Kacha! The hidden star sword trembled, and Fang Chen's palm was torn. Blood spurted out, and he retreated a few steps. His aura was somewhat chaotic. However, he soon adjusted his breathing and looked up at the blood mist in the sky. In the blood mist, the Blood Demon Emperor's figure gradually materialized. His pitch-black eyes spat out flames of anger. Damn it! Even an emperor-level sword, art, can't display such powerful strength. The Blood Demon Emperor roared. He had already used his strongest move, but he couldn't injure Fang Chen at all. This made him furious. If I hadn't been severely injured in the ancient era and hadn't recovered to my peak, I would have killed you with a finger. The Blood Demon Emperor roared angrily. He clenched his fists, and the surrounding blood mist quickly drilled into his body. The sky became clear again. However, it was even more oppressive and terrifying. Blood Demon Emperor, you're only SOO. Fang Chen's voice came from the blood domain. He had used a powerful secret technique and raised his cultivation to the level of a high-level quasi-emperor, but he couldn't injure a realm king. This was simply unbelievable. If this is all you have, then today's battle can end. Xiao! Countless sword lights soared into the sky from the surging river of swords, letting out deafening sword cries. They raged in the wind, and their target was the Blood Demon Emperor. "What a troublesome fellow," the Blood Demon Emperor said sinisterly. At the same time, he flipped his hand, and a red leaf appeared in his palm. "Gotcha!" Immediately after, a crisp sound rang out. After the red leaf was crushed by the Blood Devil Emperor, a vast amount of energy gushed out from it. Not good. The experts, thousands of miles away, chose to flee as soon as they sensed the powerful aura. Pooh, pooh, pooh. As for the cultivators who couldn't escape in time, their bodies exploded and blood mist sprayed out. That is, many experts exclaimed, their hearts surging with shock. So strong. Fong Chen's eyes flickered, and his body trembled. This is a power that I, the Supreme Corpse Demon King, left behind when I was at my peak. I originally planned to leave it for the quasi-emperors of the human race to enjoy, but now I've changed my mind, the Blood Demon Emperor said. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming power of the red leaf had completely dissipated. Shio! A fist image instantly condensed in the void. This fist image seemed to contain an ancient power. Countless corpse demons in Rongjua City prostrated themselves on the ground, shouting their king's name. What a terrifying aura! Even a peak quasi-emperor can't compare to it. The answer was obvious. The power contained in the red leaf was the power of a god emperor. Run. Without another word, Fong Qin chose to flee. He didn't expect the Blood Demon Emperor to have such means. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He pushed the rock movement technique to the extreme, and at the same time, used a concealment technique. His figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, the Blood Demon Emperor merely sneered at this. It's useless. How can you imagine the power of a god emperor? Boom! The fist image formed by the terrifying power of a god emperor exploded in the void not far from the Blood Demon Emperor. Majestic power swept across the entire blood domain. Rumble. The ground shook violently as countless mountains collapsed. Countless terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. The entire blood domain turned into a hell of azura. Miserable screams rang out incessantly. Boom, boom, boom. Every part of the void was bombarded by the power of a god emperor. Fong Qin had no place to hide. Not good. The terrifying power of the explosion instantly swept Fong Qin away. His entire body was swept away. Although the power of a god emperor is precious, it's worth it to kill you. The Blood Demon Emperor's cold eyes stared the ruins. The once prosperous Rongjua City had long been reduced to ruins. Even the ground was cracked. If it weren't for the protection of the Corpse Demon's clan guarding array, everyone in Rongjua City would have died. The prison suffered a great impact. Everyone fainted. However, there was a blood-red light around the prison. The power of a god emperor didn't spread here. What a strong vibration. I wonder if my brother... Chapter 30, 320. Around Rongjua City, endless power crazily dissipated. Mountains were destroyed, and the void was torn apart. The entire world was filled with a terrifying aura of death. It was as if the world was about to collapse. The strength of the Emperor Realm's power had exceeded everyone's scope. It was too strong. It was so strong that it created a great sense of fear in the depths of everyone's hearts. In front of this power, the martial artists scattered all over the Blood Realm didn't even have the courage to resist. If it weren't for the Corpse Demon's guardian array, Rongjua City would have been turned into ruins. The huge Blood Realm shook for a long time, and in the sky, a blood-red figure stood proudly. His bloodshot eyes looked down at the ground below. There was a huge crater that had collapsed into the ground. A terrifying aura was spreading out from the crater. I don't believe you can resist the Emperor Realm's power of the Emperor Realm. The Blood Demon Emperor sneered. This red leaf was his strongest move. To him, It was the most important thing. The Shou Jian. He didn't expect that he would be forced to use it by a human world king. The red leaf was priceless. Although his heart ached, as long as he could kill Fang Qin, everything was worth it. Amidst the ruins, a figure covered in blood was lying quietly. In front of him, the reincarnation sword shuttle revolved at high speed. Terrifying reincarnation sword chi was released crazily, blocking his body. Reincarnation sword shuttle. Fang Qin opened his eyes with difficulty. When he saw the scene in front of him, he instantly understood that the reincarnation sword shuttle had saved him. Kacha! Under Fang Qin's gaze, cracks appeared on the indestructible reincarnation sword shuttle. In the blink of an eye, the cracks spread together. Finally, the reincarnation sword shuttle shattered and turned into ruins. The shattering of the reincarnation sword shuttle attracted the Blood Demon Emperor's attention. When he saw Fang Qin stand up, he cried out, "No, impossible! How could he resist the Emperor Realm's power of the Emperor Realm?" The Blood Demon Emperor went completely crazy. He shook his head vigorously and stared at Fang Qin. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "That's not right." All of a sudden, he discovered the scattered Samsara sword shuttle. It's the reincarnation sword shuttle, the personal treasure of the reincarnation sword emperor. The Blood Demon Emperor gritted his teeth when he saw this. He didn't hesitate to expend a strand of Emperor's power to kill Fang Qin, but he failed. The Blood Demon Emperor regained his composure after a while and said in a cold voice, "What a lucky guy! He even managed to obtain the reincarnation sword emperor's reincarnation sword shuttle." In the distance, countless martial artists felt waves of shock rise in their hearts. What? He actually withstood it? Oh my God, what did I just see? Is he a monster? Even a quasi-emperor expert would definitely die from that energy. How did he block it? An uproar echoed in the sky. All the martial artists were dumbfounded and completely dumbfounded. That's right, they were dumbfounded. A heaven-destroying and earth-shattering strength had actually been blocked by a world king. This was simply unimaginable. Cough, cough. Fang Qin climbed out of the big pit and coughed twice. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His deep eyes were filled with anger. Even with the reincarnation sword shuttle, I was still seriously injured. Fang Qin's mind was thinking quickly. Today's situation was very unfavorable for him. His combat strength had been sharply reduced. It would be difficult for him to rescue someone from the Blood Demon Emperor. Damn it. Fang Qin clenched his fists and tried his best to recover from his injuries. In the void, the Blood Demon Emperor flicked his sleeve and a bloody aura filled the air. "Kid, you're really lucky. Even an emperor's power couldn't kill you. However, the reincarnation sword shuttle blocked 90% of the energy for you. I'd like to see how you're going to block it." As soon as he finished speaking, the aura around the Blood Demon Emperor fluctuated. His figure flashed, and he stretched out his hand. An earth-shattering force swarmed toward Yi Futian. The Blood Demon Emperor's current state was obviously much better than Fang Qin's. If this continued, Fang Qin would definitely be defeated. Rock movement technique. Fang Qin roared. His body quickly faded and merged with time and space, causing the Blood Demon Emperor's attack to miss. Trying to dodge, the Blood Demon Emperor smiled coldly and immediately launched a frenzied attack on the surrounding void. In an incomparably hot desert, suddenly, the void trembled and a black hole appeared. Then, a bright sword light swooped down. Just as the sword light was about to touch the desert soil, an old man's figure slowly appeared. His body was covered with sword chi, and there was a hint of worry between his eyebrows. "The reincarnation sword shuttle is broken?" he murmured. "To be able to obtain the reincarnation sword shuttle, you can be considered half of my successor. I, the reincarnation sword emperor, have cultivated for countless years. I've just returned, and I've already encountered such a thing." This person was the legendary reincarnation Sword Emperor, who was only one step away from the Emperor realm. After disappearing for countless years, he had finally returned. I'd like to see who's attacking my successor. As soon as he finished speaking, the reincarnation Sword Emperor's body turned into a sword light and soared into the sky, disappearing into the endless void. Fang Qin, who was in the Blood Realm, had been fleeing. Pucci. In the process of fleeing, he was hit by the Blood Demon Emperor's attack, and his body kept retreating. Rip. The Blood Demon Emperor waved his hand and tore the void apart. He stared at the void coldly. Kid, if you continue to flee, I'll kill your family one by one. Fang Qin possessed the great rock movement technique. At the same time, he also comprehended the space-time Tao to an extremely high level. If he wanted to flee, the Blood Demon Emperor would not be able to do anything. If I were at my peak, I would be able to kill him with a wave of my hand. The Blood Demon Emperor thought to himself. Unfortunately, I used up a lot of my energy in the battle with that fellow. Furthermore, using the Emperor Realm Ruler's power also drained my energy temporarily. This fellow's movement technique is extremely strange. It has the shadow of the ancient rock race and also the shadow of the space-time Tao. If he keeps dodging like this, I really won't be able to do anything to him. The Blood Demon Emperor could not let this drag on any longer. He was prepared to use Fang Chen's family to threaten him. Rip. Indeed, after hearing the Blood Demon Emperor's words, the void rippled and Fang Chen reappeared. A great quasi-emperor expert actually dares to threaten me with innocent people. Fang Qin said coldly, Aren't you afraid of being mocked by the world if this spreads? Humph, what do you know? I, the corpse demon, am already irreconcilable with your human race. Even if I don't do this, the world will not say anything good about me, the corpse demon. Rather than that, I might as well get rid of you by hook or by crook. Fang Chen's strength far surpassed the Blood Demon Emperor's imagination. In fact, when the Blood Demon Emperor used the Emperor Realm Ruler's power, the result was already very clear. With just the Blood Demon Emperor's strength, it was already impossible for him to kill the current Fang Qin. Hence, the Blood Demon Emperor was even more anxious to kill Xiao Qin. If he let Xiao Qin escape this time, there would be endless trouble in the future. With Xiao Chen's potential as the #1 of all time, once he stepped into the true world evolution realm, or even the quasi-emperor realm, the corpse demon would be in danger of being exterminated. This was something that the Blood Demon Emperor did not want to see happen. Hence, this time, no matter what, he had to keep Xiao Qin here. The heavenly corpse tomb can only trap the upper echelons of the human race for a short period of time. If we delay for too long, they will definitely see through our trick. The Blood Demon Emperor was a little anxious. Fang Qin stared at the Blood Demon Emperor, his eyes scarlet. Boom! The Blood Demon Emperor struck out with his palm, carrying a monstrous force that blasted towards Fang Qin. Xiao Qin saw this, and his figure flashed, easily dodging. Humph! The Blood Demon Emperor snorted coldly and reached out his hand, directly grabbing at the prison. In an instant, a figure appeared in his hand. That was his son, Fang Han. Father, don't worry about me. Leave quickly. Fang Han was caught, but there was no fear on his face. Instead, he urged Fang Qin to escape quickly. Han. Fang Qin was burning with rage. His son was still very weak, but the Blood Demon Emperor had captured him. Crack! The Blood Demon Emperor gently exerted force with his fingers, and suddenly a crisp sound was heard. Fang Han's arms fell instantly. What's wrong? Does your heart ache? The Blood Demon Emperor laughed eerily. This is only the beginning. As long as you obediently allow yourself to be captured, I will let them go. Fang Qin fell silent, struggling with his thoughts. Crack! With another sound, Fang Han screamed miserably. His legs had been broken by the Blood Demon Emperor. Han. Fang Qin clenched his fists and roared in his heart. He was severely injured and could not stop the Blood Demon Emperor at all. Die. The Blood Demon Emperor glanced at Fong Qin, and a blood-red aura emanated from his palm, instantly enveloping Fong Han's entire body. No, Fong Qin exclaimed. He did not care too much and frantically used the blood secret technique and the blood void sword technique. Scram! The Blood Demon Emperor struck out with his palm, his eyes full of mockery. The blood-red aura frantically ate away at Fong Han's life force. Seeing his son's life force disappear, Fong Qin fell into a state of madness. However, it was useless. He could not save his son. No, Hana. Fong Qin roared at the sky. Ha ha ha! How does it feel to have your own son killed right under your nose? However, just as the Blood Demon Emperor finished speaking, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. Buzz! A terrifying black hole appeared in the void without any warning. In the black hole, a door to the void loomed. A tyrannical aura was faintly discernible, quickly filling the void. A voice sounded from within. Corpse Demon, you are really arrogant. As soon as the voice sounded, an elder walked out of the terrifying black hole. He flicked his finger, and a sword light shot toward the Blood Demon Emperor as fast as lightning. The latter waved his hand to block, but the sword light pierced through his arm and sent his body flying. Bang! The Blood Demon Emperor's body crashed heavily to the ground. Fong Han's life force was no longer disappearing. Fong Qin rushed to Fong Han and hugged him. Han'er! He roared. Countless martial practitioners throughout the Blood Realm were shocked by this sudden turn of events. They were all guessing who this person was. Only Fong Qin's body trembled. He had guessed the person's identity. Chapter 30, 321. Fong Han was severely injured. His internal organs were all shattered. Fong Qin held him in his arms, took out a few elixirs and put them in his mouth. Han'er! Looking at his unconscious son, Fong Qin had never been so angry. He clenched his fists and roared in his heart, looking on helplessly as his own son was being tortured by the Blood Devil Emperor, while he, as a father, was powerless to do anything about it. This was an extremely painful thing. If the Reincarnation Sword Emperor had not appeared in time, Fong Han would have died. This was not something Fong Qin wanted to see. At that moment, Fong Qin even wanted to let his doppelganger in Divine Blood City lead the Fire Demon Perfected Lord and the others to kill them. But now he finally calmed down. Swoosh! He raised his head and bowed to the tall figure. Then his figure flashed and entered Rongjua City. Soon he found the prison. Father, Mother, Yun-er, I'm here to save you. Boom! Fong Qin used all his strength and punched out. However, the array around the prison blocked his attack easily. Seeing the patterns in the void, Fong Qin's eyes narrowed. He was about to attack again. Right at this moment, a crisp sound was heard. Following that, the formation around the prison shattered. Fong Qin was stunned. He immediately understood that the Reincarnation Sword Emperor had made his move. Reincarnation, Sword Emperor, it's you? In the void not far away, the Blood Demon Emperor's angry roar was heard. Fong Qin no longer paid any attention to the Blood Devil Emperor and entered the prison. Qin-er! The moment Luo Liuli and the others saw Fong Qin, they were so emotional that they shed tears. Father! Good brother! Everyone was extremely emotional. They all came to Fong Qin's side. We can't stay here for long. Let me take you to a safe place. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was taken into dark cave mountain. You're courting death. The Blood Demon Emperor roared furiously in the air. He struck out with his palm, intending to stop Fong Qin from rescuing the others. Blood Demon Emperor. The Samsara Sword Emperor's voice resounded throughout the entire blood field, shocking countless martial artists. Back then, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor had used a peerless divine weapon to split open the sky. allowing the world to witness the reincarnation sword principle. From then on, the name of the Samsara Sword Emperor resounded throughout the world. At that time, the Samsara Sword Emperor was a supreme expert even among quasi-emperors. In the entire primordial chaos, he was the closest to the sovereign emperor realm. Even the immortal emperor had once praised the reincarnation Sword Emperor, believing that he had the highest chance of stepping into the emperor realm and becoming a sovereign. However, when the Samsara Sword Emperor's name resounded throughout the world and he was being worshipped by the people, he suddenly disappeared mysteriously. After tens of thousands of years, no one had seen him again. Over time, there were rumors that the reincarnation Sword Emperor had met with danger while roaming the extinct lands and had died. Although many people didn't believe it, as time passed, the name of the Samsara Sword Emperor gradually faded from people's sight. Today, however, he had returned with the attitude of a king, shocking the world. Corpse Demon, you've been living in seclusion until now. How dare you attack my human race so brazenly? The Samsara Sword Emperor's voice contained an extremely cold aura. His eyes were vaguely filled with mighty sword chi. His every move could cause the void to tremble. You're still alive? The Blood Demon Emperor's ferocious face gradually calmed down as he thought of a countermeasure. But so what? The Blood Demon Emperor said eerily, I originally thought that you had already broken through to the sovereign emperor realm after disappearing for so many years. However, you didn't break through. Not breaking through meant that the Samsara Sword Emperor was still a quasi-emperor. As long as he was a quasi-emperor, the Blood Demon Emperor was confident that he could escape unscathed. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, his body turned into a bloody mist and instantly appeared in front of Fang Qin. Die! The corpse demon had mobilized so many people to kill Fang Qin. The appearance of the Samsara Sword Emperor had disrupted the Blood Demon Emperor's plan. Therefore, he had to kill him by hook or by crook. Clang! Clang! The Samsara Sword Emperor flicked his finger, and terrifying Samsara sword chi soared into the sky. Then, a rain of swords fell from the sky. Countless short swords swooped down from the sky like raindrops. They carried extremely powerful reincarnation sword chi. That's Fang Chen's mind trembled. He saw the dense swords. They looked complicated, but in fact they had extremely clear trajectories. Is this the Samsara sword Dao? Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and fell into a daze as he stared at the sky. Boom! The Blood Demon Emperor's attack was blocked by the Samsara Sword Emperor. He quickly retreated and looked at the Samsara Sword Emperor with anger. You! The Samsara Sword Emperor chuckled. Even if I haven't made a breakthrough, I'm still more than enough to deal with you. His words were filled with arrogance. However, no one in the Blood Realm thought that he was arrogant, because he was the Samsara Sword Emperor. He had the right to be arrogant. Swoosh! The Samsara Sword Emperor swung his sleeves. The dense swords in the sky suddenly changed their direction and continued to chase after the Blood Demon Emperor. Damn it! The Blood Demon Emperor dodged the Samsara Sword Emperor's attack with difficulty and roared furiously. Damn it! If I hadn't exhausted myself fighting with this guy previously, the Samsara Sword Emperor would be nothing. Although he was furious, he was still rational. The appearance of the Samsara Sword Emperor meant that his plan had failed. Run. If he continued to fight, there might be more experts from the human race. Damn you! The Blood Demon Emperor glared at Fang Qin fiercely. The corpse demon had suffered great losses today, and the cause of all this was Fang Qin. One day you will die in my hands. After saying that, the Blood Demon Emperor turned into a blood mist and burned his essence, blood, to escape. Swoosh! The Samsara Sword Emperor flipped his palm. A long sword appeared in the void and chased after him as fast as lightning. After a while, the long sword returned. The Samsara Sword Emperor shook his head. The Blood Demon Emperor was one of the top boundary emperors of the Corpse Demon. Even if he hasn't recovered to his peak, it will be difficult to kill him. The Samsara Sword Emperor said, "Moreover, the corpse demon has a very strong escape method. If he wants to escape, it will be difficult to catch up." The Samsara Sword Emperor ignored the Blood Demon Emperor, who was escaping. With a wave of his hand, countless miserable screams came from Glory City. The corpse demon all exploded at the same time. Endless cheers rang out in the Blood Realm. The Blood Demon Emperor escaped. He was scared away by the Samsara Sword Emperor. Ha ha ha! The Samsara Sword Emperor saved our Blood Realm. As expected of the Samsara Sword Emperor, he could easily defeat the Blood Demon Emperor. Countless martial artists in the Blood Realm were cheering. During this period of time, the corpse demon had occupied the Blood Realm. They had been too depressed. Now, except for the Blood Demon Emperor, all the corpse demon had fallen. It was simply too satisfying. In the void, the sword-shaped runes around the Samsara Sword Emperor gradually dissipated. He stared at Fang Chen in the city with interest. Interesting. He actually gained enlightenment in such a situation. Swoosh! The Samsara Sword Emperor flicked his finger. A sword light entered Fang Chen's mind. The latter's body trembled slightly. Sword Dao aura filled his mind. So the Samsara Sword Dao is like this. Soon, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword and began to practice. After a while, he stopped. He slowly opened his eyes and bowed to the void. "Thank you, Senior." To be able to obtain the recognition of the Samsara Sword Shuttle, you must have extremely high attainments in the Sword Dao. After careful observation, the Samsara Sword Emperor was even more shocked by Fang Chen. He couldn't see through the latter's swordsmanship and comprehension of swordsmanship. It wasn't something an ordinary world king could compare with. However, just as Fang Chen was about to continue speaking, the aura in his body trembled and he fainted. The Samsara Sword Emperor caught him. Forcefully using the blood, Siv's secret technique, has consumed too much of your strength. However, your life is not in danger. The chaos in the Blood Realm was pacified by the Samsara Sword Emperor's powerful return. The Samsara Sword Emperor's powerful methods had caused the corpse demon to suffer heavy losses. Only the Blood Demon Emperor had managed to escape. Soon, news of what had happened in the Blood Realm spread throughout the primordial chaos. Countless martial artists were discussing the Samsara Sword Emperor. Of course, besides the Samsara Sword Emperor, there was another name that resounded throughout the world. That was Fang Chen. As a world king, he had fought the Blood Demon Emperor alone and forced him to use the Emperor Realm Ruler's power. Such a battle record was enough to show disdain for all heroes. Have you heard? That guy called Fang Chen is only a world king. Of course I have. It is said that he has cultivated for less than 1,000,000 years. He is a peerless monster. He is really powerful. A world king can actually fight the Blood Demon Emperor to such an extent. Without a doubt, he is the strongest world king in the history of the ancient chaos. I am really curious. If he breaks through to the world evolution realm, will he be able to kill a boundary emperor? All of a sudden, discussions about Fang Chen became a hot topic of conversation after dinner. Some people even compared him to Gu Tianhua. Although Gu Tianhua has already stepped into the world evolution realm, his most glorious battle record was killing 18 domain lords with one punch 100 years ago. He did not fight a boundary emperor head-on. I think Fang Chen's strength has already surpassed Gu Tianhua's. You underestimate Gu Tianhua too much. He is known as the strongest prodigy in the ancient chaos. Has he not improved in 100 years? Maybe he has already stepped into the boundary emperor realm. In short, everyone had been debating about the comparison between the two. At a certain dangerous place, with a boom, a figure suddenly appeared and landed on a huge rock in front of a mountain stream. Fang Chen? He forced the Blood Demon Emperor to use the Emperor Realm Ruler's power? A smile appeared on Gu Tianhua's face. When I first saw this guy, I knew that he had unparalleled potential. I did not expect him to reach this level in such a short time. Gu Tianhua shook his head gently, his eyes full of fighting spirit. He could not wait to fight with Fang Qin because he had already stepped into the Domain Lord realm and was not far from the Boundary Emperor realm. Chapter 30, 322. Primordial Chaos, Northern Region, Sacred Region. No one knew how big the primordial chaos was. However, there was an unparalleled place in this boundless land. This place was both mysterious and vast. It was the Sacred Region. Although the Sacred Region was not large compared to other regions, it did not affect its sacred majesty. In the entire primordial chaos, as long as one was a world god or above, there was no one who did not want to go to the Sacred Region. This was because the Sacred Region was the core of the human race. In the quiet Sacred Region, there were many palaces. Each palace represented the residence of a human race expert. The entire Sacred Region was filled with a layer of gray aura. If Fang Qin saw this, he would be extremely shocked. This was an incomparably majestic and vast formation. Just the aura of the array formation was enough to instantly kill a world king realm martial artist. From this, one could see just how powerful this array formation was. This was the human race's protective array, other than quasi-emperors and some domain lords who had tokens. No one else was qualified to set foot in it. Reincarnation Palace. At this moment, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor was carefully observing Fang Qin. He could clearly feel that there was a majestic bloodline power in the latter's body. What a lucky guy! After a long time, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor shook his head gently and could not help but sigh. To be able to gain the recognition of the Bloodline King and obtain his inheritance. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor said softly, "Moreover, I can sense the aura of the Cave Ruins Emperor on his body." A world king martial artist actually had connections with so many quasi-emperors. No wonder the Reincarnation Sword Shuttle could recognize him as its master. Although the Blood Demon Emperor is not too strong among quasi-emperors, he is not weak either. He used the power of a world emperor but still could not kill this guy. Speaking of this, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor grinned. This time, Fang Chen's injuries were too serious. Even if he had a terrifying bloodline power, he still could not recover in a short time. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Swoosh! In the Reincarnation Palace, Fang Chen held the Hidden Star sword in his hand. His figure flickered, and every time he swung his sword, it would cause ripples in the void. As his sword dance deepened, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Boom! When he swung his sword for the last time, dense sword radiance suddenly appeared in the void. The sword radiance exploded and a terrifying murderous aura filled the air. The entire Reincarnation Palace was filled with a murderous aura. If it weren't for the battle with the Blood Demon Emperor, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend the slaughter sword principle to such a level so quickly. Putting away the star-hidden sword, Fang Qin said with a smile, "After being unconscious for 3 months, he gradually regained consciousness. For the next 3 months, he had been studying the slaughter sword principle, which was born from the 10th move of the invincible sword principle, slaughter. Then he had mixed in some of the insights he had gained from his battle with the Blood Demon Emperor. In the end, the slaughter sword principle had truly taken shape. If the invincible sword principle contained an indomitable and invincible aura, then the massacre sword principle was the true massacre sword principle. He drew his sword and was about to kill. This was the Tao of slaughter and also the Tao of murder. It's a blessing in disguise." Fang Qin said, although they were all sword principles, there were still differences in strength. The invincible sword principle that he had created previously was at most a middle-grade sword principle. However, if he could perfect the subsequent moves, it would definitely reach the high-grade sword principle level. As for the massacre sword principle, it had already reached the high-grade sword principle level. Its starting point was much higher than the invincible sword principle. The current me is much stronger than 3 months ago. If I were to face the Blood Demon Emperor again, I would definitely be able to defeat him. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Blood Demon Emperor didn't have any supreme treasure similar to the Emperor Realm's Dominator power. Otherwise, it wouldn't be of any help. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a crisp clap sounded. Fang Qin turned his head and saw the reincarnation Sword Emperor. Greetings, Lord Sword Emperor. Fang Qin bowed. You're really impulsive. The corpse demon has existed for countless years. How could a puny world king like you compare to it? You actually blindly rushed to the Blood region alone to challenge the Blood Demon Emperor. The reincarnation Sword Emperor nodded at Fang Qin and said, If I hadn't appeared in time, your life would have been in danger. Hearing this, Fang Qin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the corpse demon had a stronger foundation? Seeing the reincarnation Sword Emperor's expression, Fang Qin knew that he had guessed correctly. He shrugged helplessly. He had no choice. If he was given a chance to start over, he would still choose to go to the Blood region. This was because the corpse demon had captured his family. Oh, right, Lord Sword Emperor, where am I? Fang Qin asked. When he woke up, there was no one in the reincarnation palace. He didn't even know where he was. This is the reincarnation palace. The reincarnation Sword Emperor said. Do you know the sacred region? Fang Qin nodded. Within the sacred region, there are palaces. Each palace represents a supreme expert of the human race. The reincarnation palace is my palace. The reincarnation Sword Emperor said, Are you curious why the Blood Demon Emperor made such a big commotion in the Blood region, but the human race didn't appear? Why is that? Because the human race quasi-emperors have all entered the heavenly corpse tomb. The reincarnation Sword Emperor said, The corpse demon is wary of your potential and listed you as a must-kill person. The Blood Demon Emperor didn't hesitate to destroy one of his doppelgangers and use the news of the heavenly corpse tomb to lure the human race quasi-emperors in. Hearing this, Fang Qin roughly understood. The heavenly corpse tomb? It can actually trap the human race, quasi-emperors. Fang Qin was stunned. The heavenly corpse tomb is a very strange place. It contains the opportunity to become a sovereign emperor. The human race, quasi-emperors, are naturally tempted. The reincarnation Sword Emperor said, It's just that I didn't expect the Blood Demon Emperor to be so crazy to deal with you. Your current strength is not enough to enter the heavenly corpse tomb. When you step into the boundary evolution realm, you will naturally know the specific information about the heavenly corpse tomb. The reincarnation Sword Emperor sat on the stone bench and stroked his beard. The human race has reproduced for countless years. Epoch after epoch, countless supreme experts have been born. However, in the battle of the gods in the ancient times, the human race suffered heavy losses and almost all of the experts were wiped out. Fortunately, the human race has a large population. Generation after generation, there will always be a few monstrous geniuses, which gradually stabilize the situation. Through chatting with the reincarnation Sword Emperor, Fang Qin learned some basic information about the current situation of the human race. So far, the human race's strongest experts were the quasi-emperors. As for the sovereign emperor realm, after the battle of the gods, there was only the immortal emperor. However, the immortal emperor had disappeared a long time ago. Even the reincarnation Sword Emperor and the others did not know whether the immortal emperor was dead or alive. The human race had 9 great quasi-emperors. Including the reincarnation Sword Emperor, there were 10 great quasi-emperors. 10 great quasi-emperors. Fang Qin sighed. When the human race was at its peak, there were nearly 10,000 quasi-emperors and over 100 sovereign emperor realm experts. The reincarnation Sword Emperor said, Don't. Fang Qin's heart was set off by stormy waves. He could not imagine how prosperous the human race was with over 100 sovereign emperor realm experts and over 10,000 quasi-emperors. Unfortunately, the reincarnation Sword Emperor sighed. Not long ago, The reincarnation Sword Emperor had personally entered the heavenly corpse tomb and met up with the 9 great quasi-emperors of the human race. They had broken through the heavenly corpse tomb's obstruction and destroyed the clone of the blood demon emperor, thus allowing the human race quasi-emperors to safely leave the heavenly corpse tomb. That's right. Suddenly, the reincarnation Sword Emperor said, "Get ready. The 9 great quasi-emperors will meet you in a few days." Meet me? Ever since you emerged in the primordial chaos, the void primogenitor has been paying attention to you. The 9 great quasi-emperors have seen your growth, and they are quite impressed with you. They even think that your potential is #1 in all of history. Then, Fong Qin opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitated. Are you talking about the world devastator demon emperor? The reincarnation Sword Emperor seemed to have guessed Fong Chen's thoughts. That guy doesn't belong to the human race. He was in the demon domain and proclaimed himself king. Because he relied on the demon emperor tomb and did not make an enemy of the human race never paid attention to him. As for his banishment to the demon emperor tomb, it was too late by the time the void primogenitor found out. Later, the 9 great quasi-emperors discussed and let you gain experience in the demon emperor tomb. Who would have thought that you would improve so quickly in the demon emperor tomb? It's really shocking. Previously, the reincarnation Sword Emperor had been trapped in a dangerous place that was isolated from the world and even the primordial chaos. He was lucky enough to escape from there. Later, he sensed the aura of the reincarnation sword shuttle and appeared in the blood domain. As for the news of the world devastator demon emperor banishing Fong Qin, he heard it from the void primogenitor. No matter what, the blood demon emperor is a mid-level quasi-emperor. After using a secret technique, he already has the battle strength of a high-level quasi-emperor. You're really amazing to be able to fight against him. The reincarnation Sword Emperor was such a monstrous person, but he was full of praise for Fong Qin. Whoosh! The reincarnation Sword Emperor took out a small booklet and handed it to Fong Qin. This booklet records the reproduction process of the human race and the current situation in the primordial chaos. You can flip through it. With that, the reincarnation Sword Emperor left. If you have anything you don't understand in the Sword Tao, you can ask me at any time. I will bring you to see the 9 great quasi-emperors in a few days. The sacred palace represented the peak of the human race. 9 figures sat on the bronze thrones in the sacred palace. At this moment, the reincarnation Sword Emperor walked in. Reincarnation. The 9 great quasi-emperors smiled when they saw the reincarnation Sword Emperor. Since your return, the strength of the human race has greatly increased. Our chances of defeating that force have increased by a lot. That's right. That force is ready to make a move. The human race can't sit idly by. The reincarnation Sword Emperor nodded. Let's not talk about other things for now. What do you think of Fong Qin? Hearing this, the 9 great quasi-emperors looked at each other and fell into deep thought. After a long time, the void primogenitor said he walked out of the miniature universe and relied on his own efforts to reach where he is today. He has cultivated for less than 1,000,000 years and is a rare, peerless genius. I think it's very likely that he will enter the Emperor realm and become a ruler. The void primogenitor knew Fong Chen's situation very well. It was because of this that he admired Fong Qin even more. Chapter 33:23. Although the battle with the Blood Demon Emperor had ended due to the powerful return of the Samsara Sword Emperor, Fong Qin was also severely injured. He had been recuperating in the Samsara Palace for the past few days. He did not care about anything else. Half a month later, the Samsara Sword Emperor found him. Amazing! You almost died from the injuries to your internal organs after resisting the power of a martial emperor. I didn't expect you to recover to 80% in just half a month. The Samsara Sword Emperor was full of praise for Fong Qin after seeing him. I have to thank you, Lord Sword Emperor. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Fong Qin cupped his fists. The Samsara Sword Emperor waved his robe and said with a smile, "Well, I came to find you today because the 9 quasi-emperors want to see you. Come with me." Now, Fong Qin was stunned. "Why? Do you have something else to say?" Fong Qin shook his head. "Nothing. It's just that it's the first time I've seen so many quasi-emperors, so I'm a little emotional." In the center of the sacred domain, in the majestic sacred palace. This is the supreme sacred palace of the human race. There are only 3 people in this era who are not quasi-emperors who are qualified to enter, the Samsara Sword Emperor said as he pointed to the glorious palace in front of them. "Oh." Fong Chen's expression changed slightly. There were only 3 people in this era who were qualified to enter, so he was a little curious. Who were these 3 people? Thinking about it, Gu Tianhua should be one of these 3, right? Fong Qin muttered to himself. Those who are not quasi-emperors and can enter the sacred palace are undoubtedly the most outstanding and most talented martial artists of this era. Their overall potential is invincible in this era. The Samsara Sword Emperor grinned at Fong Qin. However, this number will soon become 4. Senior, who are the 3 people who entered the sacred palace? Fong Qin was now qualified to know some of the secrets of the human race. The first person to enter the sacred palace was Domain Lord Duan. 300 million years ago, he broke through to the Domain Lord realm and was summoned by the 9 quasi-emperors. The Samsara Sword Emperor said. The second one is called the Flying Guillotine. He is an assassin who is good at assassination. 90 million years ago, in the vast ancient chaos, he was a character that made everyone pale. The third one is Gu Tianhua, who is most likely to step into the quasi-emperor realm. Hearing Gu Tianhua's name, Fong Qin nodded. "Let's go." With that, Samsara Sword Emperor brought Fong Qin into St. Palace. Buzz. There was silence in the sacred palace. There were 10 bronze thrones at the very front, and 9 of them were occupied by 9 old men. Fong Qin's gaze swept across the 9 people. His heart was filled with shock. The 9 old men before him seemed like the most ordinary martialists. He couldn't sense any aura from them at all. This scene shocked Fong Qin quite a bit. He had seen the quasi-emperors, the World Devastation Demon Emperor, and the Blood Demon Emperor. He had even fought with quasi-emperors. However, these 9 people gave him a very special feeling. They are worthy of being the 9 quasi-emperors of the human race. In a one-on-one fight, the Blood Demon Emperor and the World Devastation Demon Emperor are no match for them. Junior Fong Qin pays his respects to all of you. The 9 quasi-emperors were the strongest forces of the human race. They were also the highest leaders of the human race. After bringing Fong Qin in, the Samsara Sword Emperor returned to his seat. Fong Qin felt uncomfortable being stared at by the 10 quasi-emperors at the same time. He sensed the gazes of the other 9 quasi-emperors lingering on him. After a long time, one of the quasi-emperors finally spoke. He nodded at Fong Qin and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that after so many years such a seedling would appear in the human race. I just checked his situation. His cultivation is at the peak of the World King realm, but his physical body has already broken through to the Emperor realm. What surprised me the most is that his primordial spirit has reached the peak of the virtual realm." The primordial spirit of the Emperor realm was divided into 2 major levels, the virtual realm and the corporeal realm. Under normal circumstances, the primordial spirit of a quasi-emperor expert was only at the virtual realm. In the entire human race sacred palace, only Palace Master Muqing's primordial spirit had reached the terrifying corporeal realm. The others were all at the virtual realm. What? Peak of the virtual realm? Huiyunzi immediately stood up when he heard this. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Qin. No wonder I was blocked by a layer of power when I checked his primordial spirit. The 10 quasi-emperors had seen many storms. After a short moment of surprise, they returned to normal. "I am Muqing, the Palace Master of the Sacred Palace." Palace Master Muqing who had spoken earlier, said, Fang Qin, Palace Master Muqing, is currently the strongest expert of our human race. He is at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor realm. The Samsara Sword Emperor introduced. Fang Chen was stupefied. He immediately bowed deeply to Palace Master Muqing. Ha ha ha! As expected of the person I think highly of. You have cultivated for less than 1,000,000 years, but have already reached such a level. Hearing the voice, Fang Qin turned his head. An old man in a gray robe with a rock embroidered on his collar was looking at him. Fang Qin guessed that this person was the Void Primogenitor. As expected, the Void Primogenitor spoke. That's right, I am the Void Primogenitor. The space-time Tao that the little guy bone progenitor created was an inheritance that I casually left behind when I was traveling through the primal chaos void. Fang Qin was shocked. He didn't expect that the space-time Tao that his master bone progenitor created back then came from the Void Primogenitor. No wonder the Void Primogenitor paid attention to him when he appeared in the primal chaos void. All right, Void, let's not talk about this for now. I'm afraid that guy can't wait any longer. Facing the 10 great quasi-emperors, Fang Chen remained silent and listened quietly. Samsara must have told you that before you, there were a total of 3 people who stepped into the sacred palace in this era. You are the 4th. Each of them was given a reward. Now that you have also stepped into the sacred palace, you are also qualified to receive a reward from our human race. Of course, Palace Master Muqing said. You are different from them. You can receive 3 opportunities. The other quasi-emperors nodded. This was something they had already discussed. Fang Qin was stunned. He looked at the Samsara Sword Emperor. The Samsara Sword Emperor said, although the 3 of them have great potential, when they stepped into the sacred palace, they only had the battle strength of an invincible domain lord. They did not reach the battle strength of a quasi-emperor. But you are different. With your World King realm cultivation, you were able to force the corpse demon race's blood demon emperor to use up the power of an emperor realm ruler and still not die. This strength is enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with us quasi-emperors. Therefore, you should receive 3 opportunities. After listening to the Samsara Sword Emperor's explanation, Fang Qin understood. Actually, according to the rules of the sacred palace, since you have the battle strength of a quasi-emperor, you can become the palace master of the sacred palace. However, speaking of this, Elder Muqing paused for a moment before continuing. You are still young and your cultivation is still rising. If you become the palace master of the sacred palace now, it will affect your cultivation. Therefore, after the 10 of us discussed, we decided not to let you become the palace master of the sacred palace for the time being. This junior believes that I am not qualified to be the palace master of the sacred palace. Fang Qin cupped his fists. Void Primogenitor waved his robes. All right, Palace Master Muqing, hurry up and take out the 3 opportunities. A wisp of blue light lingered around Elder Muqing's body. With a flip of his hand, a war puppet appeared in front of him. A Saint Source war puppet. Fang Qin recognized the war puppet in front of Elder Muqing at a glance. Back in the Demon Emperor's tomb, he had been chased by a Sacred Source war puppet. This Sacred Source war puppet was discovered by generations of palace masters of the human race when they were exploring unknown mystic realms and brought it back to the sacred palace. A few crystals appeared in Elder Muqing's other hand. This is a sacred source crystal. It is the only way to activate a Sacred Source war puppet. 1 sacred source crystal is used every time. Here are 10 sacred source crystals for you. Fang Chen was very excited after receiving the Sacred Source crystal and Sacred Source war puppet. This Sacred Source war puppet has the battle strength of a quasi-emperor, and its defense is extremely strong. If it is fully activated, it can withstand a full-force attack from a peak quasi-emperor. With him, you'll have more ways to protect yourself. Thank you, Senior. Fang Chen put away the Sacred Source war puppet and Sacred Source crystal as he stared at Elder Mu Qing with a burning gaze. If the first opportunity was already so powerful, what would the next two be? It wouldn't be too bad. The second opportunity is very important to you. Elder Mu Qing smiled and said, "You have the Chaos Sword body and have cultivated it to a very high level. I guess you mainly cultivate the Sword Dao, right?" That's right. Although he had developed in all aspects, the Sword Dao was still his strongest. Now that he had mastered the invincible Sword Dao and the Massacre Sword Dao, there was still room for improvement in the future. Your second opportunity is to go to the Sword Pavilion and choose a sword art of your choice, Elder Mu Qing said. Sword Pavilion? Fang Chen was stunned. He didn't know what the Sword Pavilion was. Little guy, the human race has a deep foundation and countless secret techniques. The Sword Pavilion contains all the sword principal secret techniques recorded since the birth of the human clan. It is a place that every sword cultivator dreams of, Void Ancestor explained. Dong dong dong. Fang Chen's heart trembled and his body trembled slightly. Choose any sword technique from the Sword Pavilion? Wasn't this opportunity too heaven-defying? Anyone? Fang Chen muttered. There are countless powerful sword techniques in the Sword Pavilion. As long as you have the confidence to cultivate them, you can take any of them. Of course, you can only take one. If you want to obtain more, you will need to make a certain amount of contribution, Palace Master Mu Qing said. Soon, Fang Chen came back to his senses. Indeed, the human race had countless members. As the highest authority of the human race, the Sacred Palace naturally had to think for the human race. The amount of resources they needed was even more enormous. If there were no restrictions, the human race would have been annihilated. If he wanted to obtain powerful secret techniques, he had to make sufficient contributions. This was a virtuous cycle. Later, Samsara will bring you to the Sword Pavilion to choose a sword technique. In the Sacred Palace, Samsara Sword Emperor's sword cultivation was the strongest. He was known as the #1 sword cultivator in the immemorial chaotic era. The reason why Elder Mu Qing asked the Samsara Sword Emperor to bring Fang Chen along was because he had some connections with Fang Chen. On the other hand, he knew more about the Sword Dao than Fang Chen and could give him some pointers. Chapter 30, 324. Fang Chen stared at Palace Master Wood Green with burning eyes. He was a little excited. The first two fortunate encounters were too important to him. The first was a Saint Origin battle puppet, which was his trump card. If he encountered a strong enemy and his life was in danger, he could activate it to help him resist for a moment and buy enough time to escape. The second opportunity was to choose a sword technique from the Sword Pavilion. This made him even more excited. He had always been exploring the Sword Dao by himself. Although he had received the Reincarnation Sword Emperor's Reincarnation Sword Shuttle, it could not be considered as real guidance. He had been able to create the invincible Sword Dao and the Massacre Dao because of his heaven-defying potential. In terms of sword techniques, he only had the Blood Void sword technique and the Invincible sword technique. Overall, he was somewhat lacking. The Sword Pavilion of the Sacred Palace had many Sword Dao scriptures in human history. If he could obtain one of them, his strength would definitely soar. Then the third opportunity. As Palace Master Wood Green spoke, everyone's eyes fell on him. Their expressions were solemn, as if what Palace Master Wood Green said next was extremely important. You can go to the Sacred Island to cultivate for a year. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little stunned. He had never heard of the Sacred Island and did not know what it was. Fang Chen, the Sacred Island is the most secret place of the human race and the best cultivation, holy land in the entire ancient chaos. You can think of it as the Sacred Island has endless cultivation resources for the human race. Only those monstrous geniuses with great potential who have a chance of reaching the Emperor realm in the future are qualified to enter the Sacred Island to cultivate, the Void Primogenitor explained. The sacred island has existed with the human race since ancient times and has always been a secret place for the human race to cultivate geniuses. Any peerless genius born in the human race will be sent to the sacred island to cultivate. The Samsara Sword Emperor took over the topic and said, "However, due to the outbreak of the Battle of Gods in the Antiquity Age, the sacred island was damaged. As time went by, the Dharma Ending Age arrived, and the sacred island's resources were even less than 10% of its prime. This also led to the sacred island's lack of resources, and the human race's selection of geniuses became more stringent. Although you are only at the World King realm, your combat strength is comparable to a quasi-emperor. However, do you know the true disparity between you and a quasi-emperor?" The Samsara Sword Emperor asked. Feng Qin shook his head, somewhat at a loss. To become a quasi-emperor, the first requirement is to fuse 3 Daos. You should know how difficult it is to fuse 2 completely different Daos. But on this Saint Island, there is a unique cultivation environment. There are also some insights left behind by human predecessors that can greatly increase the success rate of fusion. Feng Qin raised his eyebrows, his eyes filled with stormy waves. At the same time, he could not help but sigh. The foundation of the human race was so deep that it was not what he had imagined. "Feng Qin, you are the genius most favored by the 10 palace masters of our sacred palace. I hope you can seize this opportunity and live up to our expectations." Palace Master Mu Qing stood up and walked over to Feng Qin. He gently patted Feng Qin's shoulder and spoke in a deep voice. "Once, the human race was the peak ruler of this world. However, with the passage of time, we have declined greatly. Now, it is even more difficult to move forward. With a great enemy before us, you must step into the Emperor realm as soon as possible and share the pressure with us." As a member of the human race, it was natural for him to contribute to the human race. "This junior will not disappoint all of you seniors." Feng Qin cupped his fists. Palace Master Wood Green waved his sleeves and said, "All right, let the Samsara Sword Emperor take you to the Sword Pavilion to choose a sword technique." The Samsara Sword Emperor stood up and left the sacred palace with Feng Qin. Palace Master Wood Green's gaze was calm. "Palace Master Wood Green, is it appropriate to send him to the sacred island so early?" The person who spoke was the Void Primogenitor. With Feng Qin's potential, if he cultivates step by step, it is only a matter of time before he steps into the quasi-emperor realm. He can even break through to the emperor realm. Once he becomes a sovereign, the crisis of the human race will be resolved. The Void Primogenitor's meaning was clear. It was not easy for such a genius to appear, so there was no need to take the risk. Beside him, a beautiful woman in red opened her red lips and said, "That force is already on the move. The final battle will be coming soon. If the human race is defeated, everything will be destroyed. Feng Qin will also die. Since that is the case, why not let him go to the sacred island and fight for a chance of survival?" Her name was Fairy Hongyin. She was the only female cultivator among the 10 palace masters. Sigh. Hearing this, the Void Primogenitor sighed. An hour later, Feng Qin and the Samsara Sword Emperor appeared in front of the Sword Pavilion. Samsara Palace Master. In front of the Sword Pavilion, the void flickered and a gray-robed elder appeared instantly. "What a powerful aura!" Feng Qin exclaimed. He did not expect the elder guarding the Sword Pavilion to be an expert of the Domain Lord level. Moreover, he was an expert of the Domain Lord level. "You must be Feng Qin, my friend." Elder Sword turned his head and looked at Feng Qin with a smile. "I have heard of your battle with the Blood Demon Emperor. I am impressed. It's just some external help. There is nothing to be proud of," Feng Qin said. Elder Sword gave him a thumbs up. "Don't be arrogant in victory and don't be discouraged in defeat. This is the attitude of an expert. I hope the sword techniques of the Sword Pavilion will be useful to you." There were 4 levels in the Sword Pavilion. The sword techniques on the first level were of the emperor level. The sword techniques on the second level were of the half-step emperor level. The sword techniques on the third level were all of the emperor level. This, standing on the third level, Fong Qin was shocked. So many emperor-level sword techniques. How many emperor-level sword techniques were there in the vast, immemorial, chaotic world? Emperor-level sword techniques were extremely attractive even to emperors, let alone realm evolution, realm martial artists. Every time an emperor-level sword technique appeared, it would cause a bloodbath. There were hundreds of emperor-level sword techniques on the third level of the sword pavilion of the sacred palace. Emperor-level sword techniques are something that people can only come across by chance. But you have to know that the human race has existed for an unknown period of time since its birth. There will be super experts born in every era. Most of the sword techniques they created are displayed here. Over time, there were more and more emperor-level sword techniques. Reincarnation, Sword Emperor chuckled. How can those emperor-level sword techniques in the world be compared to the sword pavilion? All right, take a closer look and see if there is a sword technique suitable for you. Fong Qin nodded and began to look through the books, one by one. Purple Wind, Sword Technique. Beginner Emperor Level Sword Technique. Jade Flame, Sword Technique. Intermediate Emperor Level Sword Technique. Ice and Fire Sword Technique. Advanced Emperor Level Sword Technique. Hundreds of Emperor Level Sword Techniques dazzled Fong Qin. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. The foundation of the human race was really unfathomable. After 2 hours, Fong Qin had finished looking through all the Emperor-level sword techniques. How is it? Reincarnation, Sword Emperor asked. Among the hundreds of sword techniques, there are 15 massacre sword techniques and many void sword techniques. There should be one suitable for you. Indeed, those advanced Emperor-level sword techniques were extremely attractive to Fong Qin. Any sword technique was stronger than the Blood Void sword technique and the Invincible sword technique. If he cultivated his combat strength, would increase exponentially. However, he was not in a hurry to choose. Instead, he looked at the entrance to the 4th level. Senior, may I ask what sword technique is placed on the 4th level? From the 1st level, the level of the sword technique gradually increased until the 3rd level. It was already an emperor-level sword technique. Fong Qin could not understand what sword technique was placed on the 4th level. Could it be that its level was higher than an emperor-level sword technique? However, he had never heard that there was a higher level of sword technique above the emperor level, so he was even more puzzled. The 4th level. Reincarnation, Sword Emperor's expression changed. Since you are curious about the 4th level, let's go up and take a look. After saying that, he brought Fong Qin to the 4th level. This was different from what Fong Qin expected. What he saw was an empty pavilion. There was nothing there. How could this be? Fong Qin looked around and did not find any sword technique. There are a total of 3 sword techniques on the 4th level. Reincarnation, Sword Emperor said. These 3 sword techniques have no grade. No grade? Fong Qin was even more puzzled. If that was the case, why were they placed on the 4th level? Because we, the 10 great quasi-emperors, can't see through their mysteries. The strongest human experts could not see through their mysteries, let alone evaluate their grades. Therefore, these 3 sword techniques had no grades. After a brief shock, Fong Qin came back to his senses. In his opinion, the so-called no grade was the highest grade. Reincarnation's Sword Emperor was recognized as the #1 sword cultivator in the human race. No one could rival his attainments in sword principles. If even he could not see through them, it meant that these 3 sword techniques were far beyond the emperor level. Do you see those 3 portraits? Reincarnation's Sword Emperor pointed to the 3 portraits hanging on the wall. Fong Qin only noticed the ordinary portraits. However, the moment he looked at them, he was instantly attracted by them. Reincarnation, Sword Emperor, had been paying attention to Fong Chen's expression. If there was anything wrong, he would immediately take action. He had tried to comprehend the 3 portraits personally, but he failed in the end. The portraits contained endless sword chi. The slightest carelessness would cause one's soul to scatter. When he first looked at the portraits, he was attacked by the sword chi and injured his primordial spirit. It took him 100 years to recover completely. In fact, when the 10 great palace masters discussed before, they did not agree to let Fong Chen enter the 4th level of the Sword Pavilion. However, Reincarnation's Sword Emperor argued strongly. As a sword cultivator, he knew better than anyone how terrifying Fong Chen's potential was. He firmly proposed to let Fong Chen try entering the 4th level. With me protecting him, this kid should not be killed by the sword chi. Reincarnation, Sword Emperor murmured. There was a trace of hope in his heart. Can he comprehend the mysteries within? Suddenly, Fong Chen's body trembled. Seeing this, Reincarnation Sword Emperor waved his hand, and the terrifying Reincarnation Sword Chi forcibly separated Fong Chen from the portraits. Puchi! Fong Chen's throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his eyes were abnormally hot, and his heart was in a state of shock. Chapter 33:25. In the mysterious scroll, there was a waterfall flowing down from the top of a mountain. The sky was filled with strong sword essence. Every sword intent was so powerful. When all the sword intents were combined together, they formed a terrifying void barrier. At this moment, Fong Chen's eyes were fixed on the countless water droplets splashing down from the waterfall. Those water droplets rushed into the air at a speed invisible to the naked eye and finally fell freely. The whole process was very fast. If one did not observe carefully, it would be difficult to notice the mystery. Every water droplet contains a kind of sword principle. Fong Chen was stunned. There were at least 10,000 water droplets splashing up from the waterfall. Did it mean that there were 10,000 kinds of sword principles in these water droplets? Fong Chen was a little surprised. His eyes flickered and his mind was thinking quickly. All of a sudden, he recalled the scene in the Samsara sword shuttle. Buzz! His entire body was enveloped by sword chi. He, on the other hand, was gradually engrossed in the mysterious picture scroll. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Swish! A shocking sword light suddenly appeared on the 4th level of the Sword Pavilion. Upon closer inspection, the sword light was not emitted by a long sword, but by Fong Chen's finger. It was a finger light. Buzz! The finger light only stayed in the void for a second before it was enveloped by the majestic sword chi and turned into a sword light. As soon as the sword light appeared, the entire sword pavilion seemed to shake. Crack! However, just as Fong Chen opened his eyes and was extremely happy, the sword light quietly shattered. What? Fong Chen was stunned. He suddenly stood up and stared at the shattered sword light in disbelief. How could this be? He was puzzled. After 3 years of hard work, he had clearly comprehended the sword move in the mysterious scroll. Why did it suddenly shatter? No. He found that after the sword light shattered, it turned into countless sword chi. However, the sword chis did not disperse. Instead, they continued to exist in a special form. I see. Suddenly, he slapped his head, sat down cross-legged, and began to study. After another hour, Fong Chen finally opened his eyes. Whoa! With a thought, sword chi of annihilation appeared around him. It was extremely terrifying. What exquisite swordsmanship! It's really powerful. Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. Thinking back to his 3 years of bitter cultivation, he shook his head. After 3 years of hard work, he had finally comprehended the powerful sword move in the mysterious scroll. At the same time, he had a new understanding of the 3 mysterious paintings. From the paintings, he learned that the 3 paintings were known as the Apocalypse paintings. As for the sword moves contained within them, They were known as the Apocalypse Three Swords. What Feng Qin had comprehended was only the first sword, which was called Annihilation. When this sword was unleashed, the world would be annihilated. I wonder who the owner of this doomsday painting is. Is he an ancestor of the human tribe? Feng Qin muttered to himself. Only after experiencing it would one know how powerful and difficult it was to comprehend the Armageddon Three Swords. If not for his heaven-defying potential in the sword Tao and some luck, it would have been really difficult to comprehend it. The Apocalypse First Sword is much more powerful than the Blood Void swordsmanship. However, it consumes a lot of sword chi. Just one sword will consume 30% of my strength, Feng Qin muttered. With my current strength, I can only unleash 3 sword moves at most. If I force it, I will definitely suffer backlash. However, this was enough. Without using the Apocalypse First Sword, his battle strength was comparable to that of a mid-level quasi-emperor. If he used all his means, he could even fight against a peak mid-level quasi-emperor. Now he had cultivated for 3 years and comprehended the Apocalypse First Sword. If he used all his strength, he was confident that he could kill the Blood Demon Emperor if he encountered him again. Huff! Feng Qin gradually calmed down and took a deep breath. Dang, dang, dang. Just then, a person suddenly appeared on the 4th level of the Sword Pavilion. Without looking back, he knew that it was the Reincarnation Sword Emperor. 3 years have passed. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor said, "How's your harvest?" Feng Qin turned around and cupped his fists at the Reincarnation Sword Emperor. "Senior, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I didn't let you down." Huh. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor was stunned. He originally thought that it was impossible for Feng Qin to comprehend it in just 3 years. But now, from his tone, it seemed that he had comprehended it. "Have you comprehended a part of it?" The Reincarnation Sword Emperor's face gradually turned serious. "You can say that." In Feng Qin's opinion, the Apocalypse Third Sword was a whole, and he had only comprehended the first sword. Naturally, he was only a part of it. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor was shocked. He grabbed Feng Qin and instantly left the Sword Pavilion. In the next instant, they arrived at the Sacred Palace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, all 9 quasi-emperors arrived. "Reincarnation, why did you call us here in such a hurry? Is there anything important?" Void Ancestor was good at speed and was the first to arrive. Looking at the time, Feng Qin should have come out of the Sword Pavilion, right? Palace Master Wood Green came later and muttered. When all 9 quasi-emperors arrived, they finally realized that Feng Qin was beside the Reincarnation Sword Emperor. "He has succeeded," the Reincarnation Sword Emperor said in a deep voice. With just one sentence, the entire sacred palace fell silent. Silence, dead silence. The 9 quasi-emperors focused their eyes on Feng Qin. Their hearts were in turmoil. Even the Reincarnation Sword Emperor, who was recognized as the #1 sword cultivator of the human race, couldn't do it. But a realm king had done it? He has comprehended it? Palace Master Wood Green asked anxiously after recovering from his shock. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor nodded heavily. Then he brought Feng Qin in front of him. "You tell us." Junior Feng Qin greets all the seniors. "Well, there's no need to be so polite. Since you have successfully comprehended it, show it to us." Everyone couldn't wait to see how powerful the sword move contained in the mysterious scroll was. Feng Qin looked around and said, "There seems to be something wrong here." "Don't worry, this sacred palace was personally built by our human race's Emperor Realm ancestors. It looks ordinary, but it actually contains an Emperor Realm formation and an Emperor Realm seal. With these 2 combined, even a quasi-emperor can't destroy it." Palace Master Wood Green waved his hand and said, "In that case, I will show you my incompetence." With that, Feng Qin took out the star-concealing sword. Buzz! Sword Chi soared into the sky, and his aura soared. In the blink of an eye, Feng Qin's aura had reached its peak. At this moment, he flicked his wrist, and the star-concealing sword suddenly pierced out. The void exploded, and a 3-meter-long sword light suddenly appeared. With the sword light as the center, the surrounding void instantly collapsed. Terrifying airflow swept through the sacred palace and constantly attacked the double seals of the sacred palace. Rumble! A deafening sound entered the ears of the 10 quasi-emperors. They widened their eyes and stared at the sword light in the void. I can't see what kind of sword Tao is contained in this sword light. The Samsara sword emperor was speechless. The void primogenitor, palace master would green, and the others were also shocked. In midair, the sword light surged and seemed to be able to release a power that could destroy the world at any time. All right, put it away. Palace Master would green said after a long time. Fong Qin put away the star-concealing sword, and the terrifying sword light automatically dissipated. Is this the sword move in the scroll? Palace Master would green walked in front of Fong Qin. These 3 scrolls are called the Apocalypse Scrolls, and the sword moves contained in them are called the Apocalypse 3 Swords. I have only comprehended the first move, Fong Qin said slowly. The 10 quasi-emperors present were experts who stood at the peak of the human race. They could see the terrifying power of the Apocalypse 3 Swords at a glance. It's really powerful. Just the first move can release such power. That sword light just now actually made me feel fear. The void primogenitor sighed. He was skilled in the Tao of space-time, and his escape technique was the best in the primordial chaos. However, his frontal attack was almost at the bottom of the 10 quasi-emperors. He even vaguely felt that if Fong Qin used the Apocalypse first sword at full strength, his battle strength would surpass his. This move is extremely powerful. How many times can you use it? Palace Master would green asked. 3 moves. 3 moves was his limit. He would not use it unless it was a life and death crisis. From today onwards, don't use the Apocalypse first sword unless you have no other choice. Otherwise, if that faction finds out, they will do everything they can to kill you. Palace Master would green said. Also, finish your business as soon as possible and then go to the Saint Island to cultivate. The Saint Palace. The 10 Palace Masters looked at each other. The shock in their eyes did not dissipate for a long time. Even though Fong Qin had already left, the sword light from earlier was still too shocking. Monster! He's the #1 monster of all time, Void Primogenitor exclaimed after a long time. That's right. No one has the right to be called a monster in front of him. His potential is the #1 of all time. The person who spoke was an old man with a red beard. There was a faint layer of fire flowing around his body. He was the fire quasi-emperor, Huiqiong. Huiqiong, didn't you always say that your flames can burn all the sword light in the world? Void Primogenitor joked. He and Palace Master, Huiqiong, often bickered. Why don't you try that sword light? Humph. Palace Master Huiqiong snorted coldly. Void Primogenitor grinned when he saw Huiqiong being defeated. I originally planned to fight him after he became a quasi-emperor, but now it seems reincarnation, Sword Emperor smiled bitterly. Reincarnation. Although that guy has cultivated the Apocalypse first sword, his foundation is too shallow. He's not your match, Palace Master Huiqiong said. Reincarnation, Sword Emperor nodded. But so what? Fong Qin's strength was enough to be on equal footing with them, and he was only a realm king. In terms of cultivation, they had already lost. I have a feeling that Fong Qin is very likely to be the first human to step into the Emperor realm and become a ruler after the immortal Emperor. Palace Master would green pondered. He's the hope of our human race. In just 3 years, Fong Qin had changed the 10 quasi-emperors' views of him through his actions. 3 years ago, although the quasi-emperors thought highly of his potential, they had only treated him as an important person to nurture. Now, 3 years later, The quasi-emperors had already nurtured him as the future leader of the human race. Chapter 30, 3:26. In just 3 years, he had managed to comprehend the first apocalyptic sword in the apocalyptic painting scroll. Such potential was unprecedented. The 10 quasi-emperors were full of praises for him, and had even begun to see him as the future leader of the human race. Fang Chen's status in the human race had risen again. Out of the 3 opportunities, Fang Chen had already obtained 2. The remaining opportunity was to cultivate in the Saint Island. After a discussion, the 10 quasi-emperors gave Fang Chen a year's time to settle some matters in the mortal world before heading to the Saint Island. In Dark Cave Mountain, Fang Chen looked around. He could see his family and friends at a glance. Chen. Fang Chen's parents walked up to him and touched his face with trembling hands. I'm sorry to have wronged you. Chin, no matter what, we will always be behind you, Luo Liuli said. Father. Fang Han and Fang Yin were also looking at their father excitedly. Ever since their father had come to the ancient chaos, they had rarely seen each other. This time, they had almost lost their lives. Han, how are your injuries? Fang Chin carefully checked Fang Han's body. With his help, Fang Han's injuries had basically healed. As for his broken arm, it had also grown back. After chatting with his family for a while, Fang Chen told them his thoughts. Letting them stay in Dark Cave Mountain was not a long-term thing. As for the ancient Saint Chaos, he did not plan to return for the time being. It was better to stay in the Saint Realm. The Saint Realm is the core of the human race. The corpse demon would not dare to enter. Father, Han, and Yin, are the safest here. His 2 sons had great potential, but compared to him, they were a little dim. Moreover, his 2 sons did not seem to be very enthusiastic about cultivation. Fang Chen was speechless about this situation. After making arrangements for everyone, Fang Chen quietly left the Saint Realm. However, before he left, he gave the saintly source battle puppet that he had obtained from the Demon Emperor's tomb to Qing Ho. This is a saintly source battle puppet? Seeing this, Qing Ho turned pale with fright and shook his head repeatedly. I can't accept such a valuable thing. You should keep it. It can be of great help at a critical moment. Qing Ho was an expert in puppetry. He knew better than anyone how powerful a saintly source battle puppet was. He was unwilling to accept it. Besides, I'm in the sanctuary and there's no danger at all. I don't need this thing. Qing Ho grinned. Although Qing Ho's saintly source battle puppet, in the saintly source battle puppet, Qing Ho to the saintly source battle puppet, Qing Ho. After all, no puppet grandmaster could resist the temptation of a sacred source battle puppet. Brother Qing Ho, there's no need to be so courteous between us, right? Originally heavenly source battle of the human, heavenly, human, of the human heavens, of the human heavens, of the heavens. As for me, the upper echelons of the human race have given me a saintly source battle puppet that is comparable to a quasi-emperor. After hearing Fang Chen's explanation, Qing Ho asked, Really? When have I ever lied to you? Fang Chen said. Seeing this, Qing Ho slowly stretched out his hand and took the saintly source battle puppet. His body was trembling. I've been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time and have been unable to take the final step. If I can study this saintly source battle puppet thoroughly, I will definitely succeed. Jade Mountain Domain, on a mountain peak that reached into the clouds. Rip. The void tore apart and Fang Chen's figure instantly appeared. Judging from the signal the little mouse sent me, it should be this Jasper Mountain Domain. Fang Chen muttered to himself. He took out a map from his bosom and studied it carefully. 3 years ago, he had faced the Blood Demon Emperor head-on and become famous. The entire ancient chaos had been shaken by this. Little Mouse and the others had also received news of him. Not long ago, Fang Chen suddenly sensed Little Mouse's message. Although it was very far away, he could still sense it. The feeling is getting stronger. Fong Chen's gaze fell on the west side of the mountain peak. If he guessed correctly, Little Mouse should be there. Swoosh! His figure flashed and tore apart the void, disappearing into the sky. In a place extremely far away from the mountain, there was a forest. In the depths of the forest, 5 demonic beasts roared at the sky. Their bodies were filled with violent power. On the other hand, it was a region Lord Realm expert that stood before them. Jade Mountain Domain Lord. Little Mouse suddenly said, "Must you be so ruthless?" "Die!" The Jasper Mountain Domain Master shouted in a low voice. He spread his hands, and a frightening power spread out. 2 incomparably frightening lightning bolts shot out from his palms. The speed of these 2 lightning bolts soared to the limit. In the blink of an eye, they arrived beside Little Mouse and the others. "I'll stop them." The pangolin's body instantly expanded and turned into the size of a small mountain. Countless spikes appeared on his body. Boom! The 2 lightning bolts ruthlessly bombarded the pangolin's body. The latter's body was sent flying. "A mere world king wants to stop me?" The Jade Mountain Domain Lord sneered. "The Jade Mountain elixir that I painstakingly cultivated for 10,000 years was secretly drunk by the 5 of you. You want me to surrender without a fight? Impossible, unless the 5 of you become my spirit pets." The Jade Mountain Domain Lord was a true Domain Lord level expert. Moreover, he was in charge of the Jade Mountain Domain and was the strongest person in the Jade Mountain Domain. He had painstakingly cultivated the Jade Mountain elixir in order to break through the bottleneck. However, it had been secretly drunk by these 5 fellows. When he learned of this, he immediately flew into a rage and chased them all over the world. The entire Jade Mountain Domain was shocked. After being separated from Fong Chin, Little Mouse, and the others had gained great harvests in the past few years. They had all broken through to the World King realm. However, even if their potential was unparalleled, there was still a massive disparity between the World King realm and the Domain Lord realm. If it weren't for the fact that the 5 of them each possessed formidable innate supernatural abilities, they would have already died at the hands of the Jade Mountain Domain Lord. Today, they had been chased here by the Jade Mountain Domain Lord and had nowhere to run. "He is too strong. We can't stop him." Little C said in a low voice, "If this continues, the 5 of us will die. Wait a moment. I'll summon the Imperial Ant Tribe to stall for time. The rest of you should quickly escape. I believe that the boss has also sensed our distress signal and is rushing over. As long as we wait for the boss to arrive, we will have hope. No, if we die together. We won't leave you alone." Little Mouse directly refused. The 5 of them were well aware of what it meant to cover the retreat. In these past years, the 5 of them had been as close as brothers. At this critical moment, they would never abandon anyone. "You," Xiao Huang angrily glared at Little Mouse and said, "It's better for someone to escape alive than for all of you to die here, right?" No. Little Mouse and the other 3 shook their heads resolutely. "Sigh." Xiao Huang sighed. At this moment, the Jade Mountain Domain Lord soared into the air and stared at the 5 of them as if they were prey. "The 5 of you have the strongest bloodlines and the greatest potential among the countless monsters I've seen. I'll give you one last chance. If you submit to me, I can forget about the matter of you secretly drinking the Jade Mountain elixir. Moreover, I can make you my generals and help me manage the Jade Mountain Domain." Obviously, the Jade Mountain Domain Lord also wanted to take them in as capable generals and had discovered their astonishing potential. Jade Mountain Domain Lord. Little Mouse transformed into his human form and took a step forward, saying, "Do you believe that if we die at your hands, you won't be able to live either?" "Are you threatening me?" The Jade Mountain Domain Lord raised his eyebrows slightly. A terrifying aura instantly swept across the land and pressed the 5 of them firmly to the ground. "Our boss is Fong Chin," Little Mouse continued. "Fong Chin." The Jasper Mountain Domain Lord was taken aback for a moment, but soon after he laughed sinisterly. How laughable! Fang Qin is a super expert who can compete with quasi-emperor experts. Do you think that you have the right to be involved with him? Anyway, I'll say it right here. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Little Mouse said no more after he finished speaking. The 5 of them stood in 5 different directions. 5 different forces intertwined with each other and formed a powerful battle formation. At this moment, they could only fight with all their strength to have a chance of holding on until Fang Qin arrived. Little Mouse had vaguely sensed Fang Qin's arrival in the Jade Mountain Domain, but he was not sure at that time. Just now, his senses were very strong, and he knew that his boss had arrived. Kill! The 5 of them roared and activated the battle formation. A terrifying killing force soared into the sky and instantly trapped the Jade Mountain Domain Lord. Surrounded by a terrifying killing force, the Jade Mountain Domain Lord frowned and was somewhat displeased. Since that's the case, you can all die. The Jade Mountain Domain Lord had the intention to kill. He suddenly flipped his palm and a flag instantly appeared. Whoosh! He gently exerted force in his palm and the flag instantly shot out. Oh no! Seeing this, Xiao Huang roared and quickly retreated. However, the speed of the flag was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Xiao Huang. Roar! At this critical moment, Xiao Huang's antennae suddenly expanded and tightly clamped onto the flag. Crack! However, the power that erupted from the flag directly shattered his antennae. With a bang, Xiao Huang's body flew out and crashed onto the ground. His aura was weak. Xiao Huang! Little Mouse shouted. Xiao Huang was severely injured. The battle formation that they were so proud of collapsed on its own. The 5 of them were in danger. Die! The Jade Mountain Domain Lord smiled sinisterly and strode forward. The flag in his hand shot out again. Let's go all out. Little Mouse turned his head and took the lead to charge toward the flag. However, at this moment, he sensed a familiar aura. Immediately, a look of excitement appeared on his face. Boss! As his voice fell, the flag that was about to approach him was silently imprisoned in the void and then shattered with a loud bang. Boom! The flag was annihilated without a trace of energy escaping. Who is it? Seeing this, the Jade Mountain Domain Lord said in a low voice. Suddenly, he saw a figure appear in front of Little Mouse and the others. Fang Qin took out a pill and fed it to Xiao Huang. The Jade Mountain Domain Lord's furious voice came from behind him. Who are you? In the Jasper Mountain Domain. You actually dare to interfere with the matters of the Jasper Mountain Domain Lord? Fang Qin turned his head and looked at the Jade Mountain Domain Lord with a smile. Chapter 33:27. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Fang Qin. The voice was like a thunderclap that blasted into the Jasper Mountain Domain Lord's ears. The latter's body trembled slightly when he heard this, a trace of shock clearly appearing in his eyes. But very quickly he reacted and coldly sneered, "Oomph, what a joke! Who is Fang Qin? He is a heaven's favorite who is on par with Gu Tianhua. Trash, like you has the right to impersonate him?" The Jasper Mountain Domain Lord stomped his foot, causing the space to tremble and terrifying cracks to appear. Boundless, dark power surged out from the cracks. The Jasper Mountain Domain Lord flipped his hands, and a giant handprint appeared in the air. Kill! The giant handprint, carrying endless power, arrived in front of Fang Qin in the blink of an eye. The Jasper Mountain Domain Lord's eyes were filled with mockery. Fang Qin's name had resounded throughout the primordial chaos over the past few years. Even the Jasper Mountain Domain Lord had heard of his great name. He was an expert comparable to the Blood Demon Emperor and truly stood at the peak of the primordial chaos. However, such an expert had always been bitterly cultivating in the sacred palace. How could he possibly come to the remote Jasper Mountain Domain? It was impossible. Moreover, The Jasper Mountain Domain Lord could sense that Fong Chen's aura was extremely weak. He believed that the person before him must be impersonating Fong Chen to scare him. Die. The Jasper Mountain Domain Master roared as the majestic giant handprint blasted towards Fong Chen's body. His figure instantly shot out, and his giant hand grabbed towards Fong Chen's head. However, something unexpected happened at this moment. Crack! Fong Chen stood where he was, motionless. The terrifying giant handprint shattered when it came into contact with his body. This sudden turn of events caused the Cheongshan Domain Lord to be taken aback. Soon after, his large hand continued to grab at Fong Chen. Bang, bang, bang. A deafening sound echoed across the sky. The Jasper Mountain Domain Lord's hand grabbed Fong Chen's body, but it felt incomparably hard. How could this be? The Jasper Mountain Domain Lord felt a terrifying force coming at him, and he instantly retreated. What a powerful physical body! The Jade Mountain Domain Lord stared at Fong Chen as countless thoughts flashed through her mind. He could sense that Fong Chen's flesh was too powerful from the previous exchange of blows. 3 years ago, I was able to fight against the Blood Demon Emperor. And now, 3 years later, I'm going to deal with a mere Domain Lord? Fong Chen shook his head. Jasper Mountain Domain Lord, you are too weak. So what if you have a powerful physical body? Watch as I destroy your physical body. Cheongshan Domain Lord snorted coldly. She still did not believe Fong Chen's identity. Wang. As soon as his words left his mouth, an extremely berserk soul Dao power erupted. This was a soul Dao attack. Seeing this, Fong Chen was a little stunned. Competing with him in soul Dao power? Wasn't this courting death? One must know that his Yuan spirit had already reached the terrifying peak of the illusory stage. He was only a step away from the corporeal stage. Even among the 10 great palace masters of the sacred palace, his Yuan spirit was one of the best. How could a mere Jasper Mountain Domain Lord compare to him? Bang! With a thought, Fong Chen's terrifying soul Dao power instantly spread out, easily shattering the Jasper Mountain Domain Lord soul Dao attack and severely injuring his Yuan spirit. Ah! A miserable scream came from the Jasper Mountain Domain Lord's mouth. His body slammed into the ground and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. Why is his Yuan spirit so strong? The Jasper Mountain Domain Lord's eyes widened in disbelief. He believed that his Yuan spirit was strong enough. However, he actually felt his heart palpitate when facing the person in front of him. Could he really be Fong Chen? A trace of fear rose in the Jasper Mountain Domain Lord's heart. He actually felt a little timid and wanted to flee. I can't stay here any longer no matter what. After pondering for a moment, the Jasper Mountain Domain Lord quickly stood up, stamped his foot, and disappeared into the void. Trying to leave? Fong Chen grabbed at the void. With a bang, the Jasper Mountain Domain Lord's body slammed into the ground again. Impossible! The Jasper Mountain Domain Lord cried out in panic. How did you discover me? How dare you use such a trashy trick in front of me? Fong Chen sneered. He was a space-time martial artist and was skilled in the Tao of space-time. He could easily sense everything in the surrounding space-time. A quasi-emperor expert might have been able to escape, but the person in front of him was the Jasper Mountain Domain Lord. In Fong Chen's eyes, the Jasper Mountain Domain Lord was too weak. Boss. At this moment, an excited voice came from behind him. Fong Chen turned around and grinned at them. Are you all right? Boss, if you had come a little later, we probably wouldn't have been able to see you again, said the little mouse. Boss, you're too powerful. It hasn't been long since we last met, but you've already become so powerful. We've been hearing legends about you for the past few years, especially the news of your battle with the Blood Demon Emperor. It's been spreading like wildfire. That damned Blood Demon Emperor actually dared to kidnap your family and friends. He deserves to die. After not seeing each other for so many years, the brothers were chatting with each other. Little Mouse and the others were especially excited. Let's go. While Fang Chen and the others were chatting, the Jasper Mountain Domain Lord burned his essence, blood, and fled. Did I say you could leave? Fang Chen did not even turn his head. He suddenly swung his sword, and a dazzling sword light split the void in the distance. A wretched figure staggered and fell to the ground, covered in blood. You, the Jasper Mountain Domain Lord, who had been insufferably arrogant just a moment ago, finally felt fear. With a thud, he dropped to his knees and begged for mercy. Lord Fangchen, please forgive me. Just now, it was all a misunderstanding. If I knew they were your brothers, I wouldn't have dared to attack them even if I had 100 guts. Fangchen turned around and looked at the Jasper Mountain Domain Lord, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. If I had come a little later, my brothers would have been killed by you, Fangchen said as he walked towards the Jasper Mountain Domain Lord. He did not conceal his killing intent at all. The battle from 3 years ago was still vivid in his mind. He swore that he would never let anyone attack his family and friends again. This was his reverse scale. Therefore, the Jasper Mountain Domain Lord's fate was already sealed when he arrived. My lord, I'm the appointed Domain Lord of the human race's sacred palace. You can't kill me. The Jasper Mountain Domain Lord was still making his final struggle, trying to use the human race's sacred palace to scare Fangchen. Unfortunately, he used it in the wrong place. Haha, appointed by the human race's sacred palace? Fangchen walked up to the Jasper Mountain Domain Lord. 3 years ago, the Chenguang Domain Lord said the same thing to me, but he still died in the end. So, the Jasper Mountain Domain Lord's face turned ashen when he heard Fangchen's words. Suddenly, a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes as he gnashed his teeth. If we're going to die, we'll die together. Boom! The power in the Jasper Mountain Domain Lord's body burned wildly, and he was about to self-destruct in the blink of an eye. Self-destruct. Fangchen opened his hand and slapped the Jasper Mountain Domain Lord's body. Boom! The latter's body did not put up any resistance and was directly slapped into the spatial turbulence by Fangchen. Dong dong dong! The void trembled and the spatial turbulence gradually disappeared. As for the Jasper Mountain Domain Lord, he completely disappeared from the world. The self-destruction of a Domain Lord was not much of a threat to Fangchen, but the explosive force was still very strong. In order not to destroy the surrounding environment, Fangchen banished the Domain Lord into the spatial turbulence. The Jasper Mountain Domain was still very quiet. No one knew that the Jasper Mountain Domain Lord had died. On a small hill, Fangchen and a few other fellows were sitting. Your strength has improved a lot over the years, Fangchen said. Over the years, we've all awakened our inherited memories, and our strength has undergone a fundamental change. Moreover, if we join forces, we can fight against a domain evolution expert. However, we won't be able to fight against a Domain Lord, Little Mouse said. Boss, you're still the best. Killing a Domain Lord is as easy as chopping vegetables, Xiao Huang said. Of course. Boss was able to fight against the Blood Demon Emperor 3 years ago. A mere Domain Lord is nothing compared to you, Little Hai said. Pangolin nodded. The old faker next to him looked at Fangchen with golden eyes. Boss, I can sense that the power of the bloodline in your body is very strong. Can you give me a drop of... Before he could finish, he was slapped on the head by the little mouse. You bastard! Haven't I given you enough blood? You still want to take Boss's blood? You damned rat! I've had enough of you. Let's fight one-on-one if you have the guts. It seemed that he had enough confidence with Fangchen here. Let's make it clear first. Boss is watching you. If you can't beat me, let the 3 of them help you. Do you think I'm afraid of you? In an instant, Little Mouse and the old faker were entangled in a fight. Seeing this, Fangchen smiled slightly. Xiao Huang and the other 2 also let them fight. They had gotten used to these two guys bickering over the years. A few days later, "Boss, the 5 of us have stepped into the World King realm for too short a time. We need to accumulate experience and constantly fight to improve ourselves," Little Mouse said solemnly. "There is a dangerous place in the Jasper Mountain domain that is very suitable for us to train. After we step into the World Evolution realm, we will meet up with you," Boss Xiao Huang said. "The path of martial arts is very long. Although there are some ways to quickly improve your strength. Remember, don't forget your original intention," Fang Qin reminded. "Don't worry, boss. From now on, the Jasper Mountain domain is the territory of the 5 of us. I guarantee that there will be no more evil martial artists in the Jasper Mountain domain," Little Mouse promised as he patted his chest. "This is my token. If you have any problems, send me a message directly. You can also find me in the sacred region." Fang Chen handed Little Mouse a token and then left. Looking at Fang Chen's back, the 5 of them clenched their fists, their eyes firm. "Boss is already able to compete with quasi-emperors. We can't fall too far behind. From today onwards, let's go directly to that dangerous place." Little Mouse glanced at the other 4 and said. The 5 shadows instantly disappeared. Chapter 30, 328. After leaving the Jasper Mountain region, Fang Qin returned to the Eastern region. However, when he arrived at the Sky Heart World, he was informed that the World Lord of the Sky Heart World had entered a mystic realm several years ago. There had been no news of him since then. Fang Qin frowned. He felt that something wasn't right when he heard about this mystic realm from the other people of the Sky Heart World. A mystic realm that appeared in the spatial turbulence. Fang Qin pondered. Could it be the remains of an unparalleled expert from the ancient era? Without any clues, Fang Qin didn't know where to start. Hence, it was impossible for him to find Bai Qingqing. He recalled the time when he left the Sky Heart World and headed to the northern region to participate in the World Lord Conference. Bai Qingqing stood in the Sky Heart World, looking at him from afar, waiting for his return. All these years, Bai Qingqing had been managing the Sky Heart World for Fang Qin, and as his strength increased, his fame spread throughout the world. In the vast Sky Heart realm, the other 8 realms all followed the lead of the Sky Heart realm. Bai Qingqing was also known as the number 1 person in the Eastern region. Her status was above the other world lords, floating in the air above the Sky Heart World. Fang Chen's gaze was leisurely as he looked into the distance. The will that Bai Qingqing left in the Sky Heart World hasn't dissipated. This means that she hasn't died. Perhaps this is a fortuitous encounter for her. Fang Qin muttered. Shortly after, he waved his hand and a terrifying black hole appeared in front of him. He took a step forward and disappeared into the black hole. However, before he left behind a large amount of cultivation resources for the Sky Heart World. Within the Sky Heart World, an armored man looked at the spatial ring in his hand. He was so excited that his body was trembling. This is great. With these resources, our Sky Heart World will definitely be able to dominate the Eastern region. The armored man was the person in charge of the Sky Heart World after Bai Qingqing left. Before Fang Qin left, he gave the spatial ring to the Sky Heart World. The current Fang Qin was famous. In the entire ancient Chaos World, as long as someone was related to him, they would be hunted down by various forces. The Ouyang family of the Dragon City was no exception. The internal strife between the 2 factions had caused the overall strength of the Ouyang family to decline continuously. However, the World Devastator Demon Emperor had secretly taken action and destroyed one of the major factions. Ouyang Luoshua's faction had rapidly risen to power. However, the conflict between the 2 factions lasted for too long and consumed too much energy. This led to the decline of the Ouyang family. When one of the major factions was destroyed, those forces that once had a grudge with the Ouyang family finally couldn't help but take action. The entire dragon field was filled with smoke. Facing the suppression of so many forces, The Ouyang family was already on the verge of collapsing. However, at this moment, the news of Fang Chen resisting the Blood Demon Emperor spread. The forces that had besieged the Ouyang family had found out through various channels that Ouyang Luoxue had once fought alongside Fang Chen. After learning of this news, many powers forcefully stopped their battles and even sent great gifts to the Ouyang aristocrat clan to make peace. Of course, it was all because of Ouyang Luoxue. The Ouyang family has produced an extraordinary woman. Everyone in the dragon field sighed. Ouyang Luoxue's status in the Ouyang family continued to rise. She had even been designated as the next successor of the family. In the void, Fang Chen, who was moving swiftly, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He originally didn't plan to stay in the dragon field for long, but he sensed a familiar aura. Corpse demon! A trace of icy coldness flashed through Fang Chen's eyes. He instantly released his powerful, primordial spirit and enveloped the entire dragon field. In an instant, he discovered traces of the corpse demon. In the city where the Ouyang family was located, 3 corpse demons were sneakily looking left and right in the corner of a street. Damned Fang Chen! If it wasn't for him, how could I, a corpse demon, have become like this? Shut up, the leading corpse demon said. Our target this time is Ouyang Luoxue. If we fail, only death awaits us. Don't worry, it's just Ouyang Luoxue. If we secretly ambush him, he will definitely die. In just a few seconds, the 3 corpse demons finished their discussion. Soon, they snuck into the Ouyang family's residence. The strongest person in the Ouyang family is only at the World King realm, but the corpse demon actually sent 3 World Evolution realm cultivators to kill Ouyang Luoxue. There was no need to guess. The root of all this came from him. Humph! In the sky, Fang Chen stared down. In a garden in the Ouyang family's residence, Ouyang Luoxue wore a long white dress as she stood by the pond. Her reflection in the water was beautiful, and it perfectly reflected her beautiful figure. Miss, so many people are chasing you. Is there no one suitable? A maid asked. Ouyang Luoxue's face was cold. She looked at the sky as if thinking about something. Sigh. Seeing this, the maid shook her head. Plop! Just as the maidservant turned around, her body suddenly fell to the ground. Boom! Immediately after, a terrifying power instantly sealed the garden. Who is it? Ouyang Luoxue frowned. She flung her sleeve, and a cold aura condensed into a spear that shot into the distance. You're not strong, but you have quite a temper. 3 figures appeared in the sky. One of them grabbed the ice spear with his bare hands and crushed it with a bit of force. Ouyang Luoxue's face turned cold. She secretly sent a message, but she discovered that the surroundings were sealed. Who are you? Why have you barged into the Ouyang family's residence? Ouyang Luoxue questioned. You're about to die, yet you speak so much nonsense. Plop! As soon as he spoke, the corpse demon's life force disappeared. The other 2 companions felt that something was wrong and hurriedly turned around. They were shocked to discover that there was a red line on his neck. Gulp! His head fell to the ground. How is this possible? Noiselessly, a World Evolution Realm expert had died. The expressions of the remaining 2 corpse demon changed drastically. It's impossible for the Ouyang family to have a World Evolution Realm cultivator, and it's impossible for the dragon field to have one. Could it be that a cultivator just happened to pass by? Whoosh! Just as the 2 of them were pondering, Fang Chen appeared. The Corpse Devil clan is really like a lingering spirit. Crack! He smashed one of their heads with a punch and grabbed the other's neck. It's you? The corpse demon cried out in shock. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that Fang Chen would appear here. Weren't you cultivating in the sacred region? Crack! Fang Chen exerted more force, and the corpse demon's body trembled. His life force quickly dissipated. Tell me where the corpse demon's lair is. Fang Chen exerted more force, and the corpse demon cried out in pain. At the same time, Fang Chen's powerful origin spirit penetrated the corpse demon's mind. In an instant, the corpse demon became a walking corpse. Fang Chen quickly obtained the location of the corpse demon's lair from its mouth. Bang! He exerted more force, and the corpse demon's body exploded. Ouyang Luoxue was in a daze for a long time before finally coming back to her senses. She couldn't believe that Fang Chen was the first to save her when she was in danger. I passed by the dragon field and happened to find traces of the corpse demon. Are you all right? Fang Chen asked with a smile. I'm fine. Ouyang Luoxue's expression changed as she shook her head. Since that's the case, I'll leave first. See you again if fate wills it. Looking at Fang Chen's departing figure, Ouyang Luoxue's eyes flashed with a strange light that lingered for a long time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The upper echelons of the Ouyang family, who heard the commotion, finally arrived. Luoxue, what happened? The person in the lead was the current patriarch of the Ouyang family. Behind him were many elders. A corpse demon ambushed me just now, Ouyang Luoxue said. Ouyang Luoxue briefly explained the situation. After everyone heard it, they were instantly dumbfounded. What did you say? Fang Chen? He saved you? Ouyang Luoxue nodded. The patriarch was shocked, but he quickly recovered. Luoxue, no matter what, you have to keep in contact with him. The rise of the Ouyang family depends on your relationship with him. The Ouyang family placed all their hopes on Ouyang Luoxue. However, Ouyang Luoxue's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Unfortunately, Fang Chen didn't know any of this as he was hurrying towards the ancient domain. If I'm not wrong, the ancient domain is the territory of the Gu family. I didn't expect the corpse demon's lair to be in the ancient domain. The most dangerous place was the safest place. The entire human race was searching for the corpse demon, but they never imagined that the corpse demon's lair was in the ancient domain. Gu Tianhua seems to be a member of the Gu family. He thought back to the scene when he fought with Gu Tianhua in the Black Domain. I wonder how strong he is now. A month later, Fang Chen arrived at a mountain range in the ancient domain. This mountain range is the largest in the ancient domain. It stretches for millions of miles and surrounds the 3 main domains. There are countless demonic beasts inside, and it's a forbidden area for humans. Few martial artists enter. It's indeed a secret place. Standing outside the mountain range, Fang Chen muttered to himself. In the ancient city, where the core disciples of the Gu family lived. In a mansion, the patriarch of the Gu family was playing chess with an elder in a Taoist robe. The elder in the Taoist robe picked up the shirako and placed it on the chessboard without any hesitation. Brother Gu, thank you for letting me win, the elder in the Taoist robe said with a smile. Boring. I've never won against you. The patriarch of the Gu family curled his lips. Tell me, why did you call me here? The elder in the Taoist robe asked directly. Is the genius of the Gu family about to undergo the heavenly tribulation? Tianhua is indeed about to undergo the heavenly tribulation, but I didn't call you here because of this. The patriarch of the Gu family said, You should know that Tianhua has a son, right? The elder in the Taoist robe nodded. Tianhua's son has good potential. With the powerful resources of the Gu family, it won't be a problem for him to enter the boundary realm in the future. However, it's hard to say if he can reach his father's achievements. Recently, Flamey has fallen in love with a girl, but I don't agree with them being together. I'm worried that this matter will affect Tianhua's heavenly tribulation. The patriarch of the Gu family said, So, I want you to bring Flamey to your place to cultivate. Chapter 30:329. On a towering tree, Fang Chen looked into the distance. I can't sense it. Fang Chen frowned. His primordial spirit had reached the peak of the void realm. Ordinary boundary emperors were no match for him, unless they were experts like the 10 great palace masters of the sacred palace. However, when he spread out his divine consciousness, he couldn't detect any aura of the corpse demon. It's hidden so deeply. Fong Chen murmured. His figure flashed, and he disappeared into the void. The corpse demon fed on the blood of humans. They were extremely cruel and enjoyed slaughtering humans. They enjoyed killing humans. In ancient times, they even wanted to destroy humans and replace them. When the news of the battle 3 years ago reached the corpse demon's lair, the entire corpse demon was shocked. All the clansmen couldn't believe that the blood demon emperor was defeated. This was a huge blow to the ordinary corpse demon clansmen. Fortunately, the corpse demon's foundation was still there. In the depths of the mountain range, in an independent space, there were many blood-red castles. This was the corpse demon's headquarters. Today, the corpse demon's headquarters was exceptionally lively. This was because the corpse demon pool, which happened once every 10,000 years, was about to open. The corpse demon pool was formed by the power of the corpse demon experts after they died. After the baptism of time, it gradually turned into the corpse demon pool. The corpse demon pool was very big. From afar, it looked like a lake. In the lake, there was a black stream that slowly flowed. All the clansmen of the corpse demon stood in front of the corpse demon pool, excitedly. The leader was the blood demon emperor who had lost to the reincarnation Sword Emperor 3 years ago. "My lord!" Beside the blood demon emperor, a corpse demon whispered, "The corpse demon pool will open in 3 days. Do you know when it will open this time?" The blood demon emperor waved his hand, closed his eyes, and said calmly, "Don't worry. This time, I will summon the king of my clan." In his mind, he recalled the battle 3 years ago. His face was ice-cold, and a trace of coldness shot out from his eyes. He clenched his fists, his killing intent surging. In that battle, he had deeply experienced Fong Chen's potential and how terrifying it was. "I can't give him another chance. Otherwise, my corpse demon will definitely be destroyed by his hands." Although he was the only quasi-emperor among the corpse demon, the blood demon emperor did not panic at all. This was because as long as the corpse demon pool existed, the corpse demon would not be destroyed. He has shown such great potential. He will definitely be protected by the human race quasi-emperors. It will be difficult to kill him. But if our clan leader returns, how can a mere sacred palace resist? The blood demon emperor said coldly. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Hoo! Suddenly, the air above the corpse devil pool became chaotic, and a wild storm appeared. The entire independent space was filled with blood. Countless cries of agony echoed across the sky. The slowly flowing black stream in the demon corpse pool began to boil all of a sudden. A terrifying aura was emitted from it. "My king, please return." Many of the corpse demon clansmen prostrated themselves on the ground and loudly called out. Their faces were filled with reverence. "Open." The blood demon emperor waved his hand, and the black stream in the corpse devil pool formed a pillar of water. A shocking aura surged out. The void above the pillar of water tore apart, and a black wormhole appeared. The blood demon emperor spread out his hands, and a terrifying power swept out. He did his best to control the black pillar of water and connect it with the black wormhole. A gloomy aura filled the void. All of the clansmen were praying. As members of the Corpse Devil clan, you should know what the title of king means to us, right? The blood demon emperor's voice sounded in everyone's minds. You should be proud to be able to sacrifice yourself to our king. If our king returns and leads the corpse demon back to its peak, you will be the heroes of the corpse demon. For the corpse demon, one of the clansmen stood up, raised his arms, and shouted. Then he jumped into the corpse devil pool. Hiss! Hiss! The corrosive power of the black stream in the corpse devil pool was too strong. If a world evolution realm expert entered, they would instantly turn into a pool of blood. Seeing this, the other corpse demon clansmen also jumped into the corpse devil pool. Every time a figure jumped into the water column, the power of the water column would increase by a bit. When all 20 of them jumped in, the power of the black pillar of water had reached an unprecedented level. In the sky, dark clouds pressed down on the city. Everyone felt an incomparable pressure. We must succeed. The remaining corpse demon clansmen clenched their fists and were extremely nervous. Sacrifice. After carefully selecting 20 World Evolution Realm clansmen to sacrifice, the Blood Demon Emperor went all out. Open. The Blood Demon Emperor roared. He spread out his hands, grabbed the black pillar of water, and charged upwards. Crack! When the black pillar of water came into contact with the black wormhole in the sky, it instantly stopped. No matter how hard the Blood Demon Emperor tried, he couldn't move it forward. Damn it! The Blood Demon Emperor cursed. Then, without even thinking, he shouted, Plan B. According to the original plan, the 20 World Evolution Realm clansmen had the strongest bloodline. With them as the foundation, they should be able to summon kings, remnant consciousness. As long as there was a remnant consciousness, they could think of a way to revive King. But now, the sacrifice didn't seem to be going smoothly. The black wormhole blocked the black pillar of water, so they could only carry out Plan B. For the corpse demon! Another clansman stood up and jumped into the corpse devil pool without hesitation. Rumble. In the sky, the sound of thunder rumbled, and a frightening power spread out. Wong. When the 9th person jumped in, an angry roar came from the other side of the black wormhole. This roar shook the sky. It's King's voice. Ha ha ha. Is the king of my race finally returning? All the clansmen had smiles on their faces. They were extremely excited. The last figure was the 30th person to be sacrificed. He was the last pure-blooded corpse devil of the corpse devil clan so far. Hurry up, the Blood Demon Emperor urged. He believed that as long as this pure-blooded clansman was sacrificed, King's remnant consciousness would definitely descend upon this world. He even imagined that in the near future, the corpse demon would make a comeback and destroy the human race. Ha ha ha, the great king, your servant sincerely welcomes your return. Even someone as strong as the Blood Demon Emperor only dared to call himself a servant in front of the great king. One could imagine how powerful the corpse demon king was. Rip. After searching for a few days, Feng Chen used his peak emptiness realm primordial spirit to finally find a crack at the edge of the independent space and entered it. Whoosh! After he steadied himself, he instantly felt a terrifying aura. What's going on? His consciousness spread out and covered the entire independent space. He immediately discovered what the corpse demon was doing. Sacrifice? Are they summoning King? Seeing this, Feng Chen's expression changed drastically. In the past, it was the corpse demon king who led his clan to fight against the human race. Once such an expert awakened, the human race would definitely suffer a great calamity. That is, Feng Chen discovered the clansman who was jumping into the corpse demon pool. The bloodline power in his body was very strong and seemed different from the other clansmen. His bloodline is so pure? Could it be? Instantly, Feng Chen understood. I must stop him. Using the rock body art, Feng Chen's speed soared to the extreme. In an instant, he appeared in front of the corpse demon pool. Die! He slapped out his palm, and a vast power bombarded the corpse demon clansman. The latter was killed before he could even react. Crack! When the corpse demon clansman was killed, the black wormhole in the void shook and seemed to be unstable. The Blood Demon Emperor, who was maintaining the black water column, saw Feng Chen and bared his teeth. It's you? The Blood Demon Emperor roared. How dare you destroy my clan's sacrifice? You are courting death. Destroy the sacrifice. Kill him. All the clansmen of the corpse demon clansmen attacked together and surrounded Fang Qin. Did you send them to their deaths? Fang Qin threw out several punches in succession. Each punch killed a corpse demon clansman. Damn it. Seeing his clansmen die under Fang Qin's fists, the Blood Demon Emperor was extremely angry. However, he looked up at the black wormhole. Seeing that he was about to succeed, he was unwilling to give up. Kill. One man and one sword entered a frenzied killing mode. Blood emptiness, sword technique. The blood-red light filled the air and sword chi filled the air. Fang Qin used the blood emptiness, sword technique to the extreme. Its destructive power was extremely strong. Every time he waved his sword, thousands of sword lights would rush into the crowd. Crack! One clansman after another fell into a pool of blood. As for them, they were unable to do anything to Fang Qin. With my current strength, even if I face the Blood Demon Emperor, I have nothing to fear. These people are simply sending themselves to their deaths. The corpse demon was too cruel. Everyone in the primordial chaos had the right to kill it. Fang Qin naturally would not be merciful. He was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens, not killing randomly. After a while, the Blood Demon Emperor could not take it anymore. Blue veins popped out on his forehead. He controlled the black water column with one hand and slapped out with the other. The raging black water turned into a terrifying water dragon and attacked Fang Qin. Seventh move of the blood emptiness sword technique. Fang Qin used the 7th level of the blood emptiness sword technique. The blood-red sword light fiercely collided with the terrifying water dragon. The entire independent space trembled. Crack! The water dragon shattered and turned into countless water droplets that fell into the corpse demon pool. The Blood Demon Emperor was surprised. Blood Demon Emperor, it seems like you haven't improved in the past 3 years, Fang Qin said. Brat, you deserve to die. The Blood Demon Emperor roared angrily. Wang. In the black wormhole, the king's aura became weaker and weaker. The Blood Demon Emperor was very anxious. We can't continue like this. The sacrifices can't be stopped. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will be wasted. The Blood Demon Emperor gritted his teeth and said, You all work together to maintain the black water column. I will kill this brat. At the same time, the Blood Demon Emperor ordered the clansmen with weaker bloodlines to continue the sacrifices. As for him, he freed up his hands and prepared to kill Fang Qin with lightning speed. It's fine that I didn't look for you, but you actually sent yourself to death. Chapter 330. Boom! Without the support of the Blood Demon Emperor, the black water pillar became unstable. This directly affected the black wormhole and the corpse demon king's aura. The Blood Demon Emperor's expression changed, but he still gritted his teeth. With their strength, they can only hold on for 15 minutes at most. However, this is already enough for me. The Blood Demon Emperor didn't waste any more time and directly used a forbidden secret technique. His aura instantly soared, and in the blink of an eye reached its peak. Dong! In the next moment, the Blood Demon Emperor stomped his foot, and the entire ground trembled. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Fang Qin. Go to hell! The Blood Devil Emperor attacked with a powerful force. He slapped out with a palm that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The palm imprint in the void attacked Fang Qin. Blood Sifting Secret Technique, Level 1. Facing such a situation, Fang Qin didn't hesitate and directly used the Blood Sifting Secret Technique. His aura soared, and his cultivation reached the boundary evolution realm. At the same time, he used the Blood Void Sword Technique. Whoosh! Whoosh! A blood-red sword light pierced through heaven and earth like a rainbow and pierced the void palm print. Crack! As soon as the void palm print and the blood-red sword light came into contact, it shattered. It's useless. You will die today, the Blood Demon Emperor roared. After the void palm print shattered the blood-red sword light, It continued to attack and swept quickly in Fang Chen's direction. As expected, seeing this, Fang Chen wasn't surprised at all. He had already guessed that this would happen, so he was fully prepared. If the 7th level is useless, what about the 8th level? With a sneer, Fang Chen's wrist shook, and the hidden star sword moved again. The 8th level of the Blood Void sword technique was instantly unleashed. Within the blood-red sword light, there was a hint of purple light. Seeing this purple light, the Blood Demon Emperor's face turned gloomy. "Suppress him!" the Blood Demon Emperor roared, and the power of the Void handprint surged again, trying to suppress the 8th level of the Blood Void sword technique. However, he had underestimated the power of the Blood Void sword technique. 3 years ago, Fang Chen had already forced him into a desperate situation on the 7th floor. In the past 3 years, he had used the Corpse Demon's Foundation to increase his strength. However, the 8th level of the Blood Emptying technique was far more powerful than the 7th level. The might of the 8th level is already enough to kill a domain lord. Combined with the Blood Sifting Secret technique, its might is already comparable to a high-level quasi-emperor. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The 8th level of the Blood Void swordsmanship contained extremely powerful slaughter swordsmanship. As soon as the sword radiance appeared, the world was instantly shrouded in blood-red light. Whoosh! The hidden star sword streaked across the sky and pierced through the void palm print. The terrifying sword chi was heading straight for the Blood Demon Emperor. The latter sensed a terrifying force coming at him, and he was forced to retreat. Boom! However, just as he was retreating, he suddenly felt a force attacking him from behind. He forcefully twisted his body. Bang! Although he had noticed it in time, it was still too late. Fang Chen's body suddenly appeared and sent him flying with a punch. Thud! 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 The Blood Demon Emperor steadied himself. The blood in his body was boiling, and his face was extremely gloomy. There was a complicated look in his eyes. He had not expected Fang Chen's strength to reach such a level in 3 years. Damn it, this sword technique is too powerful. The Blood Demon Emperor cursed as he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. The 8th level of the Blood Void swordsmanship is already my full strength. Although the Blood Demon Emperor had just blocked the sword, it had consumed a lot of his energy. It won't be long before he won't be able to block it anymore. With that, Fang Chen swung his sword again. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords he stabbed out 7 times in a row, and each sword contained a terrifying slaughter swordsmanship. The 7 swords flew side by side and targeted the Blood Demon Emperor. Pucci! The Blood Demon Emperor tried his best, but he still could not block it. The 7 swords pierced through his defense. Ah! The Blood Demon Emperor looked up to the sky and let out a roar of unwillingness. His eyes were scarlet red, and he was in a frenzy. I'm going to kill you. At this moment, there was only one thought in the Blood Demon Emperor's mind, and that was to kill Fang Chen. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped and arrived in front of the black water pillar. Splash! He opened his hands and hugged the black water pillar. Hiss! The power within the black water pillar quickly drilled into his body. What is he doing? Fang Chen frowned. Is he trying to borrow the power of the black water pillar? If the black water pillar did not have enough power, it would definitely shatter. This way, the corpse demon's sacrifice would end in failure. It was impossible that the Blood Demon Emperor did not know, but he still did it. Fang Chen had a bad premonition. Boom! 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 Roars came from the black wormhole in the sky. An evil aura filled the sky and spread across Fang Chen's body. His primordial spirit trembled. He is borrowing the power of the sacrifice? Fang Chen exclaimed. His body subconsciously moved a few meters to the side. Dong! His original position was shattered by a bloody light that rushed out of the black wormhole. Something's not right. Sensing the evil aura in the sky, Fang Chen realized that something was wrong. Even if he is using the power of the sacrifice, it should not be able to make my primordial spirit, which is at the peak of the emptiness realm, tremble like this. Unless Fang Chen thought of a possibility. His expression changed drastically as he stared at the black wormhole in the sky. The aura of the Emperor realm. The Blood Demon Emperor was borrowing the power of the Corpse Demon King in the black wormhole. Borrowing the power of the king will make the sacrifice more difficult. But as long as I can kill you, everything will be worth it. I believe that the king will forgive me. The Blood Demon Emperor went completely crazy. He spread out his hands, and a mass of blood-red evil energy gathered in his palms, forming a small red ball. What a terrifying power! Is this the aura of the Emperor Realm? Until now, the only Emperor Realm aura that Fang Chen had ever felt was the Immortal Emperor's. However, the Immortal Emperor had deliberately concealed the aura left behind by the Immortal Emperor so that a successor could resist it. The blood-red aura in front of him was the aura of the King of the Corpse Demon King when he was at his peak. This aura was too terrifying. Go to hell. The king's power would only last for a short time. The Blood Demon Emperor was aware of this. He attacked Fang Chen in a simple and violent manner. He clenched his fists, and the two small, evil balls merged together in an instant. An unimaginable power erupted. A peak quasi-emperor. No, the power in this small ball already possesses the power of a consummation quasi-emperor. Fang Chen's face turned ashen. He held the hidden star sword, and the power in his body surged. Whoosh! The small ball flew toward him. Wherever it passed, the void shattered inch by inch. The corpse demon's lair was instantly exposed in the mountain range. Ancient region, outside the Gu clan city. The Taoist-robed old man and the Gu clan's patriarch stood side by side in the air. In front of them was Gu Yan, the son of Gu Tianhua, and his beloved. Flamey, it wasn't easy for me to invite Brother Danyan. You must cultivate well when you go to his Danyan mountain. The Gu clan's patriarch smiled. There was a domineering aura in his tone. Patriarch, the skinny man's expression changed. He glanced at the woman beside him, seemingly unwilling. What's wrong? Flamey, you don't want to cultivate with me? Quasi-Emperor Danyan asked with a smile. Gu Yan hurriedly shook his head. Senior Danyan is a quasi-emperor expert. It is my fortune to be willing to teach me. But can you bring Shir along? The human race's sacred palace had 10 great quasi-emperors. In addition, there were a few itinerant quasi-emperors, such as the World Devastation Demon Emperor and Quasi-Emperor Danyan. Generally speaking, there were only a few quasi-emperors in the current immemorial chaos. Nonsense. The Gu clan's patriarch immediately scolded. Brother Danyan is a quasi-emperor expert. It is good enough that he is willing to teach you. You still want to bring others along? Gu Yan lowered his head and stopped talking. The eyes of the woman beside him flickered. Brother Yan, follow Senior Danyan to cultivate. Come find me when you are successful. But Gu Yan wanted to say something, but was stopped by her. You must work hard to cultivate and strive to become an indomitable expert like my father. Hearing this, Gu Yan nodded. Shir, wait for me. Quasi-Emperor Danyan left the ancient region with Gu Yan. Only the Gu clan's patriarch and the beautiful woman were left in the void. After a long time, the Gu clan's patriarch muttered, Yenner is not sensible and is easily confused by the world. I originally thought that Gu clan's patriarch would chase me away or capture me to prevent us from being together. However, I did not expect Gu Tianhua to have such a high status in your Gu clan, the beautiful woman suddenly said. In order to not affect Gu Tianhua's tribulation, the Gu clan's patriarch is willing to lower himself to act. Admirable. Gu Tianhua loved his son very much. If Gu Yan sent a message to him, he would definitely ignore the danger of the tribulation and come out of seclusion. The Gu clan's patriarch did not allow anyone to disturb Gu Tianhua's tribulation. Therefore, he let Quasi-Emperor Danyan take Gu Yan away. On the surface, it was to take him in as a disciple, but in reality it was to separate the two of them. Clap, clap, clap. The Gu clan's patriarch clapped his hands. Flamey has already left the ancient region through the teleportation array. However, in order to prevent you from finding Flamey after leaving the ancient region, I will still lock you up. Whoosh! The Gu clan's patriarch stretched out his hand and grabbed at the beautiful woman. However, the latter was already prepared. A talisman appeared in her hand and she crushed it. Rip! Her body disappeared into thin air. A teleportation talisman? The Gu clan's patriarch frowned. His powerful divine sense spread out and captured some clues. Trying to escape from me in the ancient region? What a joke! His figure flashed as he entered the void and chased after the woman. A moment later, he arrived in front of the majestic mountain range that spanned across the three regions. Although that teleportation talisman is powerful, she is too weak and can't teleport too far. The Gu clan's patriarch was certain that the beautiful woman had escaped into the mountain range. A cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes as he stepped into the mountain range. However, at this moment, a terrifying power swept out from the depths of the mountain range. A blood-red light soared into the sky. What is that? Chapter 30, 331. The independent space that the corpse demon was in had already shattered. The shock waves from the battle between the two experts were too powerful. Everywhere they passed, the void was completely shattered. At this moment, the Blood Demon Emperor had already sunk into madness. Even if his plan failed, he wanted to use the power of the king in the black wormhole to kill Fong Qin. 3 years ago, Fong Qin had already forced him into a miserable state. In just 3 years, Fong Qin had become even stronger. With such potential, he was the first of all time. He absolutely could not let him go. Die. The Blood Demon Emperor's body continued to grow, turning into a huge blood demon. A scarlet aura spread out from his body, as if the death god had arrived. He pointed his finger forward. His finger contained the power of a king. It was the strongest attack that he was capable of unleashing at the moment. The pure power of this move is already comparable to that of a peak quasi-emperor. In addition, with the compatibility of the corpse demon's bloodline, its attack power is close to that of a consummation quasi-emperor. Facing this move, Fong Qin did not dare to be careless. He swung his sword. Kacha! However, the 8th layer of the Blood Void sword art was shattered in the blink of an eye. It could not resist at all. It's useless. This finger of mine contains the will of the king. If he wants you dead, you won't be able to live. Seeing that Fong Qin was still going all out, the Blood Demon Emperor's voice spread out. There's no other way. A terrifying sword light shot out from Fong Qin's pitch-black eyes. In his mind, the picture of the destruction of the world appeared. At the same time, a trembling power spread out from the hidden star sword in his hand. First sword of destruction. Whoosh! The hidden star sword streaked across the sky, splitting the entire sky. The power contained in this sword was too strong. Break! As Fong Qin shouted, a terrifying sword light shot out. The first sword of destruction released a world-destroying pressure. When the sword light collided with the Blood Demon Emperor's finger, a terrifying spatial turbulence appeared in the void. Interesting, but still useless. With the amplification of the first level of the Blood Civ secret technique, the might of the apocalyptic first sword was comparable to that of a peak quasi-emperor. This was the strongest power that Fong Qin could bring out so far. Crack! The Armageddon sword light blocked the Blood Demon Emperor's finger for 3 seconds before it shattered. Although he had failed, a strange look flashed through Fong Qin's eyes. He had clearly discovered that at least 30% of the power in the Blood Demon Emperor's finger had been consumed. Again, in the blink of an eye, Fong Qin swung his sword again and clashed fiercely with the Blood Demon Emperor's finger. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This strike consumed another 30% of the Blood Demon Emperor's power. I don't believe that you can maintain this state for long, the Blood Demon Emperor sneered. He took a step forward and pressed down with his finger. There was a purple light at the tip of his finger. This purple light contained resplendent flames. Die! Whoosh! Fang Qin used the Great Pung Movement technique and quickly dodged. He stood in the air with a solemn expression. My power can only support me to use the apocalyptic first sword 3 times. The previous 2 strikes only consumed 60% of his power. Even if I use the last strike, it will be difficult to defeat him. Fang Qin muttered to himself. If he couldn't defeat the Blood Demon Emperor, then he would face the most dangerous situation in history. He wouldn't allow himself to fall into such a situation. Therefore, his mind quickly flashed as he clenched his teeth and made a decision. Let me see how powerful the second level of the Blood Sieve secret technique is. 1. Fang Qin opened his palm and his aura suddenly soared. His cultivation instantly reached the level of an area lord. The second level of the Blood Sieve secret technique. Although he had only studied the second level of the Blood Sieve secret technique for 3 years, he still used it at this moment. Boom! 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 Explosions constantly sounded in the surrounding void. Fang Qin felt that the power in his body had reached the limit. 100-fold. Fang Qin was overjoyed. The first level of the Blood Sieve secret technique increased his power 10-fold, but the second level increased his power by 100-fold. This was a fundamental difference. Seeing this, Fang Qin's battle intent was overflowing. He was full of confidence. Whoosh! With a swing of the Hidden Star sword, Fang Qin stepped in the air and faced the Blood Demon Emperor directly. Take another strike from me. Dang! 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 Once the apocalyptic first sword was used, the sky was instantly filled with dense snowflakes. Each snowflake was a terrifying sword flower. Die! Fang Qin stomped his foot and ripples appeared in the void. His body merged with the thousands of snowflakes and shot towards the Blood Demon Emperor. How is this possible? After sensing Fang Qin's soaring aura, the Blood Demon Emperor was shocked. He used an amplification secret technique. Why is his aura not weak, but strong? Although the Blood Demon Emperor was shocked, he did not have time to think. Facing Fang Qin's powerful attack, he pointed his finger. Kacha! The 100-fold amplification of the Blood Sieve secret technique greatly increased Fang Qin's offensive power. The might of the apocalyptic first sword was already comparable to a consummation quasi-emperor's. The Blood Demon Emperor's finger could not block the Hidden Star sword's attack. When the thousands of snowflakes pierced his body, the Hidden Star sword cut off his finger. Bang! The snowflakes scattered, and the Blood Demon Emperor's body fell to the ground, riddled with holes. How is this possible? The great Blood Demon Emperor was actually defeated? The corpse demon clansmen, who were still bitterly maintaining the Blackwater pillars, felt disheartened when they saw this scene. No, I can't accept this. The Blood Demon Emperor suddenly got up from the ground and glared fiercely at Fang Qin. I, the Blood Demon Emperor, have been unhindered since ancient times. I will never die at your hands. Never. Right after speaking, the Blood Demon Emperor's body turned into a bloody mist and instantly charged into the black wormhole. By the time Fang Qin prepared to give chase, the bloody mist had already entered the black wormhole. At the same time, the Blackwater pillar exploded. Oh no! Fang Qin's figure flashed as he quickly retreated. A horrifying air current erupted from the Blackwater pillar, engulfing the land like a flood. In the blink of an eye, the depths of the mountain range turned into ruins. Only the miserable cries of the corpse demon clansmen echoed in the air. The black wormhole in the sky had already disappeared. A furious voice entered Fang Qin's ears. I will kill you. After the terrifying flood dissipated, Fang Qin stood on a towering tree and looked at the ruins in front of him without saying a word. Cough, cough. He coughed softly and spat out blood from his mouth. After forcefully using the second level of the blood secret technique, he had almost exhausted all of his strength. Now he had almost no attack power. Bang! His body swayed and fell from the towering tree. His body was covered in blood, and he looked like a dying man. At this moment, at the edge of the mountain range, the Gu clan leader's heart was filled with shock. What's going on? Even a quasi-emperor expert wouldn't be able to create such a fluctuation, right? The Gu clan leader was unable to calm down for a long time. Could it be that an ancient ruin has appeared? His heart raced. If an ancient ruin had really appeared, the Gu clan would undoubtedly be the biggest beneficiary. Let's capture her first, and then investigate. The Gu clan leader's divine sense had already locked onto the beautiful woman. His figure flashed, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of the beautiful woman. I said that you can't escape, the Gu clan leader said coldly. The beautiful woman was also shocked by the terrifying power in the depths of the mountain range and stopped in her tracks. After seeing the Gu clan leader, her face instantly darkened. Crash! With a flip of her hand, she took out her communication jade pendant. Father, I'm being chased by the Gu clan leader. Take revenge for me. With that, she crushed the communication jade pendant and closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. What a joke. In the entire ancient chaos, other than the human race's sacred palace, who has the ability to take revenge on the Gu clan? The Gu clan leader sneered. If Gu Tianhua successfully passed the tribulation and stepped into the Emperor-to-be realm, with his demonic talent he would definitely enter the sacred palace. At that time, the Gu clan would be the true overlord of the primordial chaos. Crash! The Gu clan leader reached out and captured the beautiful woman. In the depths of the mountain range, above the ruins, Fang Chen struggled to get up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. After a short period of recovery, he had recovered some of his strength. There's too much commotion here. Let's leave first, Fang Chen said. Suddenly, the communication jade pendant rang. Father, I'm being chased by the Gu clan leader. Take revenge for me. Fang, Shi's voice came from the communication jade pendant. You're being chased by the Gu clan leader? Fang Chen's face instantly darkened. He was burning with anger. Which Gu clan? Is it the Gu clan of the ancient region? Fang Chen prayed in his heart that Fang Shi had to hold on. At the same time, his primordial spirit, which was at the peak of the emptiness realm, spread out rapidly. Sure. In an instant, his consciousness covered the entire mountain range. Fang Chen discovered that Fang Shi was being captured by a figure. Damn it! Suddenly, Fang Chen's aura rose rapidly. With a thought, he appeared in front of the Gu clan leader. Father! Fang Shi, who was in despair, was stunned when she saw her father suddenly appear. Why did her father appear so quickly? No, why was her father covered in blood? Could it be that the commotion in the depths of the mountain range was related to her father? Sensing that her father was heavily injured and his aura was weak, Fang Shi was very anxious. Father, let's go. You're her father? The Gu family patriarch was high up in the air, laughing coldly. In his eyes, this guy covered in blood was only a realm king. How could he be compared to the Gu clan? Your daughter fell in love with someone she shouldn't have, so I brought her back to the Gu clan. Do you have any objections? With father here, I guarantee that he won't hurt you at all. Fang Chen nodded heavily at Fang Shi. Then he raised his head and looked at the Gu clan leader. Let my daughter go. The Gu clan leader sneered. Are you talking to me? Do you believe that I can kill you with a thought? I swear that if you dare to capture my daughter, I will kill everyone in the Gu clan. No one will be left alive. Fang Chen said word by word, gnashing his teeth. Threatening me? Who do you think you are? The Gu clan leader's face darkened. Chapter 3332. A dragon had a reverse scale. Anyone who touched it would die. Fang Chen's reverse scale was his family. The Gu family was known as the #1 family in the ancient chaos. Their overall strength was second only to the sacred palace. And right now, the Gu family's patriarch had captured his daughter, Fang Shi. His heart was filled with overflowing fury. "You can't stop me." Fang Chen's body was covered in blood. His face was ferocious as he walked towards the Gu family patriarch. "You're courting death." As the Gu family patriarch, he had a certain amount of prestige, even in the sacred palace. He was enraged to be berated by a little world king. Seeing Fang Chen walk over, he raised his palm. Vast and mighty power erupted, quickly condensing into a palm print in the void and ruthlessly smashing towards Fang Chen's head. "Who?" Fang Chen took a deep breath. In his current state, he was indeed unable to block the Gu family patriarch's attack. But he still had one final trump card. That was the quasi-emperor level sacred source battle puppet that the sacred palace had bestowed upon him. Kacha! A sacred source crystal was quickly inserted into the sacred source battle puppet's energy core. The puppet's body emitted a dazzling light. With a bang, it blocked the Gu family patriarch's attack. "What?" The Gu family patriarch cried out when he saw the sacred source battle puppet. He never imagined that this weak little fellow would have such a precious treasure, a sacred source battle puppet, and a quasi-emperor level one at that. Greed flashed in the Gu family patriarch's eyes. His expression gradually turned solemn. "If I hadn't been severely injured in the previous battle, you would have died 10,000 times over for capturing my daughter." Fang Chen said. The Gu family patriarch was the strongest person in the Gu family. He was a domain lord level powerhouse. During the Age of Chaos, the world had undergone drastic changes. Cultivation resources were scarce, and the power of the heavenly Tao was thin. It was extremely difficult to comprehend the supreme laws. This was also the reason why, after the immortal emperor, no one else had been able to step into the emperor realm and become a ruler. Not to mention the emperor realm, even quasi-emperors were extremely rare. There were only a few quasi-emperor experts in the primordial chaos, other than the 10 great boundary emperors of the sacred palace. There were also a few secluded boundary emperors, such as Danyan and the world devastation demon emperor. The Gu clan did not have a quasi-emperor. Shameless boasting. "Do you think you can destroy my Gu clan with just this quasi-emperor's sacred source battle puppet?" The Gu clan leader said. "My Gu clan has been able to roam the primordial chaos for countless years. How could we not have a foundation?" At the same time, in the ancestral grounds of the Gu family, a white-haired old man stared at the empty land in front of him without blinking. If someone else was here, they would definitely discover that this person was also a quasi-emperor. Furthermore, judging from his aura, he was extremely powerful. He was at least a peak quasi-emperor. Tianhua is the person with the greatest potential in our Gu family for countless years, and the richness of his bloodline is comparable to that of the first-generation ancestor. If he can successfully pass the tribulation and step into the quasi-emperor realm, he will definitely be able to become a ruler in the future, the white-haired elder said anxiously. Following his gaze, one could see that Gu Tianhua was sitting cross-legged on the empty land in front of him. Endless thunderclouds gathered above his head. The atmosphere in the sky was extremely solemn, as if a lightning tribulation would descend at any moment. The fact that the white-haired elder was personally protecting Gu Tianhua was enough to show how much he valued Gu Tianhua. However, at this moment, he sensed a powerful killing intent. Gu Shan. His powerful consciousness instantly spread out and discovered Gu Shan as well as the quasi-emperor's sacred source battle puppet. Swoosh! With a flick of his sleeve, a wormhole appeared in the sky above the ancestral land. He stepped into it and appeared in front of the Gu clan leader in the next moment. Bang! As soon as he appeared, he saw the sacred source battle puppet attacking him. With a bang, He sent the sacred source battle puppet flying with a punch. A quasi-emperor sacred source battle puppet? If my guess is correct, you should be a disciple of the sacred palace? The white-haired elder asked as he looked at Fong Qin. As expected, the Gu clan has a quasi-emperor expert. Fong Qin raised his eyebrows slightly but did not say anything. Ancestor. The Gu clan leader, Gu Shan, told the white-haired elder the details of the matter. After the elder heard it, he nodded and said, "You did well. Tianhua's tribulation is the most important and cannot be affected by anyone. Gu Tianhua valued his son, Gu Yan, the most. If his son sent a message, it would definitely affect his tribulation." Just as the white-haired elder was speaking, he suddenly noticed Fang Shi. His eyes lit up and he said, "The all-fusion body?" What? Gu Shan was also stunned. His eyes widened as he stared at Fang Shi. I did not expect that after the immortal emperor, there would be a second all-fusion body in the immemorial chaos. The white-haired elder licked his dry lips and said in a gloomy voice, "However, her all-fusion body seems to have not been baptized by the heavenly Tao and has not been completely awakened." The reason why the white-haired elder valued the all-fusion body so much was because there had been a rumor in the immemorial chaos countless eras ago. The all-fusion body was like an ocean that could accommodate all rivers. When cultivated to the extreme, one could accommodate the supreme laws within one's body. This was a super special body. Those who possessed it had the chance to step into the emperor realm and become a ruler. The white-haired elder believed this because the immortal emperor, whose name had shaken the immemorial chaos, possessed the all-fusion body. You can't even handle such a small matter. After pondering for a moment, the white-haired elder frowned and said, "Tianhua's tribulation is imminent. Bring her back to the clan now." "Yes, ancestor." Gu Shan grabbed Fang Shi and prepared to leave. Boom! The saintly source battle puppet attacked again and blocked Gu Shan's path. "I said that if you let my daughter go, I will pretend that nothing happened," Fong Qin said. "What if I don't?" the white-haired elder asked. "Not letting her go?" A crazed expression surfaced on Fong Chen's face. "Then, from now on, the Gu family will never have a day of peace." Never have a day of peace. The white-haired elder raised his hand and slapped at Fong Qin. The saintly source battle puppet blocked in front of him. With a bang, the saintly source battle puppet was sent flying. "Do you think that you can stop me with this quasi-emperor level saintly source battle puppet?" the white-haired elder said disdainfully. "Ha ha." Fong Qin suddenly placed the remaining 9 saintly source crystals into the saintly source battle puppet. Boom! Boom! The saintly source battle puppet's aura soared and exploded with unprecedented battle strength. In an instant, the white-haired elder was blocked by the saintly source battle puppet. Dong! 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 The energy of the 9 saintly source crystals was enough to increase the saintly source battle puppet's strength by 3 times. It was more than enough to block the white-haired elder. At the same time, Fong Qin took out his communication jade pendant and sent a message to the Samsara Sword Emperor. Although the saintly source battle puppet is strong, it doesn't have its own consciousness and doesn't know how to attack. It only knows how to use brute force. It can't do anything to the patriarch, Gu Shan said. Indeed, in just a few minutes, the saintly source battle puppet was suppressed by the white-haired elder. Since ancient times, no one who has provoked the Gu clan has been able to leave the ancient region alive. The white-haired elder had the intention to kill. If news of the all-fusion body were to spread, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. When that happened, the Gu clan would definitely face enemies from all directions. Therefore, he wanted to kill Fong Qin. Damn it! I was severely injured in the battle with the Blood Demon Emperor and lost all my battle strength. Otherwise, how could this situation have happened? Fong Qin roared in his heart. He had seen the cruelty of cultivation even more clearly. He had worked so hard for the human clan and fought the corpse demon. But in the end, he had ended up like this? He was unwilling to accept this and refused to believe it. Buzz! Just as the patriarch of the Gu clan was about to attack, a phantom appeared in the void. Old Man Gu, you really didn't die. The reincarnation, Sword Emperor said. Aren't you also not dead? The patriarch of the Gu clan didn't seem surprised at all when he saw the reincarnation, Sword Emperor. I'm a little curious. Who is this guy that you, the reincarnation Sword Emperor, have to come out personally? His name is Feng Qin. He is a disciple that the sacred palace has focused on nurturing. Soon, he will enter the Saint Island to cultivate. The reincarnation Sword Emperor said. What? Behind the patriarch of the Gu clan, Gu Shan exclaimed. The Feng Qin who fought with the Blood Demon Emperor 3 years ago? The Blood Demon Emperor? The patriarch of the Gu clan looked at Feng Qin with a complicated expression. As an old man who had survived from the ancient era, he naturally knew about the Blood Demon Emperor. You mean he fought with the Blood Demon Emperor 3 years ago? If that was the case, then Feng Qin's potential was truly terrifying. It was no wonder that the reincarnation Sword Emperor had come out personally. The patriarch of the Gu clan's expression changed. He seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. Feng Qin, what happened? Why did you become like this? The reincarnation Sword Emperor asked. I found the corpse demon's lair and fought with the Blood Demon Emperor. I forced him into the wormhole and was injured because of it. When I was about to leave, I found that the patriarch of the Gu clan had captured my daughter. Feng Qin explained briefly. What? The reincarnation Sword Emperor looked around and found the ruins in the depths of the mountain range. You single-handedly destroyed the Corpse Devil clan and forced the Blood Devil Emperor to enter the sacrificial black wormhole. The Samsara Sword Emperor was surprised. Feng Qin nodded. If he didn't borrow the power of the king, I should have been able to kill him. After a long time, the reincarnation Sword Emperor nodded and sighed. Gu Shan and the patriarch of the Gu clan looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock. How is that possible? He's only a realm king. How could he force the Blood Demon Emperor to the point of almost dying? The patriarch of the Gu clan shook his head. A trace of undetectable fear flashed in his eyes. His potential is too strong. We can't provoke him. But the secret of the all-fusion body is something our Gu clan must obtain. For a moment, the patriarch of the Gu clan was in a dilemma. Feng Qin has made great contributions to the human race. He destroyed the corpse demon, but your Gu clan captured his daughter. That's too much, the reincarnation Sword Emperor said with a frown. This girl is dating Tianhua's son. She will affect Tianhua's tribulation. Our Gu clan is only temporarily inviting her to be a guest. When Tianhua succeeds, we will personally send her to the sacred palace and apologize to you, Feng Qin. How about that? The patriarch of the Gu clan was unwilling to provoke a super genius like Feng Qin. Gu Tianhua's tribulation. Hearing this, the reincarnation Sword Emperor was stunned. Then he smiled faintly. Chapter 33. Before Feng Qin, Gu Tianhua was recognized as the strongest genius in the primordial chaos. His potential was unprecedented and was praised by the world. However, after the battle with the Blood Demon Emperor 3 years ago, the world learned that there was a super genius even more terrifying than Gu Tianhua. The sacred palace of the human race thought highly of Feng Qin. Logically speaking, Feng Qin's combat strength was enough to give him the position of palace master. However, after the 10 palace masters discussed, they decided to let him focus on cultivation. However, they now encountered such a problem. Gu Tianhua's tribulation is indeed important, but there is no need to capture Feng Qin's daughter. The reincarnation Sword Emperor muttered, "Let his daughter go. I will bring her back to the sacred palace. I guarantee that she will not affect Gu Tianhua's tribulation." After all, Gu Tianhua was a super genius. If he succeeded, the human race would have another top boundary emperor. Tianhua's tribulation cannot be lost. Therefore, this girl must be in the Gu clan, while Tianhua is undergoing his tribulation. After Tianhua succeeds in transcending the tribulation, I will naturally release her. The Gu clan ancestor said. Fang Chen did not say a word. He stood quietly, his eyes filled with a cold look. The Gu clan refused to back down. The reincarnation Sword Emperor fell into a dilemma. After thinking for a long time, he said, "What do you want?" Fang Chen clenched his fists. Anger burned in his heart, but he tried hard to restrain his impulse. The sacred palace would not completely break ties with the Gu clan for him. Moreover, this matter was insignificant to a boundary emperor of the sacred palace. However, it was different for him. This was his daughter. Even if his combat strength was unparalleled and could rival a boundary emperor, he could not protect his daughter. Fang Chen suddenly felt a sense of desolation in his heart. I, Fang Chen, will not let today's matter go. If anything happens to my daughter in the Gu clan, I swear that I will destroy the Gu clan, Fang Chen said coldly. You can rest assured. After Tianhua successfully passes the tribulation, my Gu clan will definitely return you a complete daughter, said Gushan, the Gu clan's patriarch. Let's go. The reincarnation Sword Emperor took Fang Chen across the void and left the ancient region. As for Gushan and the Gu clan's ancestor, they brought Fang Shi back to the Gu clan's mansion. Sacred region, Samsara Palace, like a stubborn rock. Fang Chen sat quietly on the stone bench in the garden. It had been more than 10 days since he came back, but his body hadn't moved at all. His face was filled with desolation. Not far away, Samsara Sword Emperor shook his head gently and sighed. This matter is too much for him. That's right. He worked so hard to exterminate the corpse demon, but this is what he got in return. Void Primogenitor appeared beside Samsara Sword Emperor. The other palace masters also arrived one after another. I don't understand. Why isn't the sacred palace on Fang Chen's side? If our sacred palace intervenes, would the Gu family dare to resist? Among the 10 palace masters, Fire Dome Palace Master's temper was the worst. He was quite critical of the sacred palace's actions this time. Gu Tianhua is going through the tribulation. The love between Fang Chen's daughter and Gu Tianhua will indeed affect his tribulation. However, this isn't the reason the Gu family took away Fang Chen's daughter, Samsara Sword Emperor said. As the core of the human race, the sacred palace had to prioritize the overall situation. Sometimes it wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they couldn't do that at all. Samsara, you're the closest to this little guy among us. Why don't you go and comfort him? Fire Dome Palace Master said. I'll go. Suddenly, the azure-robed palace lord with green appeared before the crowd. Dang, dang, dang. In the garden, Palace Master with green walked to Fang Chen's side. The latter didn't move at all. Fang Chen. Palace Master with green called out softly. There was a trace of guilt on his old face. You eliminated the corpse demon and made a great contribution. The sacred palace should stand by your side. Palace Master with green continued. I know that you're very dissatisfied with the sacred palace, but there's a reason for all of this. Hearing Palace Master with green's words, Fang Chen's body swayed. His eyes were bloodshot as he said in a hoarse voice, There's a reason? I bathed in blood and killed the enemy, but in exchange my daughter was captured. I would like to ask Palace Master with green, what's the reason? Palace Master with green fell silent. The atmosphere in the air instantly became heavy. A moment later, Palace Master with green sighed. The Gu family isn't as simple as it seems. If we really go to war, even the sacred palace may not be able to destroy them. Now that we're facing an external threat, the human race should unite. We can't have internal strife over such a small matter. The sacred palace also had its own difficulties. However, don't worry. If the Gu family dares to harm your daughter, the sacred palace will not sit idly by, Palace Master with green promised. In the following time, Palace Master Wood Green and Fong Qin had a simple chat. From Palace Master Wood Green's words, Fong Qin gained a deeper understanding of the Gu family. He also deeply understood how terrifying the number one family of the ancient primal chaos was. However, this didn't change his opinion of the Gu family. Gu family, I'm waiting for you to give me an explanation. Fong Qin's eyes flashed with a cold light. The original plan of the sacred palace's 10 great palace masters was for Fong Qin to go to the sacred island to cultivate after dealing with the mundane affairs of the mortal world. But now, with such a setback, Fong Qin didn't seem to be in a hurry to go to the sacred island. He wanted to wait for the Gu family to send his daughter over. Time passed day by day. Spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. During these 3 years, Fong Qin communicated with Fong Shi every day to ensure her safety. The Gu family of the ancient region. Ancestor, how is it? Gu Shan asked in a dark room. The Gu family's ancestor shook his head with a solemn expression. She doesn't seem to understand the true all-fusion body. In these 3 years, I've been trying to find out the secrets of the all-fusion body, but the Gu family's ancestor even secretly stole some of Fong Shi's blood for research, but in the end he still failed. There's no movement from Tianhua either, Gu Shan said. However, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that the surrounding void had undergone a tremendous change. Immediately after, a figure appeared in front of him. The Gu family's patriarch was dumbfounded, and at the same time his heart trembled. Apart from a quasi-emperor expert, who else could appear in front of him silently? And this person's body was filled with monstrous demonic energy. The answer was obvious. It was the World Devastator Demon Emperor. What are you doing here? Sure enough, the Gu family's ancestor raised his eyebrows. He didn't seem to welcome the World Devastator Demon Emperor. At this moment, the World Devastator Demon Emperor was high-spirited and didn't look old at all. He was dressed in a black robe and stood in front of the Gu family's ancestor. Old man Gu, I'm here to make a deal with you. The World Devastator Demon Emperor went straight to the point. 3 years ago, you captured a woman called Fong Shi. She's the daughter of the super genius Fong Qin, whose name shook the ancient chaos. What are you trying to say? The Gu family's ancestor asked. The World Devastator Demon Emperor grinned. If I'm not wrong, the reason why you forced her to stay in front of the Reincarnation Sword Emperor was to find out the secret of the all-fusion body, right? After hearing the words all-fusion body, the Gu family's ancestor's expression changed drastically. You planted a spy in my Gu family? The Gu family's ancestor was slightly angry. Old man Gu, don't be so angry. The deal I'm talking about is this woman. Leave, I won't make a deal with you. The Gu family's ancestor waved his hand. Gu Shan, see the guest out. The World Devastator Demon Emperor's eyes twitched. Old man Gu, don't you want to know the secret of the all-fusion body? The Gu family's ancestor was silent. I once accidentally entered a mysterious cave dwelling. That cave dwelling was left behind by the immortal emperor, and it contained some secrets about the all-fusion body. What do you want? It's very simple. I can tell you all the secrets I know about the all-fusion body, and you have to lend this woman to me for a period of time. Don't worry, I don't care about her all-fusion body. The real reason why I'm doing this is her father. The World Devastator Demon Emperor licked his lips and said, Back then, I personally banished Fong Qin to the Demon Emperor's tomb and left him to fend for himself. Who would have thought that he not only walked out of the tomb alive, but also killed my demon domain's genius? I've formed a grudge with him. You've seen him, so you should know his potential. 3 years ago, he was able to force the Blood Demon Emperor to step into the wormhole turbulence. This kind of power already has the power of a high-level boundary emperor. With his potential, if he continues to cultivate, it won't be long before he surpasses me. When that time comes, the World Devastator Demon Emperor did not finish his sentence, But the Gu family's ancestor knew that he wanted to use Fang Shi to deal with Fang Qin. Leave. My Gu family will not make a deal with you, the Gu family's ancestor said. Let's not talk about whether you can succeed. Even if you succeed, so what? Can you withstand the wrath of the sacred palace? In fact, in the Gu family's eyes, Fang Qin was not much of a threat. What they truly feared was the sacred palace. Old Man Gu. The World Devastator Demon Emperor's eyes flashed. Not long after, the World Devastator Demon Emperor hurriedly left the ancient domain and returned to the demon domain. The Gu family's ancestor returned to the ancestral land and glanced at Gu Tianhua, who was sitting cross-legged. Then his gaze fell on the tall statue at the front of the ancestral land. That was their Gu family's ancestor, who was also a super expert above the boundary emperor realm. My Gu family has declined to this extent because no emperor realm sovereigns have appeared. If I can thoroughly study the secrets of the all-fusion body and combine it with the all-fusion bloodline, I have a great chance of becoming a sovereign. If I become a sovereign, do I still need to fear the sacred palace? A powerful thought ignited in his heart. He clenched his fists and struggled with his thoughts. Far away in the sacred region, Fang Chen was communicating with his daughter, Fang Shi, as usual. Father, I'm doing well in the Gu family. You don't have to worry about me. You should focus on recuperating. When I return, we'll look for Mother together and reunite as a family of 3. Chapter 33-34. Fang Chen spent every day in the sacred region, apart from communicating with his daughter Fang Shi, cultivating. Swoosh! The void was filled with dense sword qi. The sword qi seemed to have a mind of its own as it revolved around Fang Chen, forming a powerful sword barrier. Boom! Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and spread out his hands. Streaks of sword marks flickered out. His eyes shot out an astonishing ray of light as he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The blood void sword technique is indeed an emperor-level sword technique. It's really exquisite. After countless evolutions, Fang Chen had finally cultivated the 9th level of the blood void sword technique. The power of the 9th level is much stronger than the previous 8 levels combined. If I use my full strength now, I can easily kill a high-level quasi-emperor, Fang Chen said. Of course, the premise was that he had activated the blood void secret technique. Otherwise, his realm was too low and his comprehension of the Tao was not as good as a quasi-emperor's. It would be even more difficult to kill him. Fang Chen got up, put away the hidden star sword, took out the communication jade pendant, and communicated with his daughter Fang Shi as usual. However, he did not receive a reply. Is she resting? Fang Chen muttered. That's right. She can't be holding the communication jade pendant all the time. She must be tired and resting. Although he was still worried, Fang Chen did not say anything. He continued to sit cross-legged and began to comprehend the blood void secret technique. To him, his only goal now was to increase his strength. Although he was not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one battle, the Gu clan was a colossus that even the sacred palace was not willing to provoke. His strength was still not strong enough. 6 hours later, Fang Chen continued to send messages, but there was still no reply. This made Fang Chen even more anxious. The #1 clan in the ancient chaos era would not attack a weak girl, right? Moreover, they made a promise in front of the Samsara Sword Emperor. Fang Chen muttered to himself. He was still unwilling to believe that the Gu clan would attack Fang Shi. He continued to wait. The waiting time was the longest. During this time, Fang Chen couldn't sit still. He felt like every second was torture. 6 hours have passed, and there is still no response. Fang Chen stood up and walked straight to one of the mansions in Samsara Palace to find Samsara Sword Emperor. Senior. Fang Chen went straight to the point. I've been contacting my daughter every day to make sure she's safe. But today I've contacted her 3 times in a row, and there's been no response. Are you saying that the Gu clan attacked your daughter? Samsara, Sword Emperor asked. Fang Qin nodded. I don't trust the Gu family. I don't want to wait any longer. What do you want? Samsara, Sword Emperor asked. I want to personally go to the Gu family and bring my daughter back. With Fang Chen's current strength, it was enough for him to escape unscathed from the Gu family. Senior, I need your help. After all, the ancestor of the Gu family was a quasi-emperor expert. Although Fang Qin wasn't afraid of him, it would be difficult to defeat him in a short time. He didn't want Fang Shi to be in any danger, so he wanted to ask Samsara, Sword Emperor, for help to be on the safe side. Senior, you just need to help me stop the ancestor of the Gu family. Leave the rest to me. Samsara, Sword Emperor, pondered for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement. Fang Qin, you know that the sacred palace bears the hope of the human race's revival, so we can't easily attack our fellow humans. This time, I'll personally go with you to the Gu family to ask for your daughter. Strictly speaking, Fang Qin should be the successor of Samsara, Sword Emperor. Moreover, Fang Qin fought a bloody battle to destroy the corpse demon. This was a great contribution to the human race, but the sacred palace couldn't even protect his daughter. Samsara, Sword Emperor, felt that the sacred palace owed Fang Qin. Thank you. Coming to the ancient region again, Fang Chen's mood was unusually heavy. If anything happens to I'll wash the Gu family with blood. Soon, the two arrived at the Gu family city. Old Man Gu. In the Gu family's residence, a sudden clap of thunder sounded. The ancestor of the Gu family looked up and saw Samsara, Sword Emperor, and Fang Qin. Samsara, why are you here? The ancestor of the Gu family looked a little strange. Where's my daughter? Fang Qin asked straightforwardly. The ancestor of the Gu family frowned but didn't say anything. Where's my daughter? Boom! Fang Chen's aura soared to the extreme. The powerful quasi-emperor aura instantly shrouded the entire city. The people of the Gu family were incomparably suppressed, and their movements were a little sluggish. Swoosh! The ancestor of the Gu family waved his sleeve and sealed the surrounding void, preventing Fang Chen's power from escaping. Hand over my daughter. Fang Qin took a step forward and came in front of the ancestor of the Gu family. If he hadn't been injured that day, he wouldn't have given in. Now that he had recovered from his injuries, his attitude was very tough. He had to take his daughter away. How dare you! The ancestor of the Gu family roared angrily when he saw this. He clenched his fist, and a terrifying force swept out. He punched towards Fang Qin. Dong! The two forces collided and the entire void trembled. Cracks appeared in the void that the ancestor of the Gu family had sealed. You can't stop me. Hand over my daughter. Fang Chen's voice was like thunder in the sky, and it blasted into the ancestor of the Gu family's mind. Buzz! The ancestor of the Gu family's body swayed, and his primordial spirit trembled. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Fang Qin. How is this possible? He exclaimed when he saw Fang Chen's primordial spirit at the peak of the emptiness realm. The ancestor of the Gu family was shocked. It was unbelievable that a world king's primordial spirit had reached the peak of the emptiness realm. Old Man Gu, the Samsara Sword Emperor, who had been silent all this time, spoke. Where is Fang Shi? Why didn't she respond when I sent her a message? Fang Qin stared coldly at the ancestor of the Gu family. The hidden star sword in his hand was constantly releasing terrifying sword chi. The ancestor of the Gu family wanted to say something, but stopped. What's going on? The Samsara Sword Emperor asked hurriedly. Fang Qin, who was at the side, felt his heart sink. He had a bad premonition. After we brought Fang Shi to the family, we treated her with respect. However, we didn't expect the World Devastator Demon Emperor to know about this. Not long ago, he sneaked into the city of the Gu family and kidnapped Fang Shi while I was guarding Tianhua. The ancestor of the Gu family said, Boom! The shocking killing aura suddenly soared. The extremely terrifying sword Qi shot up into the sky. Fang Chen's body turned into a dazzling sword light, and his anger soared into the sky. Damn it! Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly, causing the surrounding void to shatter bit by bit. His fury had reached its peak. Old Man Gu, how did this happen? The Samsara Sword Emperor frowned. He was very unhappy. Whoosh! A frightening sword light suddenly descended from the sky. It brought with it an unparalleled force as it slashed down on the Gu clan city. Kacha! In the void, a sword light that emitted a suffocating aura split the city of the Gu family. Ah! Miserable screams could be heard. This sword light was too powerful. Ordinary martial artists couldn't withstand it and died. Fang Chen. The ancestor of the Gu family was furious and wanted to attack. However, Fang Chen had already disappeared. The Gu family better pray that my daughter's fine. Otherwise, the Gu family will disappear from the history of the ancient chaos. Fang Chen's cold voice reverberated in the sky of the ancient region. The entire ancient region was in an uproar. Oh my God! Who dares to threaten the Gu family? It seems to be the #1 genius of the ancient chaos, Fang Chen. Has he and the Gu family reached the point of no return? For a moment, everyone was talking about it. In the distant horizon, a beam of sword light shot out. In the battered city of the Gu family, the ancestor of the Gu family flew into a rage. At the same time, he was very shocked. With just one sword light, the Gu family city, which was protected by the mountain protection array, was split in half. Seeing the buildings turn into ruins, the Samsara Sword Emperor shook his head. Old Man Gu, your Gu family is too much. My Gu family is also responsible for Fang Shi being captured by the World Devastator Demon Emperor. However, Fang Chen destroyed my city without any reason. My Gu family will not let this matter rest. The Samsara Sword Emperor shook his head. The 9 palace masters of the Sacred Palace already know about this. They are on their way here. Let's talk about it when they arrive. Then, the Samsara Sword Emperor's figure disappeared in the void. Looking into the distance, the eyes of the ancestor of the Gu family flashed. After the World Devastator Demon Emperor kills Fang Chen, I think the Sacred Palace will not completely fall out with my Gu family over a dead genius. The ancestor of the Gu family said, moreover, the experts of my Gu family will be returning soon. The ancient region was very far away from the demon domain. Even with Fang Chen's speed, it took half a month's time. Darkness shrouded the land. The entire demon domain was almost devoid of life. It was dead silent. Dong! Fang Chen's body landed on a mountain peak in the demon domain. That should be the entrance to the demon emperor's tomb. From a distance, Fang Chen saw a black hole in the void. It was emitting a terrifying power, and his primordial spirit was trembling. Fang Chen's gaze only stopped at the entrance of the demon emperor's tomb for a few seconds before it fell on another place. That was the lair of the World Devastator Demon Emperor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen stepped on the air and looked down. His divine sense spread out and enveloped the entire demon domain. After a careful search, he did not find any trace of Fang Shi. How is this possible? Fang Chen's face was very grave. With his powerful, primordial spirit at the peak of the emptiness realm, no one in the primordial chaos could escape his detection unless they were at the Emperor realm. What is going on? Fang Chen was a little anxious. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the sky above the Black City. World Devastator Demon Emperor, get out here. His roar shook the entire demonic realm. World Devastator Demon Emperor, get out here. This voice continued to spread and rippled in every corner of the demon domain. Those demon cultivators who were hiding in the dark opened their eyes and revealed ferocious faces. Who is it? Who is provoking the Boundary Emperor? Damn humans! How dare you step into the demon domain? Kill without mercy. Kiki, it has been many years since someone dared to provoke us like this. In the Black City, the World Devastator Demon Emperor, who was lying on a black chair, heard the voice and lazily opened his eyes. Chapter 30, 335. Dark Demon City, Dark Demon City. Darkness shrouded the land. An entire dark demon city seemed to be in a spatial storm. The surrounding void was filled with void cracks. If one was not careful, one would be sucked into the void cracks and die. This was also why very few martial artists were willing to fight high up in the sky in the demon domain. If one was unlucky and encountered a powerful void crack, the terrifying energy that leaked out would instantly tear a martial artist's body to shreds. However, at this moment, a tall and straight figure stepped on the void cracks and appeared above the dark demon city. Countless void cracks surrounded him. However, the void cracks could not get close to him at all. They could only hover around him. World Devastation Demon Emperor, come out and accept your death. This sentence was like thunder, reverberating in the entire dark demon city, and did not dissipate for a long time. From the domain masters to the ordinary martial artists, everyone heard it very clearly. It went straight to the brain and was extremely shocked. Look, there's someone in the sky above the dark demon city. Oh my God, he can ignore the void cracks. Could he be an emperor-to-be? He must be an emperor-to-be. Otherwise, he would not dare to provoke the dark demon city. In an instant, those old monsters who had been cultivating in seclusion in the dark demon city came out. They looked up and were extremely excited. This was a battle between emperor-to-be. If they could watch it, they would die without regrets. Countless eyes were focused on Fong Qin. Boom! Suddenly, rolling demonic chi emerged from the depths of the dark demon city. This demonic chi quickly spread out in the void. If one were to observe carefully, they would discover that the spreading demonic chi was actually forcing the void cracks to retreat. Only those who had cultivated the demonic chi to an extremely high level could condense such a majestic and shocking demonic chi. Buzz! The dense demonic chi quickly condensed together, and a figure appeared out of thin air. The strongest person in the dark demon city, the World Devastation Demon Emperor. Dressed in a black robe, the World Devastation Demon Emperor's face did not show any signs of aging. He looked lazily at Fong Qin, his eyes full of disdain and terrifying killing intent. Is it finally here? The World Devastator Devil Emperor was the first to speak. Back then in the light region, I could have killed you as easily as squashing an ant. However, I let you go. Who would have thought that not only did you walk out of the Devil Emperor's tomb, your strength would also soar to such an extent. Fong Chen's body was brimming with killing intent. He raised his hand, and the hidden star sword stood in the void. The tip of the sword pointed at the World Devastation Devil Emperor. Where is my daughter? Fong Chen's cold voice was filled with monstrous fury. He was not afraid of anyone, including the World Annihilation Devil Emperor, but he was afraid that his daughter, Fong Shi, would be injured. If I were you, I should be thinking about how to escape from this devil domain instead of asking about your daughter's whereabouts. The World Devastator Devil Emperor said. Boom! All of a sudden, a shocking sword intent shot up into the sky. In the next moment, the hidden star sword shook violently, and a sword light burst out from the tip of the sword. Boom! 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 The sword light spanned across the dark devil city and appeared in front of the World Devastator Devil Emperor in an instant. The power of this sword light was enough to kill an ordinary emperor-to-be expert. Its tyrannical power made many devil cultivators in the devil domain feel incomparably oppressed. What a powerful sword technique! He is Fong Qin, the Fong Qin who destroyed the corpse demon by himself 3 years ago. Humph! So what if he defeated the Blood Demon Emperor? How can a mere Blood Demon Emperor be compared to Lord World Devastator's strength? That's right. I believe that Lord World Devastator will definitely be able to kill this boy. The devil cultivators in the devil domain worshipped the World Devastator Devil Emperor blindly. They did not believe that anyone could challenge the World Devastator Devil Emperor's position. Angry? The World Devastator Devil Emperor smiled strangely. He raised his palm and gently pointed his finger. In an instant, the terrifying sword light abruptly stopped. The void shattered and the earth trembled. After everyone stabilized themselves, they widened their eyes and looked at the World Devastator Devil Emperor. Suddenly, a storm was set off in their hearts. You caught it just like that. Such a powerful sword, but the World Devastator Devil Emperor caught it with his bare hands. What kind of power was this? How terrifying was that? Gotcha! The World Devastator Devil Emperor exerted a little force, and the sword light shattered. Your daughter is indeed in my devil domain, the World Devastator Devil Emperor said. The dignified World Devastator Devil Emperor wants to use a weak girl to threaten me? How ridiculous! Feng Chen said. You went through so much trouble and used this method to lure me to the devil domain. Didn't you want to fight with me and kill me? I'll give you this opportunity. Let my daughter go, and you and I will fight to the death. The World Devastator Devil Emperor shook his head. You're wrong. I didn't capture your daughter just to kill you. The World Devastator Devil Emperor said leisurely, Buzz. A thunderous sword cry erupted from the hidden star sword. Immediately after, Feng Qin displayed the Blood Civ Secret technique without hesitation. The second level of the Blood Civ Secret technique. The Blood Civ Secret technique was an extremely powerful secret technique. The first level could temporarily raise Feng Chen's cultivation to the boundary evolution realm and increase his strength by 10 times. The second level could raise his cultivation to the Domain Lord realm and increase his strength by 100 times. After displaying the second level of the Blood Civ Secret technique, Feng Chen already possessed the strength of a top-notch boundary emperor. Boom! 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 The strength in his body continued to soar and rose to the peak in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Feng Chen drew his sword. The hidden star sword was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. It carried a monstrous sword chi and pierced through the void toward the World Devastator Devil Emperor. The 8th level of the Blood Void sword technique, combined with the second level of the Blood Civ Secret technique, could easily kill a top-notch boundary emperor. Swoosh! The dazzling sword light turned into tens of thousands of sword shadows in the void. Each of the sword shadows contained a shocking, killing power. The tens of thousands of sword shadows danced in the sky and ignored the void cracks. They formed a circle and pierced toward the World Devastator Devil Emperor. Your potential is really strong. Even Gu Tianhua, who is known as the top genius of the Gu clan, is not as good as you. You have grown to such a level in such a short time. If I let you continue to grow, you might become the second immortal emperor. The World Devastator Devil Emperor's eyes flickered as he spoke gloomily. If my guess is correct, this sword technique should be the emperor-level Blood Void sword technique. Moreover, he has already cultivated it to the 8th level. If we were in the outside world, I might be in some trouble. Unfortunately, this is the demon domain, and I am the lord of the demon domain. The World Devastator Devil Emperor was able to occupy a domain by himself. Moreover, there was a mysterious relic like the Demon Emperor's tomb in this domain. He was also quite capable. The demon Dao cultivation technique that he cultivated made countless demon cultivators crazy. Demon killing, 3rd style demon eagle. The World Devastator Demon Emperor slowly raised his palm, and the surrounding cracks in the void started to gather together in an unimaginable manner. How is this possible? The Boundary Evolution Realm experts, who were watching the battle from afar, cried out, Lord World Devastator can actually control the void cracks. The entire demon domain was in an uproar. One must know that one of the most important reasons why there were so few outsiders in the demon domain was because of the terrifying void cracks. Even the demon cultivators in the demon domain would die in the void cracks if they were not careful. However, The demon cultivators who could survive in such a harsh environment were much stronger than human ancient martial art practitioners of the same realm. However, in the hearts of the demon cultivators in the demon domain, what they feared the most was the void cracks. Every day, they lived in the void cracks as if they were suffering. However, they were shocked to find that the high and mighty world Devastator Devil Emperor could actually control the void cracks. What did this mean? It meant that the void cracks could be controlled by someone. Oh my God! Just how strong is Lord World Devastator? He can even control the void cracks. Even if the boundary emperor of the human race's sacred palace came, he would not be a match for Lord World Devastator. The demon domain has been dormant for so long. It is time for us to come out. In the demon domain, all the demon cultivators were watching this shocking battle. In the sky above the dark demon city, the World Devastator Devil Emperor raised his palm and glanced at the void cracks in front of him. Roar! His palm casually clapped a few times, and the World Devastator Devil Chi was injected into the void cracks. In the next moment, the void cracks underwent an incredible change. A demon eagle formed by the void cracks and the World Devastator Devil Chi was born. This demon eagle was 10,000 feet tall. Its body exuded a destructive aura. Roar! As soon as the demon eagle appeared, it sensed thousands of sword shadows coming toward it. It raised its head and its eyes flashed. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Boom! Bolts of lightning bombarded the demon eagle's body. The more it did so, the stronger its aura became. Roar! When the lightning energy in its body had accumulated to a certain level, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth. The tens of thousands of sword shadows were swallowed by it in one gulp. The sky above the dark demon city instantly calmed down. After all, you are just a realm king. Even if you use a secret amplification technique, there is still a fundamental difference. The World Devastator Devil Emperor glanced at the demon eagle and then shook his head gently. It seems that I have overestimated you. He had only used the first move of the demon killing 3 moves, and it had blocked Fang Chen's strongest sword technique. The World Devastator Devil Emperor's eyes were full of disdain. Crack! Fang Chen stomped his foot and the void cracks collapsed. His face was cold. You are only SOSO. Ha! I really want to know who gave you such courage. The World Devastator Devil Emperor sneered. Those guys from the Sacred Palace? Speaking of this, the World Devastator Devil Emperor's expression suddenly changed. Do you think that I didn't consider those old farts from the Sacred Palace when I lured you to the Demon City? The moment you stepped into the Demon City, the outcome was already decided. The World Devastator Devil Emperor laughed crazily, as if everything was under his control. It is not certain who will live and who will die. When the war broke out in the Demon City, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor was also rushing over. In the distant light region, on a magnificent mountain peak, starlight shone brightly, and sacred light descended from the sky. Star and Moon, who was dressed in a purple robe, suddenly opened her eyes. The aura on her body surged, and her cultivation continued to rise. When her cultivation stopped at the quasi-emperor realm, a 9-pointed star shone on her forehead. Chapter 33:36. When Star Emperor came out of seclusion, she was the first to know what had happened in the Demon City. Immediately, she was enraged and her anger reached the heavens. Master, don't worry. According to the news I have received over the years, young Master Fang's strength is comparable to an emperor-to-be. 3 years ago, he even defeated the corpse demon, the blood demon emperor. Seeing Star Emperor's cold look, the old man with a crutch hurriedly comforted her. At the same time, he took out a file and handed it to Star Emperor. After Star Emperor finished reading it, her aura gradually converged, and the coldness in her eyes became even colder. Haha. Star Emperor smiled coldly. My husband worked hard and risked his life to defeat the Blood Demon Emperor and destroy the Corpse Demon. However, in the end, he ended up like this. Boom! Star Emperor suddenly got up, her purple robe fluttering in the wind, and specks of starlight were flickering. Master! Before the old man with a crutch could react, Star Emperor had disappeared. You stay here and wait for my news. Star Emperor shuttled through the void. She wanted to go to the Demon City as quickly as possible. World Devastator Demon Emperor, if my husband is hurt in the slightest, I will destroy your Demon City by any means. All the experts in the entire ancient chaos era focused their attention on the Demon City. At this time, the sky above the Demon City was even gloomier. Dark clouds covered the sky, and terrifying void cracks were constantly spreading, as if to swallow the Demon City. In the Demon City, the atmosphere was unusually heavy. Many demonic cultivators looked up and saw two tall figures standing in the sky above the dark Demon City. One of them was their leader, and also the World Devastator Demon Emperor, the #1 demonic cultivator of this era. At this time, the World Devastator Demon Emperor was surrounded by a strong demonic aura. The monstrous demonic aura contained a power that could destroy heaven and earth. A strange smile appeared on his face. Back in the light region, I disdain to kill you. Today, you are qualified to make me use all my strength. As he spoke, the World Devastator Demon Emperor opened his palm, and the heaven and earth were suddenly shrouded in a crazy demonic aura. The entire dark Demon City seemed to be moving. Dong, dong, dong. On the walls of the dark Devil City, mysterious dark runes flickered. Every rune seemed to have existed since ancient times. This is Talisman City? The entire demonic realm was in an uproar. All the demonic cultivators were trembling. Oh my God! The entire Dark Devil City is just a talisman. Unbelievable. How powerful would it take to refine the Dark Demon City into a talisman? Everyone was shocked. Of course, there were also some cultivators who had extremely high attainments in the demonic path. Their eyes were filled with shock. The defenses of the Dark Devil City are as strong as a formation in the Emperor realm. Now that the Dark Devil City's talisman has been activated, it's absorbing the energy from the Devil domain. As long as the Devil Chi doesn't dissipate, the Dark Devil City's defenses will be impenetrable. Many people saw how terrifying the Dark Devil City was. Boom! In the darkness Devil City, black light soared into the sky as the World Devastator Devil Emperor flew over. He looked coldly at Fong Qin and said with disdain, "The talisman of the Devil City is the greatest secret of my Devil City. You should be proud that you managed to force me to use it." Originally, the World Devastator Devil Emperor wanted to use it to pass the tribulation. Once he passed the boundary Emperor tribulation, he would become an Emperor realm sovereign. But now he was forced to use it in advance. Talisman? Fong Qin stared at the Dark Devil City. I see. Fong Qin's attainments in the talisman path were extremely high. He could see the clues of the Dark Devil City at a glance. Any talisman needed to consume energy. Once the energy was depleted, the talisman would be considered useless. But the Dark Devil City was different. First of all, the energy it needed was the Dark Devil Chi. Secondly, it was located in the Devil Domain. The reason why this land was called the Devil Domain was because countless years ago, there was a supreme expert of the demonic path who had fallen here. It was said that this terrifying existence had a lot to do with the Demon Emperor's tomb. Endless amounts of devilish chi flowed out of the cracks in the void to supply the Dark Devil City. In other words, with the Dark Devil City, the World Devastator Devil Emperor was in an invincible position. Even if the 10 palace masters of the Sacred Palace were here, they wouldn't be able to do anything, unless an Emperor realm sovereign came. But prepare to die. The World Devastator Devil Emperor roared. He clenched his fists, and thousands of talisman scripts were released from the city wall. These talisman scripts quickly gathered on his fist. Crack! The World Devastator Devil Emperor punched out. This punch carried the power of the entire Dark Devil City. Even a top-notch Emperor-to-be would not dare to face it head-on. Blood Void, Sword Technique, Level 9. The sword light turned into a rain of swords and rushed toward the Dark Devil City. Crack! But when the dark fist rushed into the rain of swords, the sword light shattered. In the sky above the Devil Domain, the sword light, which was riddled with holes, dissipated. Thump! 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 Fong Qin also took a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, Fong Chen's face became more solemn. "Is this what you're relying on?" Fong Qin muttered. The 9th level of the Blood Void sword technique and the 2nd level of the Blood Secret technique were the strongest combat power he could muster. But there was nothing he could do against the Dark Devil City. "My power is constantly being depleted. But with the Dark Devil City, the World Devastator Devil Emperor's power will not be depleted at all. If this continues, I will be the one to lose." Fong Chen muttered to himself. The purpose of his trip was to save Fong Shi. Who would have thought that the World Devastator Devil Emperor would have such means? "I didn't expect you to cultivate the 9th level of the Blood Void sword technique. You are really a sword genius. If you have more time, you may become the 2nd Immortal Emperor. Unfortunately, I won't give you the chance." Seeing such abnormal potential, the World Devastator Devil Emperor could not let Fong Qin go. "My Devil Domain is enough to bury your body." As he spoke, the World Devastator Devil Emperor was about to make a move. World Devastator Devil Emperor. In the distant sky, a sharp sword light pierced through the void and shot toward him. Swoosh! When the sword light reached the sky above the Dark Devil City, it turned into a figure. "Samsara, Sword Emperor, you want to stop me?" The World Devastator Devil Emperor was not surprised at all. He had already expected that the Samsara Sword Emperor would come to save Fong Qin, but he did not care. "As a quasi-emperor, you are using a weak woman to threaten Fong Qin." The Samsara Sword Emperor said in a low voice, "Quickly release Fong Shi." "Haha, are you ordering me?" The World Devastator Devil Emperor flipped his palm and runes flickered. The World Devastator Devil Emperor soared into the sky and condensed into a black devil pillar. "What right do you have to order me?" Boom! The black devil pillar collapsed in an instant and attacked the Samsara Sword Emperor. Scram! The sword chi that seemed real and illusory surrounded the Samsara Sword Emperor. The latter flicked his finger, and the Samsara sword light instantly enveloped the black devil pillar. Break! The Samsara Sword Emperor roared and activated the Samsara Sword Chi to the extreme. "It's useless," the World Devastator Devil Emperor sneered. The Dark Devil City shook, and monstrous World Devastator Devil Chi poured into the black devil pillar. In an instant, the Samsara sword light was completely destroyed. "You," the Samsara Sword Emperor frowned and stared at the Dark Devil City. "World Devastator Devil Emperor, how dare you borrow the power of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum? Aren't you afraid that the terrifying existence in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum will come out and harm the world?" The Samsara Sword Emperor's roar reverberated throughout the Demon Domain. Fong Qin frowned and didn't understand the Samsara Sword Emperor's words. "So what? Don't forget that this is a world where the strong are respected. As long as I'm strong enough, who cares about these things? Who dares to say anything?" The World Devastator Devil Emperor, who owned the Dark Devil City, was extremely arrogant and had completely revealed his vicious side. "The Dark Devil City is very strong. I can't fight against it alone. If you and I join forces, we might have a chance." The Samsara Sword Emperor transmitted his voice to Fong Qin. The latter was stunned and nodded immediately. World Devastator Devil Emperor. Fong Qin took the lead and displayed the 9th level of the Blood Void sword art. At the same time, he activated the Saint Source battle puppet. Scram! The World Devastator Devil Emperor seemed a little angry. The Dark Devil City slowly rotated and an ancient aura was constantly emitted. In the sky above the Dark Devil City, a black vortex was formed. When the Saint Source Battle puppet approached the World Devastator Devil Emperor, the latter instantly grabbed it and threw it into the black vortex. Crack! In just a moment, the Saint Source Battle puppet fell out of the black vortex. The Boundary Emperor level Saint Source Battle puppet was actually shattered. From now on, I won't give you any more chances. The World Devastator Devil Emperor raised his hand and the Dark Devil City trembled. Within the demon domain, thunder shook the sky. The news of 2 Boundary Emperors joining forces to kill the World Devastator Devil Emperor shook the entire ancient chaos. Sacred region, sacred palace. The 9 Boundary Emperors gathered and looked at the mirror image in the sky. Palace Master Wood Green, the World Devastator Devil Emperor, actually dared to borrow the power of the Demon Emperor's tomb. He wants to exterminate the human race, Void Primogenitor said. I'm going to the demon domain to save Fongchen. Void Primogenitor couldn't sit still when he saw the Dark Devil City. I'm going too. Fire Dome Palace Master had always disliked the World Devastator Devil Emperor, so he naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. The gazes of the 8 Palace Masters all fell on Palace Master Wood Green. After a long silence, Palace Master Wood Green slowly got up. Crash! The mirror image in the sky dissipated, and a cold aura flashed in Palace Master Wood Green's eyes. The World Devastator Devil Emperor and the Goo Clan have gone too far in this matter. Although it was just a sentence, it was enough to express the Sacred Palace's position. Rip! Palace Master Wood Green flicked his finger, and a wormhole appeared in the sky. In the next moment, the 9 Palace Masters stepped into the wormhole. The other end of the wormhole was connected to the edge of the demon domain. At the same time, in a distant land of extreme cold, Divine Blood City had also begun to move. The Demon King's gaze was piercingly cold as he stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him were more than 20 domain masters, led by Fire Demon, True Monarch. Their auras were imposing. A mere World Devastator Devil Emperor dares to provoke Master. He really deserves to die. Fire Demon, True Monarch sneered. This time my Divine Blood City will make a move on the World Devastator Devil Emperor. Let's go. On this day, the snowflakes in the land of extreme cold finally stopped. Drops of blood fell from the sky, and the entire ancient chaos trembled. Chapter 33-37. 9 figures were shuttling through the void. Wherever they passed, the void would ripple and a terrifying power would constantly dissipate. All the martial artists along the way, as well as the demonic beasts hidden in the mountains, felt this powerful aura and prostrated themselves on the ground. Heavens, what was that aura just now? Why did I feel like I lost consciousness temporarily? It's too powerful. If the owner of this aura wanted to kill me, it would be a piece of cake. Many people did not understand what had happened, but they knew that the primordial chaos was about to change. The sacred region was very far from the demon domain. If one relied on flying, even a quasi-emperor expert would need half a month to travel. However, the 9 quasi-emperors were the masters of the sacred palace. They were the current leaders of the human race and controlled the entire primordial chaos. Naturally, they had a wormhole from the sacred region to the demon domain. Rip! A wormhole appeared in the sky above the sacred region, and the 9 of them entered it. The other end of the wormhole was connected to the edge of the demon domain. They could reach it in the blink of an eye. However, in an abyss not too far away from the sacred region, in the silent abyss, the roar of a beast suddenly rang out. The deafening sound resounded through the sky. In the next second, a mighty aura soared into the sky. Ha ha ha, we're finally back. The sound of hearty laughter spread throughout the area. At the bottom of the abyss, a black cloud slowly rose. In that black cloud, one elder after another appeared. Dang, dang, dang. A total of 15 people walked out of the black cloud. They stood in the void and looked around. They took a deep breath of fresh air and looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with excitement and smiles. How many years has it been? We've been trapped in that damned place for too long. I never thought that we would be able to return to our homeland one day, the elder with sword-shaped eyebrows said excitedly. I wonder how the Goo clan has developed after all these years. Primordial chaos, we're back. If anyone was here, they would discover that these 15 people did not have any aura fluctuations. They were just like ordinary elders. Spatial fluctuations? All of a sudden, the leader of the group, an elder, sensed a spatial fluctuation. Immediately, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Since we're back, it's time to let the world know of our existence. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his hand and slammed it into the air. Suddenly, a vast and mighty power shattered the void. Rumble. At this moment, the 9 quasi-emperors who were riding the spatial wormhole to the demon domain suddenly felt the world spinning. Immediately after, the spatial wormhole shattered. They suffered a great impact, and their bodies fell to the ground. Quasi-emperor? The old man in the lead narrowed his eyes when he saw the 9 people falling out of the wormhole. Sacred Palace. The old man with sword-shaped eyebrows was instantly enraged. In a short period of time, the 9 palace masters had already stood up and stared ahead. Shattering a wormhole with his bare hands? How is that possible? Fire Dome Palace, Master, couldn't believe it. Even as boundary emperors, they couldn't do it. As for the 15 people in front of him, their auras were extremely powerful. Where did they come from? Could it be someone from that force? Void, Primogenitor said in a low voice. At this critical moment, Palace Master Woodgreen and the others were somewhat anxious to be stopped by this mysterious figure. Are you the present masters of the Sacred Palace? The old man in the lead stood with his hands behind his back and asked indifferently, I am Woodgreen. May I know who you are? Palace Master Woodgreen cupped his fists and asked. Hee. The old man with sword-shaped eyebrows sneered. Back then, if it weren't for the Heavenly Wolf Palace Master of the Sacred Palace, how could we have been trapped for so many years? This debt will eventually be settled with the Sacred Palace. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man with sword-shaped eyebrows suddenly attacked. This is the Goo clan's secret technique. Palace Master Woodgreen felt a strong sense of danger and exclaimed, You are from the Goo clan? In the sky above the demon domain, Fong Chen and the Samsara Sword Emperor stood side by side. As for the World Devastation Demon Emperor, he stood on the dark demon city and was surrounded by terrifying World Devastation Demon Chi as he narrowed his eyes at the two. It's useless. As long as I am in the demon domain, the dark demon city will have an endless source of power. What do you have to fight me? The World Devastation Demon Emperor sneered. His combat strength had already reached the level of a top quasi-emperor, and he could fight against a perfect quasi-emperor if he used many techniques. In the demon domain, with the power of the dark demon city, he was already invincible. With the support of many forces, he was confident that he could escape unscathed even if a sovereign of the Emperor realm came here. The battle had been going on for 3 days and 3 nights. Fong Chen and the Samsara Sword Emperor joined forces, but they were still unable to break through the blockade of the dark demon city. For a time the battle was in a stalemate. Fong Chen was even more anxious. Until now he did not know whether his daughter was dead or alive, but he could not do anything to the World Devastation Demon Emperor. Let's stall for time first. Palace Master Woodgreen and the others are already on the way. Suddenly, the Samsara Sword Emperor sent a voice transmission to Fong Chen. The latter's eyes flashed, and he immediately nodded. Blood Void, Sword Technique, Level 9. Holding the Hidden Star sword in his hand, he took a step forward, and with endless sword light, he fought fiercely with the World Devastation Demon Emperor. On the other side, the Samsara Sword Emperor did not stay idle. He closed his eyes, and the Samsara Sword Chi on his body quickly spread out. In a moment, the Samsara Sword Chi enveloped the entire demon city. Many demon cultivators who were hiding in the distance suddenly became stiff. They had fallen into the world of samsara. Samsara sword technique 100 samsara. The samsara sword emperor roared and waved his hands. The terrifying samsara sword emperor attacked the world devastation demon emperor, trying to pull him into the world of samsara. The battle continued. Boom! After 6 hours of battle, the dark demon city finally showed signs of tilting under the full force of the dark demon city. Retreat quickly. The monstrous world devastation demon Chi merged into the dark demon city. The world devastation demon emperor's combat strength reached its peak. At this moment, he could kill any god or Buddha who stood in his way. Kill. The world devastation demon emperor flipped his palm and a mountain suddenly fell from the sky, directly pressing down on the samsara sword emperor. Crack! The world of samsara collapsed on its own. Many demon cultivators in the demon city instantly regained consciousness. Their hearts were trembling. They did not understand what had just happened. Senior, Fong Chen saw this and shouted. However, before he could turn around, he was sent flying by the world devastation demon emperor. Dong! His body smashed heavily on a mountain. The mountain instantly turned into ruins. With a cry, Fong Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, the blood in his body tumbling. In this demon city, I am no match for the world devastation demon emperor. Fong Chen struggled to get up and muttered, Now I can only wait for Palace Master Mu Qing and the others to arrive. However, at this moment, the samsara sword emperor, who was suppressed by the mountain, sent a voice transmission to Fong Chen. Something has happened. Palace Master Mu Qing and the others encountered the experts of the Gu clan who had disappeared for countless years on their way here. They were stopped by them and will not be able to get away in a short time. Hearing this, Fong Chen was stunned. Then a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The Gu clan? If he could walk out of the demon city alive this time, he would definitely settle the score with the Gu clan in the future. Kid, you should be proud that you have forced me to use my strongest trump card. In an instant, the world devastation demon emperor activated the dark demon city to the extreme, and a terrifying power spread out. Fong Chen looked up and saw the dark clouds roaring. In the dark clouds, a palm swooped down. Blood emptiness sword technique. Fong Chen used the blood emptiness sword technique again, but he could not block it at all. After such a long battle, he had consumed a lot of energy, and his combat strength had dropped sharply. Fight! Looking at the palm that was close to him, Fong Chen gritted his teeth. Buzz! However, at this moment, something strange happened. Suddenly, specks of starlight appeared in front of him. These specks of starlight condensed into a starlight barrier at a speed invisible to the naked eye. What was most surprising was that the seemingly fragile starlight barrier was actually able to block this menacing palm. Crack! The palm hit the starlight barrier and was immediately enveloped by the starlight and then corroded. Boom! When the starlight barrier shattered, the palm had already dissipated. Star Emperor! In the sky above the dark demon city, the world devastation demon emperor roared angrily. His face was ferocious, and his bloody eyes stared at the distant void. Why? The world devastation demon emperor was furious. The empress that he had been pursuing had attacked him at this time. Rip! In the void, starlight flickered, and a beautiful woman in a purple dress walked over with light steps. Her pretty face was covered with frost. Under the gaze of the world devastation demon emperor, the Star Emperor came to the ruins, held Fong Chen's hand, and helped him up. She stretched out her fair little hand and gently wiped the blood from the corner of Fong Chen's mouth. I'm late. The Star Emperor's eyes were filled with tears. You are. Fong Chen was emotional, and he hugged the star and mooned tightly. Ah! An angry roar spread throughout the demon city. The world devastation demon emperor's anger had reached an unprecedented height. His body was burning with black flames, and the dark demon city under his feet also released a dark green light. The temperature of the entire demon city suddenly soared, as if it had turned into purgatory and made people despair. Why? In the face of the world devastation demon emperor's roar, the star and moon left Fang Chen's arms, and the tenderness on her face disappeared, replaced by a cold, murderous intent. Because he is my husband. Boom! The world devastation demon emperor's body shook, and his mind was shaken, unable to accept this fact. Impossible! What right does he have to be your husband? The world devastation demon emperor roared. Only I am worthy of you. The star emperor shook his head. Love is not about being worthy or not. That's right, you don't know what love is at all. Ah! With a heart-wrenching roar, the world devastation demon emperor was furious to the extreme. I've been pursuing you since the ancient times, but you've chosen him. The world devastation demon emperor pointed at Fang Chen, and his face gradually became gloomy. At this moment, he finally understood why the Star Emperor asked him to save Fang Chen in the light region. You are my woman, and no one can lay a finger on you. The world devastation demon emperor became crazy. He raised his hand and punched out, and a terrifying demonic aura rushed toward Fang Chen. Crack! Star Emperor took action and blocked the attack. You want to stop me? The world devastation demon emperor asked. Chapter 33:38. The Star Emperor was a super expert of the ancient times. Back then, she was known as the person who was most proficient in the Tao of Stars in the ancient times. She was also the most favored genius by many sovereigns of the Emperor realm. However, she was trapped in the quasi-Emperor realm for many years and had not broken through. In the end, the Star Emperor chose to break through reincarnation. She dispersed her cultivation and entered the reincarnation cycle alone. After reincarnation, she was the star and moon of today. However, she had now awakened the memories of her previous life. Not long ago, she had come out of seclusion and had mastered all the means of the Star Emperor. When she heard that her husband was fighting in the demon domain, she rushed over as fast as she could. The Star Emperor's eyes were filled with cold anger. This anger made people tremble. Even the world devastation demon emperor had never seen the Star Emperor so angry. You, the world devastation demon emperor, stepped on the dark demon city, his face cold. Why? A heavy voice rippled in the void. The world devastation demon emperor did not understand why the Star Emperor would stop him. Because he is my husband, and the woman you took away is our daughter. Boom! The world devastation devil emperor's mind rumbled loudly. He shook his head forcefully, and his body swayed a little. How is this possible? He could not believe that the woman he had pursued from the ancient times to the end of the age of chaos had already married someone else and had given birth to a daughter. Damn it! When he saw the Star Emperor's expression, he finally believed the truth in front of him. He clenched his fists, and the world devastation demon Qi swirled. The terrifying demon Tao power swept across heaven and earth as if to devour the demon domain. The world devastation demon emperor's anger, like a volcano, finally erupted completely. Star Emperor, the world devastation demon emperor, looked down at the beautiful figure in the darkness. He roared in a hoarse voice, "Which part of me is not comparable to him? You would rather choose a trash than me?" The Star Emperor shook his head. Trash? In my eyes, you are the trash. Boom! The world devastation demon emperor grabbed the void with his bare hands. A long spear condensed from the world devastation demon Qi pierced through the void and shot toward Fang Chen. Humph! Since he's your husband, I'll kill him before your eyes. I'll let you see with your own eyes what sort of trash he is. As soon as he finished speaking, the black spear appeared in front of Fang Chen with boundless pressure. Scram! Fang Chen shouted as he held the hidden star sword in front of his chest. A layer of sword-shaped runes surrounded his body. Dong dong dong! The black spear struck the sword-shaped rune, and its speed decreased sharply. At this moment, Star Emperor made his move. Voila! She gently raised her hand, and bright starlight burst out from her palm. In the next second, the starlight hand grabbed the dark spear. Crack! While everyone was still in shock, the starlight hand easily crushed the dark spear. With me here, don't even think about hurting him, Star Emperor said indifferently. Cosmic hand. The World Devastation Demon Emperor raised his eyebrows slightly and said coldly, if you had awakened the memories of your past life and comprehended the cosmic hand before this, I might be afraid of you. But now, I have the Dark Demon City in my hands. What do you have to fight me? Fong Qin took a step forward and came in front of Star and Moon. He stretched out his hand and held her small, white hand in his palm. The two looked at each other and smiled. Seeing this scene, the World Devastation Demon Emperor completely fell into a state of madness. I'm going to kill you. Roar, roar, roar. A deafening sound broke out in the sky above the demon city. The dark demon city erupted, and the terrifying World Devastation Demon, Qi, swept through the entire demon city. Not good. The Dark Annihilation Formation. The Samsara Sword Emperor's voice was heard, and his face was gloomy. Retreat. Almost without any hesitation, the Samsara Sword Emperor's figure left the demon city in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Star Emperor and Fong Qin did not choose to retreat. Blood emptiness, sword technique. Fong Qin once again displayed the blood emptiness sword technique, and the sky was full of blood light, crazily bombarding the Dark Annihilation Formation. Ding, ding, ding. The power of the Dark Annihilation Formation was beyond his imagination. This is... Fong Qin felt that the power in the Dark Annihilation Formation was overlooking the power in his body in a rapid way. This is the Dark Annihilation Formation. Be careful. Star Emperor's face was solemn. This formation was famous in ancient times. Once it is formed, even quasi-emperors will find it difficult to break it. Star Emperor did not expect the World Devastation Demon Emperor to have mastered this formation. Today, all of you will die. Since he could not get it, he would destroy it. At this moment, the World Devastation Demon Emperor's heart was filled with murderous intent. His piercingly cold eyes fell on Star Emperor, and he licked his dry lips, saying eerily, the Dark Annihilation Formation is set up with the Dark Demon City as the core of the formation. Even if those old farts of the Sacred Palace come, they will not be able to break it. Seeing Fong Qin and Star Emperor trapped in the formation, the World Devastation Demon Emperor borrowed the power of the formation, and his figure constantly flashed. In the black fog, Fong Qin and Star Emperor were moving forward when they suddenly felt danger approaching. Without any hesitation, they slashed out with their sword. Bang! The void exploded, the sword light shattered, and the World Devastation Demon Emperor took a few steps back. Humph! In this Dark Annihilation Formation, I am the master. The World Devastation Demon Emperor said coldly. His figure continued to flicker, looking for an opportunity to kill Fong Qin. As expected of the Dark Annihilation Formation, its power is really strong. Fong Qin, who had calmed down, couldn't help but sigh. The formation gathers rich World Devastation Demon Qi, and in a strange way, it transforms the World Devastation Demon Qi and greatly increases its power. As long as the martial artists trapped in it use their power, it will be absorbed by the Dark Annihilation Formation. If the Dark Annihilation Formation increased their power, it wouldn't be long before the power in their bodies was exhausted. At that time, they would lose their combat power and be at the mercy of others. We need to break the formation as soon as possible, Star Emperor muttered. Although the Dark Annihilation Formation is strong, I am confident that I can find its flaws, Fong Qin said. Help me deal with the World Devastation Demon Emperor for a while. Star Emperor nodded and turned to leave. Be careful, Fong Qin's voice sounded. In the void outside the demon city, the Samsara Sword Emperor was extremely anxious. Boom, boom, boom. He frantically bombarded the formation, but there was nothing he could do. This made him very anxious. Palace Master Wood Green and the others were blocked by the experts of the Gu family and couldn't provide support in a short time. Right now, Fong Chen was really in a desperate situation, and there was nothing he could do. Time passed. In the Dark Annihilation Formation, Fong Chen, on the other hand, was fully immersed in cracking the formation. He was an Emperor-level array master, and his attainments in the array Dao had reached an incredible level. In terms of array Dao, no one in the immemorial chaos was his match. Although the Dark Annihilation Formation was strong, it was not untraceable. An image gradually appeared in Fong Chen's mind. This was the outline of the Dark Annihilation Formation. On this image, there were countless Xiao Hei dots, and Fong Chen's gaze was always on the brightest black dot. That is the core of the Dark Annihilation Formation, right? Fong Chen murmured. During this period, Star Emperor had been pestering the World Devastation Demon Emperor. Half a month later, damn it, the World Devastation Demon Emperor roared. How could this be? After reincarnating, she had just awakened the memories of her previous life and recultivated the Star Hand. But how could she cultivate the Star Hand to such a level in such a short time? The Star Hand was Star Emperor's unique skill, and also her famous consummate skill. The Star Hand had a total of 9 levels, and after cultivating the first 8 levels, one already had the battle strength of a top quasi-emperor. Now, Star Emperor had cultivated the 9th level, and her battle strength soared to the perfection level. Although the World Devastation Demon Emperor could suppress Star Emperor with the help of the Dark Annihilation Formation and the Dark Demon City, he could not kill her. One must know that to become a perfection quasi-emperor, one's comprehension of the supreme law had reached a certain level. They all had very special means, and it was extremely difficult to kill them. However, in the current situation, suppression was far from enough. Forget it. First suppress Star Emperor, then wait for an opportunity to kill Fong Chen and disturb his mind. After thinking for a moment, the World Devastation Demon Emperor muttered, "Rip." The World Devastation Demon Emperor shuttled through every corner of the Dark Annihilation Formation, constantly looking for a way, but he was blocked by Star Emperor every time. Another 3 months passed. Bang! Star Emperor's delicate body flew out as if struck by lightning. Her throat moved, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. In this life, after all, my cultivation is too short, and my accumulation of power is not enough to display the strongest power of the Star Hand. Star Emperor shook her head, her face a little ugly. However, even if I die, I must stop the World Devastation Demon Emperor. While thinking, Star Emperor slowly got up. Her purple robe was stained with blood, and her graceful body swayed in the wind. "You can't stop me." The World Devastation Demon Emperor looked at Star Emperor and said coldly. Star Emperor shook her head and did not speak. "Humph, since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being impolite." In more than 3 months, the Dark Annihilation Formation had been exhausted, and the World Devastation Demon Emperor had taken action himself. Star Emperor was now an arrow at the end of its flight, and there was no need to fear her. Whoosh! The World Devastation Demon Emperor's murderous intent was aroused. He displayed a dark secret technique and rushed toward Star Emperor. At this time, Fong Chen, who had been meditating for 3 months, also had some changes. His body was filled with a strong aura of array, and the image of the Dark Annihilation Formation in his mind had become incomparably transparent. Every single black that had already faded away. Buzz! With a thought, those black dots moved quickly, and finally these black dots connected together in a special way. Boom! A shocking force exploded in his mind. In the image, countless black dots released a terrifying force, blasting toward the center of the array. And the Dark Demon City, the center of the array that was indestructible in the eyes of the world, was also shattered in an instant. Rip! When the image in his mind dissipated, Fong Qin suddenly opened his eyes. I have to say, this dark annihilation formation is really powerful. It took me 3 months to find its flaw, Fong Qin said. At this moment, the corners of his mouth curled up, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Is it finally here? Chapter 339. If the arrival of the Star Sovereign had shocked everyone, then the appearance of the Divine Blood City had shocked them to the extreme. A long time ago, in the era of heroes, the Divine Blood City had always been a powerful force. After the Bloodline Monarch built the Divine Blood City, he immediately led the city to the peak of the immemorial chaos. However, since the Bloodline Monarch's appearance, the Divine Blood City had been completely silent, as if it had disappeared from the immemorial chaos. After the Bloodline Monarch, no one had seen the Divine Blood City again. Now, not only had the Divine Blood City appeared, but it had also come to Mo Desire. Whoosh! Whoosh! Mo outside of Desire, in the dark void, blood flowers suddenly filled the sky, and the air was filled with a bleak aura. Oh my God, what is that? Divine blood is floating. Could it be the Divine Blood City? Why would the Divine Blood City come to Mo Desire? While many demonic cultivators were shocked, they were also very curious. Rip! In the void, a blood-red crack appeared, and in that crack, an arch bridge formed by blood instantly spread out. On that arch bridge, many figures walked out one after another. The leader exuded a terrifying aura. He was wearing a blood-red robe, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. This is the Lord of the Divine Blood City? The Reincarnation Sword Emperor, who was anxiously thinking of a solution, saw the arrival of the Divine Blood City. Since the Fire Demon Monarch and the others are so respectful to him, he must be the Lord of the Divine Blood City. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor felt a bloody aura spreading out, and even he felt his heart palpitate. What a terrifying bloodline power! The Reincarnation Sword Emperor was speechless. No wonder he was the successor of the Bloodline Monarch. No one in the immemorial chaos could compare with him in the Bloodline Tao. Since the Divine Blood City appeared, it has never left the extreme cold land. Why would it come to Mo? Just as the Reincarnation Sword Emperor was puzzled, the Lord of the Divine Blood City looked at him. Senior, the Demon Monarch grinned and cupped his hands at the Reincarnation Sword Emperor. With a thought, the bloody aura on his body instantly disappeared, revealing his true appearance. You are... After seeing his appearance, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor opened his mouth in disbelief. How is this possible? The Samsara Sword Emperor was at a loss. But soon he realized that the castellan in front of him was actually Fong Chen's doppelganger. I rushed over when I sensed that my true body was in danger, said the Demon Monarch. Fortunately, I made it in time. His gaze landed on the darkness annihilation formation as a murderous intent surged in his eyes. Boom! Boom! Just as the Divine Blood City arrived, the dark annihilation formation also underwent a great change. Rip! Suddenly, a flaw appeared in the indestructible darkness annihilation formation. Then, with the flaw as the center, cracks began to spread. Boom! Inside the formation, Fong Qin found a flaw in the dark annihilation formation and used all his formation techniques to tear it apart. At the side, Star Emperor also struck with lightning speed. His unique skill, Star Hand, was pushed to the extreme. Every time he waved his palm, there would be starlight in the sky. The starlight attached itself to the gaps in the array and constantly tore them apart, courting death. Seeing this, the World Devastation Demon Emperor roared in anger. Monstrous world devastation, demonic chi, spread out from the dark devil city. Let's go! Fong Qin and Star Emperor looked at each other. Then their figures flashed and instantly fled. Swoosh! Although the World Devastation Demon Emperor's attack was very fast, it still could not stop the two from escaping. Whoosh! Mo outside, Fong Qin and Star Emperor stood side by side. At this time, the Demon Monarch and the Reincarnation Sword Emperor also rushed over. World Devastation Demon Emperor. Fong Qin took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "The moment you had designs on my daughter, the outcome was already decided. Today, the 4 of us Boundary Emperors will join forces to kill you." Although Fong Qin was not a Boundary Emperor, he also had the battle strength of a Boundary Emperor. As for the Demon Monarch's clone, he had received the inheritance of the Bloodline King and had been cultivating in the Divine Blood City. Now, his battle strength had soared to the Boundary Emperor realm. In addition to the Reincarnation Sword Emperor and Star Emperor, there are 4 Boundary Emperors on their side. No matter how strong the World Devastation Demon Emperor was, he was still a Boundary Emperor. It would be extremely difficult for him to block the attack of 4 people, unless he stepped into the Emperor realm. Divine Blood City. The World Devastation Demon Emperor stood in the Dark Annihilation Array and saw the Demon Monarch and the more than 20 domain lords behind him. "My MO. I don't want to interfere with your Divine Blood City. Why do you have to do this?" The World Devastation Demon Emperor knew better than anyone else present that the Divine Blood City's foundation was very strong. Unless he had no other choice, he was not willing to start a war with the Divine Blood City. "World Devastation Demon Emperor, open your dog eyes and look." The Demon Monarch sneered, his face full of disdain. He raised his head, and the bloody aura dissipated, revealing his true appearance. How is this possible? The World Devastation Demon Emperor was shocked. He was shocked. "You," the Demon Monarch sneered. "My original body and I are one. Now that my original body is in trouble, you want me to stand by and do nothing?" As he spoke, the Demon Monarch flung his sleeves and said domineeringly, "I have long heard of the MO. There are many demonic cultivators who cultivate demonic techniques and are inhumane. Since I took over the Divine Blood City, I have never taken action. Since my Divine Blood City has reappeared, we must enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill the evil." The Demon Monarch's voice was full of cold, killing intent. Moreover, he was Fong Chen's clone, and now had a more honorable identity than Fong Chen. He was the Lord of the Divine Blood City. With this identity, even the 10 palace masters of the Sacred Palace were not willing to provoke him. Seeing this, the World Devastation Demon Emperor's expression turned grave. Previously, when the 3 Boundary Emperors joined forces, he was confident that he could resist them with the Dark Annihilation Formation and Dark Demon City. However, now that the Lord of the Divine Blood City had joined in, things were very different. He sensed an extremely terrifying bloodline power from the Lord of the Divine Blood City. This aura made his heart tremble. Damn it! The World Devastation Demon Emperor clenched his fists, as if making a choice. His heart was full of unwillingness. It was not easy to lure Fong Chen here. If he did not kill him this time, he would not have another chance in the future. No, he must die. Suddenly, the World Devastation Demon Emperor raised his head, his eyes full of madness. "This is my MO. I have the final say." As his voice fell, the World Devastation Demon Emperor spread out his hands, and the Dark Demon City under his feet was completely activated. Monstrous, destructive demonic chi completely engulfed the Dark Annihilation Formation. Kill! The Dark Annihilation Formation evolved into a killing formation. Countless destructive demonic chi condensed into rays of dark sword light, shooting toward the 4 people. "Break the formation first," Fong Chen said. Then he took a step forward and rushed to the front. Blood Void Sword Technique Level 9. Star Hand. Reincarnation Sword Technique. Moon Picking Technique. The 4 experts joined forces to attack. Distance MO. The other domains not far away were already full of people. MO. This battle affected the entire primordial chaos, except for the Gu family and the 9 palace masters who were entangled by the Gu family. Other experts, including hidden experts, came one after another. They were all watching in the dark, their hearts trembling. God, the Lord of the Divine Blood City, is actually Feng Chen's clone? Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. Just the identity of the Lord of the Divine Blood City is enough for him to do whatever he wants in the sacred palace. Feng Chen is simply too monstrous. Both his original body and clone have the battle strength of a quasi-emperor. If he survives this battle, he will undoubtedly become the strongest quasi-emperor in the ancient chaos. Many martial artists were discussing. Among the four of them, the Lord of the Divine Blood City is the strongest. His bloodline power is the strongest since ancient times. While everyone was in shock, the Demon King activated his bloodline power to the extreme. A drop of divine blood quickly condensed in his palm. Divine blood annihilation. He flicked his finger, and the divine blood fell. It shot out and collided with the Dark Annihilation Formation. At the same time, the Star Emperor's Star Hand, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor's Reincarnation Sword Technique, and Feng Chen's Blood Void Sword Technique crashed into the Dark Annihilation Formation. Hiss! The divine blood was too overbearing. With it, as the core, it rapidly spread. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Annihilation Formation became a Scarlet Formation. How is this possible? The World Devastator Demon Emperor did not expect the combined attack of the four quasi-emperors to be so powerful. No, the World Devastator Demon Emperor roared in anger and attacked desperately, trying to salvage the situation. Crack! When the divine blood completely infected the Dark Annihilation Formation, the formation finally could not withstand it and shattered. Without the protection of the Dark Annihilation Formation, the power of the divine blood swept through the entire Mo desire. Dong! Dong! Mo the ground trembled, the earth cracked, and the mountains shook. Countless demonic cultivators fell into the bottomless abyss and let out miserable cries. The World Devastator Demon Emperor looked down. In just a few seconds, Mo, it had turned into Azura Hell. His eyes were spitting fire and his anger soared. Damn it! After shattering the Dark Annihilation Formation, Feng Chen could not help but sigh. As expected of the divine blood, left by the bloodline monarch. When the clone activates the divine blood, its attack power has surpassed mine. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor and the Star Emperor were also stunned. Although the four had contributed to shattering the formation, the core was still that drop of divine blood. Is that the divine blood left by the bloodline monarch? The Reincarnation Sword Emperor's heart trembled. The power in that drop of divine blood made him tremble. It was like the aura of the Sovereign Emperor realm. To be safe, let's kill the World Devastator Demon Emperor as soon as possible, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor urged. Let him live, Feng Chen said. His primordial spirit, which was at the peak of the Void Realm, could not detect the aura of his daughter. He felt strange. If he wanted to find his daughter, he had to start with the World Devastator Demon Emperor. Let's go. The four boundary emperors joined forces again and attacked the World Devastator Demon Emperor. In the distant void, many experts shook their heads and sighed. They were extremely shocked. Defeated, the World Devastator Demon Emperor was defeated. He can only blame his opponent for being too strong. It is impossible for him to resist against the four of them. They knew that after this battle, desire would no longer exist. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Impossible. The World Devastator Demon Emperor threw the dark demon city at the four, blocking their attack route. At the same time, his figure flashed and appeared at the entrance of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. You destroyed my Mo desire. I, the World Devastator Demon Emperor, swear that I will make you suffer. As his voice fell, the World Devastator Demon Emperor fled into the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Buzz! Moin the sky, the monstrous demonic chi gradually dissipated. The earth collapsed, the void was torn apart, and Mo. It turned into ruins. The demonic cultivators were almost wiped out. Chapter 30, 340. Is it over? In the distant void, Countless martial artists exclaimed in amazement, recalling the shocking blow just now. Everyone's heart was set off stormy waves. They would never forget how powerful this battle was. Is this a battle between top quasi-emperors? It's too terrifying. The power that dissipated from the last blow was enough to kill an ordinary quasi-emperor expert. Fortunately, we were too far away and escaped fast enough. Otherwise, we would have died. Some of the martial artists who had survived the disaster sighed endlessly. Even so, there were still a number of weak martial artists who were too slow to escape and were swept away by the power that dissipated from the demon domain. Everyone's gazes simultaneously landed on the tall figure from the Devil region, because they knew that after today, this man would become a supreme expert whose name would shake the entire supreme ancient immortal realms. Feng Qin. Everyone remembered this name. In the sky above the demon domain, Feng Qin and the other three stood side by side. They looked down at the ground that had turned into ruins, without a trace of pity in their eyes. The demonic cultivators in the demon domain were extremely cruel and had always aimed to kill the martial artists of the human race. Now they had only themselves to blame for dying in this great battle. What a pity! The Samsara Sword Emperor shook his head and sighed. The existence of the World Devastator Demon Emperor was also a potential threat to the Sacred Palace. The four of them had a chance to suppress the World Devastator Demon Emperor together, but they were just a little bit off. On the other hand, a look of anxiety appeared on Star Emperor's face. Brother Qin, can you find where Sheer is? Star Emperor had searched the entire demon domain, but did not find any trace of Feng Shi, which made her very anxious. Just as Feng Qin was about to comfort Star Emperor, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and a golden light flashed in his eyes. That's Sheer's aura. A familiar aura came from the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb. After sensing this aura, Feng Qin took a big stride and came to the Demon Emperor's tomb. Sheer, Feng Qin shouted and immediately plunged into the Demon Emperor's tomb. Brother Qin, the Star of the Arch called out worriedly as he prepared to enter the mausoleum to look for Feng Qin. However, right at that moment, a deafening voice sounded from the Demon Imperial Mausoleum. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying demonic chi of extermination gushed out like a volcanic eruption. A figure was sent flying amidst the overwhelming demonic aura. Dong! Feng Qin's body smashed into a mountain, causing it to crumble instantly. Pucci! He struggled to get up and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his clothes were tattered. He seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. Brother Qin, Feng Qin. Samsara Sword Emperor and Star Emperor rushed towards Feng Qin immediately, while Demon King watched the entrance of Devil King's mausoleum closely. Boom! Monstrous, demonic chi gushed out continuously. At the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb, a black-robed World Devastator Demon Emperor slowly walked out. His face was filled with a strange smile. His eyes were filled with disdain. I have said that you will pay a heavy price for destroying my demon's domain. The World Devastator Demon Emperor stood with his hands behind his back and looked coldly at Feng Qin. How can you imagine the means of the World Devastator Demon Emperor? Today, this demon's domain will be your burial ground. What happened? The Samsara Sword Emperor was shocked. Just now, the four of them had joined forces, and the World Devastator Demon Emperor was severely injured and had fled into the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. But why had his injuries healed in just a moment? Moreover, his aura was much stronger than before. It gave the Samsara Sword Emperor a feeling that he was in the Emperor realm. Impossible. The Samsara Sword Emperor shook his head and ruled out this possibility. Although the World Devastator Demon Emperor's aura was very strong, he was sure that the former had not stepped into the Emperor realm. Could it be because of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum? The Samsara Sword Emperor's pupils shrank and his face became solemn. Beside him, Feng Qin gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a deep voice, He devoured many ancient grievances in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum and used a shocking method to severely injure me when I was distracted to look for Shi-Er. How could this be? The Samsara Sword Emperor was puzzled. However, the World Devastator Demon Emperor did not give them a chance. With a flip of his hand, a black bronze mirror appeared in his palm. Buzz! 5 different colors instantly appeared on the black bronze mirror. These 5 colors intertwined with each other and exuded a terrifying aura. Countless roars could be faintly heard from within. Be careful! This thing targets the primordial spirit and can form a powerful primordial spirit attack. Feng Qin said in a deep voice, "Even my primordial spirit, which is at the peak of the emptiness realm, can hardly withstand it." Soul Dao attack? The Star Emperor's face suddenly changed. Among the 4 of them, Feng Qin's primordial spirit was the strongest and had reached the peak of the emptiness realm. If even he could not withstand the power of the black bronze mirror, how could they withstand it? 5 colors that target the primordial spirit. Could it be the reincarnation Sword Emperor seemed to have thought of something? He gasped and his heart trembled. Colorless soul refining mirror. 5-color soul refining mirror? Feng Qin was surprised. In the ancient times, a soul Dao dominator used countless resentment to refine a bronze mirror. This bronze mirror is the 5-color soul refining mirror. This is because the 5-color soul refining mirror contains countless resentment and can explode with powerful soul Dao attacks. Every time it kills an enemy, it will absorb their resentment and strengthen itself. The reincarnation Sword Emperor said in a deep voice, "In the ancient times, the 5-color soul refining mirror had always been the nightmare of many martial artists. I did not expect the World Devastator Demon Emperor to be able to obtain it." Haha, it seems that you know the 5-color soul refining mirror well. The World Devastator Demon Emperor sneered. "In that case, you should know what to do, right? Let's run." "We have no way to deal with the 5-color soul refining mirror," the reincarnation Sword Emperor said. The Star Emperor was speechless. Even a primordial spirit at the peak of the void realm could not withstand the attack of the 5-color soul refining mirror, let alone them. "Is there no other way?" The Star Emperor asked unwillingly. Feng Qin slowly raised his head and looked at the World Devastator Demon Emperor seriously. The more Feng Qin fought with the World Devastator Demon Emperor, the more certain he was that the World Devastator Demon Emperor's mausoleum was. It was highly possible that the 5-color soul refining mirror was also obtained from the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Feng Qin flipped his hand and a black token appeared in his palm. This token was obtained after he passed the test of the Demon Mountain Stairs and obtained the recognition of the myriad demon willpower. As long as he activated this token, he could return to the Demon Mountain and receive the inheritance of the myriad demon willpower. Looking at the black token, Feng Qin shook his head and kept it. Unless it was a last resort, he did not want to take that step. "Senior, it is difficult for us to escape from the Demon City. Only by fighting will we have a chance of survival," Feng Qin said. You are hide in the dark cave mountain first. I will deal with him." "Brother Qin." Star Emperor shook his head. "No matter what, I will fight alongside Brother Qin." Reincarnation Sword Emperor also shook his head. At such a critical moment, how could he abandon Feng Qin? Now is not the time to act on impulse. I am confident that I can deal with the World Devastator Demon Emperor alone. If you are here, you will only add to my troubles," Feng Qin said seriously. But Star Emperor still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Reincarnation Sword Emperor. "Maybe Feng Qin is right," Reincarnation Sword Emperor said. At first, he also refused, but after thinking carefully, he chose to believe in Feng Qin. Crash! After putting the two into the dark cave mountain, Feng Qin and his avatar stood side by side, the power around them fluctuating. "It's useless. After you die, they will die too." The World Devastator Demon Emperor sneered, not putting Feng Qin in his eyes at all. "I hope it will work." Feng Qin muttered to himself. Boom! Both he and his avatar displayed the invincible sword art. Sword of Slaughter. The bloody sword light whizzed out, interweaving into a sword net between heaven and earth, and rushed toward the world devastator demon emperor. Die. Without hesitation, the world devastator demon emperor activated the 5-color soul refining mirror. Buzz. Rings of soul Tao power came out from the 5-color soul refining mirror. White, black, red, yellow, purple. 5 different colors represented 5 different types of soul Tao power. Kacha. When the first type of soul Tao power blasted into the Demon King's mind, the latter was sent flying. Pucci. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but quickly got up. Come on, let me see how strong your 5-color soul refining mirror is. The second and third types of soul Tao power blasted toward Fong Qin one after another. Boom! Boom! In the void, the terrifying soul Tao power surrounded the primordial spirits of the original body and his avatar. Break! Fong Qin roared as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. His consciousness had become blurry, but he still relied on his tenacious will to persevere. When the 4th type of soul Tao power fell on his body, his turbid eyes suddenly opened, shooting out a dazzling light. He looked up and saw that the sky was covered with dark clouds and rolling thunderclouds. The terrifying thunderclouds formed vortexes, one after another, as if doomsday had arrived. This is the world devastator demon emperor also noticed this and was a little surprised. It was impossible for the 5-color soul refining mirror to cause a change in heaven and earth, but the thunderclouds had been accumulating in the sky above the demon domain. What was going on? At this time, Fong Qin opened his palm, and a wild smile appeared on his face. The bottleneck that had troubled him for a long time was finally about to break through. Come on. Both his true body and his clone stood in the air, allowing the lightning to strike them as it pleased. Breakthrough? The world devastator demon emperor exclaimed. Fong Qin, who was only at the World King realm, was able to force him to such a state. Once he stepped into the world evolution realm, how strong would his combat strength be? No, I must not let him break through. Otherwise, the 5-color soul refining mirror will not be able to kill him. The world devastator demon emperor frantically activated the 5-color soul refining mirror. In the dark cave mountain, Star Emperor was very anxious as he looked at everything that was happening outside. As for Samsara Sword Emperor, he finally understood what Fong Qin meant when he said he was confident. He is using the 5-color soul refining mirror's power to squeeze himself and seek a breakthrough in the crisis. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor sighed. Chapter 30, 341. The 5-colored soul refining mirror targeted the primordial spirit, and its power was too strong. Even a powerful primordial spirit at the peak of the emptiness realm would find it difficult to resist. At this moment, everyone thought that Fong Qin would not be able to resist the world devastator demon emperor's attack. What is he doing? At this moment, everyone suddenly discovered that Fong Qin and the Demon King were actually close to each other. Lightning flashed in the sky, and the terrifying power of thunder swooped down, drowning Fong Qin and Fong Qin. He is breaking through. It was unknown who cried out in alarm, but this news quickly spread. Those martial artists who were hiding in the distant void and watching the battle widened their eyes in disbelief. At this critical moment of life and death, Fong Qin actually chose to break through. How much courage did this require? Of course, there were also some experts who were filled with curiosity. Fong Qin, who was at the World King realm, already had the combat strength of a peak boundary emperor. If he successfully broke through to the world evolution realm, how strong would his combat strength be? Would he be able to reach the level of a peak boundary emperor, or even be comparable to a sovereign emperor? A crazy idea appeared in everyone's mind. At the entrance of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum, the world devastator Demon Emperor's dark eyes stared at Fong Qin. Seeing him break through, The corners of his mouth curled up and he revealed a disdainful smile. It's useless. Even a peak boundary emperor cannot resist the power of the five-colored soul refining mirror. You want to break through under this pressure? How ridiculous. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying power of the soul, Tao, released by the five-colored soul refining mirror, had already arrived in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen felt his primordial spirit tremble as if it was being sealed by an invisible force. It was very uncomfortable. Break. Fang Chen gritted his teeth and exchanged glances with his doppelganger. Then, with the help of the power of thunder, they instantly merged into one. At this moment, a vast power of sword Tao appeared around his body. The dazzling sword light shrouded the entire demon domain. It had already been some time since he stepped into the World King realm. The strength within his body had already accumulated to the limit. All he lacked was a turning point. But this time, Fang Chen chose to seek a breakthrough under the pressure of the five-colored soul refining mirror and the world devastator devil emperor. Dong dong dong. When his doppelganger merged with his original body, the thoughts of the two merged. The power of the divine blood in his body also instantly intertwined, forming a terrifying bloodline storm. What a powerful bloodline power! The hearts of the spectators trembled. Such a dense bloodline power reminded them of the bloodline monarch of the past. Even the world devastation demon emperor was a little shocked at this scene. Kill! An ominous premonition rose in his heart. Soon after, he waved his hand. Multicolored light shot out from the five-colored spirit refining mirror as a terrifying soul Tao power erupted once again. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Soul power spears began to form in the air, under the control of the world devastation demon emperor. These soul power spears pierced through the void and headed straight for Fang Chen. Kacha! In the blink of an eye, countless soul power spears directly pierced through Fang Chen's body. Blood sprayed out from the latter's body as the power of the bloodline shook. Brother Chen. In Dark Cave Mountain, Star Emperor saw this scene clearly. She cried out involuntarily as she fell into madness. World devastation demon emperor, I will kill you. However, the Samsara sword emperor was abnormally calm. He reached out and patted Star Emperor's shoulder, comforting her. Don't worry. Since Fang Chen chose to do this, it means that he has a lot of confidence. Although the Samsara Sword Emperor hadn't known Fang Chen for a long time, he knew Fang Chen quite well. Fang Chen's character was mature, and he never boasted. Since he had made the decision, he had at least a 50% chance of winning. Look, the Samsara Sword Emperor looked seriously at Fang Chen, who was pierced by the soul power spears. He stretched out his finger and said, although he was pierced by the soul power spears, there is not much pain on his face. On the contrary, the power of the bloodline in his body is even more restless. If I'm not wrong, he is using the powerful power of the five-color soul refining mirror to compress himself. He wants to use this as a breakthrough to step into the boundary evolution realm. Star Emperor heard this and looked up. She was an expert from the Antiquity Age, and her vision was higher than the Samsara Sword Emperor's. She, who had calmed down, saw the clues at a glance. Her white little hands were tightly clenched together, and her palms were full of sweat. Brother Chen, you must hold on. In the sky above the demon domain, the world devastation demon emperor looked coldly at Fang Chen. Still not dead? He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the five-color soul refining mirror's full power attack couldn't kill him. Humph, your primordial spirit is already very unstable and has begun to become chaotic. I want to see how you will withstand the next attack. The world devastation demon emperor sneered and immediately activated the five-color soul refining mirror in his hand again. Countless soul power spears whistled out again. In the distant void, countless martial artists shook their heads. This attack was too powerful. Fang Chen had already been seriously injured and couldn't withstand it. Unless an emperor realm dominator appeared, Fang Chen would undoubtedly die. Many martial artists were sighing. Was a genius of a generation going to die in the domain of demons? Their faces were full of complicated expressions. Today, Fang Chen was recognized as the #1 genius in the ancient Chaos Age and was much stronger than Gu Tianhua. And now, after everyone knew that the divine Blood City Lord was his clone, they were incomparably respectful of him. The experts of the Sacred Palace unanimously believed that Fang Chen was the most likely genius to step into the Emperor realm in the Age of Chaos. But now, such a peerless genius was about to fall in front of everyone's eyes. Die. When the second attack fell on Fang Chen, his body could no longer withstand it and shattered with a loud bang. Ha ha ha. The World Devastation Demon Emperor laughed crazily. You won't have a good ending if you go against me. The power of the soul Dao enveloped Fang Chen's body and shattered it into pieces. Drops of blood floated in the void. However, Fang Chen's consciousness did not dissipate. I see. At this moment, the doubts that were stuck at the bottleneck finally had an answer. Break and rebuild. After understanding, the blood that was scattered in the void quickly gathered together. In the blink of an eye, a new body was formed. Boom! Boom! At the same time, his primordial spirit in his mind continued to strengthen. When the color of his primordial spirit turned completely purple, the power of the soul Dao finally stopped growing. Reality realm. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He clenched his fists and was extremely excited. Buzz. At this moment, the power in his body also instantly rose to the peak. After the black hole bloodline in his body merged with the divine blood, it had undergone a transformation. At this moment, Fang Chen's bloodline aura had reached the peak. Is this the world evolution realm? Fang Chen could feel the ethereal and supreme power of the natural order in the void. This was the symbol of the world evolution realm. He clenched his fist, and the void in front of him instantly shattered. When an ordinary world king breaks through to the world evolution realm, their strength will at most increase by 100 times. But I am different. After my clone absorbed the divine blood and obtained the inheritance of the divine blood city, its strength is comparable to a boundary emperor. Now that it has merged with my main body, its strength has increased by 1,000 times. Fang Chen sighed. Right now, his combat prowess was even stronger than that of a consummation quasi-emperor. It could be said that he was the strongest person under the emperor realm. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and suppressed the joy in his heart. He clapped his hands, and the power of the soul Dao that enveloped him instantly dissipated. The World Devastation Demon Emperor stared at Fang Chen, who was enveloped by the power of the soul Dao, and sneered. You think you are qualified to compete with me for a woman? Just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden change. The power of the soul Dao that had spread throughout the demon domain suddenly dissipated, and a terrifying airflow escaped. Not good. He cursed inwardly. His figure flashed, and he quickly retreated to the entrance of the demon emperor's mausoleum. Kacha! He was shocked to find that the light of the 5-colored, soul-refining mirror in his hand had dimmed. He suddenly raised his head and stared at the land of the demon domain with his pitch-black eyes. A figure slowly walked out from the demonic chi. Fang Chen. The World Devastation Demon Emperor cried out involuntarily. His heart was in turmoil as he couldn't believe what he was seeing. How is this possible? He actually blocked the attack of the 5-colored soul refining mirror? It wasn't just the World Devastation Demon Emperor. The entire ancient chaos was shocked. The many cultivators hidden in the distant void were completely stunned when they saw Fang Chen reappear. Did he break through? Monster, a peerless monster. He actually succeeded in breaking through in such a deadly situation. Too powerful. I feel an incomparable oppressive might from his body. For a moment, all the cultivators were filled with horror. In the dark cave mountain, the Star Emperor's tensed face finally relaxed. Amazing. The reincarnation Sword Emperor couldn't help but sigh. After breaking through to the boundary evolution realm, Feng Chen's strength can be called an invincible emperor-to-be. The World Devastation Demon Emperor is nothing to be afraid of. After worrying for a long time, he could finally rest assured. No, impossible. The World Devastation Demon Emperor felt a terrifying aura emanating from Feng Chen's body. His body involuntarily trembled. Die. The World Devastation Demon Emperor's face was ferocious as he activated the five-colored soul refining mirror with all his strength. Whoosh! 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 Thousands of blazing flames burst out from the five-colored soul refining mirror. Each flame contained a powerful soul Tao power that could easily burn a primordial spirit of a peak void realm expert. These blazing flames intertwined and danced in the sky, enveloping the entire demon domain. Humph! Feng Chen snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, his corporeal realm primordial spirit was released. Countless cultivators prostrated themselves on the ground. An ancient power surrounded the heavens and earth. Puff! Puff! The blazing flames that approached Feng Chen instantly shattered. This is the primordial spirit corporeal realm? The World Devastation Demon Emperor roared. His hand trembled as he held the cracked, five-colored soul refining mirror. A trace of fear grew in his heart. Although the colorless soul refining mirror is strong, it can only suppress the primordial spirit of a void realm expert. After breaking through to the boundary evolution realm and merging my original body with my clone, my primordial spirit stepped into the corporeal realm. It is as strong as an emperor realm expert. Naturally, this primordial spirit attack can't do any harm to me, Feng Chen said softly. He glanced in the direction of the fire demon, True Lord and the others, and smiled. Chapter 30, 342. From then on, there were no more demon kings in the world, but there was one more invincible boundary emperor. After the original body and avatar had completely merged, the black hole bloodline had absorbed the power of the divine blood and transformed into the most terrifying bloodline in the world, and also the most powerful bloodline. In addition, his primordial spirit had also stepped into the corporeal realm that everyone dreamed of. His physical body was also close to the limit, and his entire person had undergone a perfect transformation. The five-colored spirit-refining mirror was a super powerful soul Tao offensive weapon, and even a boundary emperor expert could do nothing about it. But now, after Feng Chen's primordial spirit had reached the corporeal realm, his violent soul Tao power formed a physical attack that instantly pierced through the five-colored spirit-refining mirror in the World Devastator Demon Emperor's hand. No, the World Devastator Demon Emperor held the broken bronze mirror tightly and let out an angry roar. This black bronze mirror was his Sa. Shou Jian was also where his confidence lay, but now it had been shattered by Feng Chen, and he could not accept this fact no matter what. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He shook his head frantically, unwilling to believe what was happening in front of him. Crack! Above Feng Chen's head, a physical ball of primordial spirit light burst out with a dazzling light, and for a moment the entire MO. All the martial artists' minds went blank. The five-colored necromancer mirror shattered under the terrifying pressure of the soul Tao. Bang! The World Devastator Demon Emperor spat out blood, his face pale, and his body heavily smashed into the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb. Run! At this moment his heart was filled with fear, and there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to escape into the Demon Emperor's tomb. "Wanna leave?" Seeing this, Feng Chen sneered, and his eyes flashed like lightning. A thick soul Tao power shot out, and instantly enveloped the World Devastator Demon Emperor's body. Ah! At the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb, there was a tragic cry. Then, the World Devastator Demon Emperor's body crashed to the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness. His primordial spirit had been completely destroyed. Dong! His huge body heavily smashed into the ground, and dust flew up. The World Devastator demon Chi in the void frantically dissipated. In just an instant, the entire Mo, the World Devastator demon Chi, had completely disappeared. Everyone was shocked. What power is this? Too strong. I can feel the power of a sovereign emperor. The World Devastator Devil Emperor was killed so easily. Countless cultivators who were hiding in the distant void watching the battle widened their eyes, and their hearts were in turmoil. In Dark Cave Mountain, Star Emperor's tense face relaxed when she saw this. Her beautiful eyes were filled with joy. She stared blankly at Mo, who was standing there. Looking at the tall and straight figure in the sky, he was secretly delighted. This was her husband. In the distance, Fire Demon True Monarch and the others were waiting. The ladies looked at each other. Is this still the Boundary Evolution realm? After a long period of shock, True Monarch Fire Demon was the first to speak. He swallowed his saliva and was somewhat at a loss. To be able to kill the World Devastator Demon Emperor with a single thought, no one in the primordial chaos would be a match for him. True Monarch Water Source said, "The original body and the clone both possess the battle prowess of a quasi-emperor. Now that they have merged and broken through to the boundary realm, their battle prowess is close to that of a quasi-emperor. Emperor realm. Ever since the immortal emperor, no one had appeared. This world had undergone a great change and was subject to many restrictions. It was called the Age of Doom. In such an era where cultivation resources were extremely scarce, the highest cultivation level one could reach was the quasi-emperor realm. For countless years, many quasi-emperors had been risking their lives to find the path to the emperor realm. However, for so many years, no one had succeeded. Now, Feng Qin, with his boundary evolution realm cultivation, could unleash the battle prowess of a quasi-emperor. It was no wonder that the people of Divine Blood City were shocked. Invincible quasi-emperor. Feng Qin's strength was enough to be called an invincible quasi-emperor. That's right, with the strength of the City Lord, he is worthy of being an invincible quasi-emperor. After a fierce battle, it had been completely turned into ruins. Only the Demon Emperor's mausoleum was still intact. Crash! The Reincarnation Sword Emperor and Star Emperor appeared in Dark Cave Mountain. Amazing! The Reincarnation Sword Emperor gave Feng Qin a thumbs up and couldn't help but praise him. Brother Qin, you have killed the world-destroying Demon Emperor. Do you know the whereabouts of Xi'er? Star Emperor was most concerned about his daughter, Feng Shi. Feng Qin nodded and then waved his hand. The entire Dark Demon City showed signs of cracking and finally collapsed. At the core of the collapsed Dark Demon City, there was a majestic, world-destroying demon Qi wrapped around a figure. That person was Feng Qin's daughter, Feng Shi. Xi'er. Feng Shi, who was floating in midair, had no signs of life on her body. Star Emperor took a big step forward and held her in his arms. Xi'er. Star Emperor's divine sense swept over and instantly broke down and burst into tears. You will be fine. Mother will find a way to save you. Star Emperor sobbed. Feng Qin's face was gloomy, and her eyes were filled with endless anger. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor said, "She's not dead." Feng Qin turned his head and looked at the Reincarnation Sword Emperor. The latter said, "Although she has no signs of life, I have a feeling that there is a very familiar aura in her body." Smack! All of a sudden, the Samsara Sword Emperor slapped his head as he suddenly recalled something. The heart of the flame demon. It's the heart of the flame demon. Immediately, his divine sense shrouded Feng Shi and carefully examined her. Sure enough, it was exactly as he had guessed. The power in Feng Shi's body was exactly the same as the heart of the flame demon. What's going on? Feng Qin asked hurriedly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone in Divine Blood City walked over together. Greetings, City Lord. The Demon King had received the Bloodline King's inheritance and became the City Lord of Divine Blood City. Now that the Demon King had merged with Fong Chen was the City Lord of Divine Blood City. Fong Chen nodded gently. He was worried about his daughter's safety and did not say anything. City Lord, I know about the heart of the flame demon. The person who spoke was Fong Chen's old acquaintance, the fire demon, true monarch. Oh! In ancient times, there was a super expert of the demon race. His attainments in the demon way reached an incredible level. After he died, his heart was wrapped in the demon chi that he had cultivated all his life and turned into the heart of the flame demon. It has been passed down since then. The fire demon, true monarch, said, the heart of the flame demon contains the most powerful inheritance of the demon race. As long as the demon race of the future unseals it, they can obtain the inheritance of the demon race. However, the power in the heart of the flame demon is too strong. Only the all-fusion body can bear its power. It seems that the World Devastator Demon Emperor also wants to use her body to unseal the heart of the flame demon. Is my daughter in danger? Fong Chen asked. Because the power in the heart of the flame demon is too strong, the primordial spirit of those who are too weak will definitely shatter, and the vitality in their body will be completely absorbed by the heart of the flame demon. However, as long as the heart of the flame demon exists in her body, she is not really dead. This situation could be called a living dead. Boom! A shocking sword intent erupted from Fong Chen's body without warning, and his heart burned with anger. Damn the World Devastator Demon Emperor. Fong Chen, don't be impulsive. Although the heart of the flame demon is strong, your daughter may still be saved. The Samsara Sword Emperor held Fong Chen's shoulder and said, as far as I know, Palace Master Mu Qing once saw the heart of the flame demon in a certain era. Perhaps he has a way. Hearing this, Fong Chen seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find them. After saying this, Fong Chen remembered that the 9 quasi-emperors of the sacred palace had been blocked by the experts of the Gu clan on their way to support him. By the way, how is Palace Master Mu Qing and the others now? Fong Chen asked. The situation is not good. The experts of the Gu clan who have recovered are all survivors of the ancient era. Although they are all quasi-emperors, they are much stronger than Palace Master Mu Qing and the others. The Samsara Sword Emperor said in a low voice. Take me there. Fong Chen exchanged a few simple words with the Star Emperor, and then sent the mother and daughter into a mortal cave mountain. Then Fong Chen turned his head and looked at the fire demon true Lord and the others. In the name of Divine Blood City, gather all the forces that can be mobilized in the ancient chaos. City Lord? The fire demon, true Lord, was surprised. Are you going to attack the Gu clan? If it weren't for the Gu clan, my daughter wouldn't have become like this. Fong Chen said coldly, his killing intent overflowing. Don't worry, City Lord. When the Bloodline King once dominated the ancient chaos, he secretly accumulated a lot of power. There are also many old monsters who owe him a favor. Now that our Divine Blood City has appeared, as long as you raise your arm and call for help, there will definitely be many people coming to help. City Lord, go ahead and deal with your matters. Leave this matter to me. After saying this, the fire demon true Lord and the others left one after another. Desire, Fong Chen, and the Samsara Sword Emperor also left through a wormhole. In a battle, Fong Chen killed the World Devastator Demon Emperor with his own strength. Moreover, at the critical moment of the fierce battle, he broke through and stepped into the boundary realm. His combat strength soared, and he defeated the quasi-emperors. At the same time, the news that he was the successor of the Bloodline King and the City Lord of Divine Blood City spread completely. The entire primordial chaos trembled. Everyone was crazily shouting Fong Chen's name. Those martial artists and sect who had some interactions with Fong Chen were treated with respect by many major forces because of this. Have you heard of the battle that shocked the world? Of course I have. That kind of battle was too powerful. It wanted to be destroyed. It is said that Fang Chen came from the world of martial artists. I didn't expect him to have such strong potential. With his own strength, he killed the world devastator demon emperor, who had the dark demon city. In the Age of Doom, there were very few experts and even fewer quasi-emperors. Most of the quasi-emperors were busy trying to break through to the emperor realm, and there were very few life and death battles. Moreover, defeating a quasi-emperor was easy, but killing one was somewhat difficult. Even the #1 palace master of the Sacred Palace, Palace Master Mu Qing, found it difficult to kill a quasi-emperor in a one-on-one battle. After all, to be able to become a quasi-emperor, more or less, one had some shoujian. However, Fang Chen was different. He killed the world devastator demon emperor with his boundary realm cultivation. Once this news spread, the entire ancient chaos was completely stirred up. A shocking genius had appeared. At this moment, everyone thought that with Fang Chen's potential, it was only a matter of time before he stepped into the emperor realm. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Chapter 30, 343. The Mountain Domain, a region not too far from the sacred region. An unprecedentedly fierce battle was currently erupting here. On one side were the 9 palace masters of the sacred palace, and on the other side were the recovered experts of the Gu clan. Boom! Divine runes of order flickered in the void, and countless ripples spread out. A destructive power erupted from the center of the mountain domain. Suddenly, an old arm stretched out from the explosive power. This arm was surrounded by countless tree branches. Eternal clear sky. Palace Master Mu Qing roared. His arms trembled, and the tree branches around them swayed endlessly, turning into a monstrous wave that swept over. Haha, eternal clear sky? Opposite him, a skinny old man of the Gu clan laughed sinisterly. There has always been a rumor in the ancient chaos that Palace Master Mu Qing's eternal clear sky secret technique is extremely powerful. Even among emperor-level experts, it is considered one of the best. Once used, it can absorb the energy of all plants in the world for its own use. It truly lives up to its reputation. He seemed to be praising Palace Master Mu Qing, but his face was filled with mockery. If it was in the past, I might not have faced your eternal clear sky secret technique head-on. But now, as soon as he finished speaking, the skinny old man stomped his foot and leaped into the air, landing directly on top of the monstrous wave. This old man has been asleep for countless years and has only just awakened. You want to stop me with a mere eternal clear sky secret technique? Dream on. His withered palm suddenly struck out. Like a desolate aura, a heavy power surged forward. Crack! This force was as fast as lightning as it collided with the monstrous wave, instantly dispersing it. At this moment, a towering tree stood in the void. Is this the limit of the eternal clear sky secret technique? The skinny old man said in a hoarse voice. Then he struck out with his palm again. Boom! 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 He struck out 9 times in a row, each palm containing an extremely strong power. When the 9 palms connected together, they erupted with battle strength no weaker than a perfect quasi-emperor. Shatter! The towering tree, standing in the void, cracked from the inside. In the blink of an eye, it collapsed into the void. At the same time, Palace Master Wood Green's body rapidly retreated. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Palace Head Wood Green, are you all right? Void Primogenitor hurriedly asked as he supported Palace, Lord Woodgreen. I'm fine. Palace Master Woodgreen's face was gloomy. I'll stop them. Hurry and go to the demon realm to rescue Fang Chen. But Void Primogenitor wanted to say something, but hesitated. Palace Master Mu Qing shook his head. If we continue to delay, Fang Chen will be in danger. You should know better than me how important Fang Chen is to our human race. Seeing this, the other 8 people did not say anything else. Their figures flashed, and they disappeared into the void. You want to leave? Hoo hoo hoo! The skinny old man from the Goo family seemed to have expected that they would escape. He opened his hand, and a layer of grayish aura shrouded the void. The dense aura of the array Tao spread out. In the void, 9 light pillars emitting terrifying power were scattered in 9 different locations. Dong! The formation took shape. An entire mountain region was shaken. This is... Palace Master Woodgreen's face turned ashen when he saw this. He roared, "Is your goof family betraying the human race? Humph, how laughable. I think your time in the sacred palace has been too comfortable. Have you already forgotten the Godfall War?" The skinny old man said disdainfully, "That's right. What right does your sacred palace have to dare to represent the human race? My Goo family's strength is far above your sacred palace. We should represent the human race and shake up the primordial chaos. Back then, if it weren't for you old farts, my Goo family wouldn't have fallen to such a state." These experts, who had been in slumber for countless years, hated the sacred palace deeply, especially when they thought of the Goo family's history. If it weren't for the sacred palace, the Goo family might have already dominated the primordial chaos. Within the formation, a scarlet aura spread out as the power of the world continued to thin. Palace Master Woodgreen's face was ashen. "If I'm not wrong, this formation should be the famous god-slaying formation of the ancient era." Hearing this, the expressions of the other palace masters changed. "It's the god-slaying formation?" The god-slaying formation was an emperor-level formation. Once it was formed, its internal power would constantly target the primordial spirit. Moreover, it would consume the strength of the martial artist's body. Even a quasi-emperor wouldn't be able to last for long. "What do we do? Are we just going to sit here and wait for death?" Void Primogenita asked. Outside the formation, the skinny old man of the Goo family controlled the god-slaying formation. "Boss, isn't it too hasty to use the god-slaying formation to deal with these quasi-emperors of the sacred palace?" The old man in black was a little worried. "It doesn't matter. Those sleeping experts of the sacred palace will have to pay a great price to wake up. These 9 clowns are no match for my Goo family." The skinny old man shook his head. His eyes were full of contempt. "Humph, the sacred palace is really regressing. Even a quasi-emperor can be a palace master. We don't need such a sacred palace. Let's end this quickly. After all, the sacred palace is the current leader of the human race. We have just recovered and haven't figured out the current situation of the primordial chaos. It's better to be careful," the old man in black said. The skinny old man nodded. Then he opened his palm, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom! Boom! Under his control, the power of the god-slaying formation continued to increase. Palace Master Woodgreen and the others were almost unable to hold on. "Palace Master Woodgreen, I'll break the formation. You guys take the opportunity to escape." The Fire Dome Palace Master suddenly said. Everyone was stunned. Then, they all looked at Palace Master Woodgreen. No, Void Primogenitor was the first to speak up. Palace Master Woodgreen shook his head. "It's useless. You all know the power of the god-slaying formation. If we delay any longer, we will all die here. Let's wait a little longer." Palace Master Woodgreen suddenly raised his head and muttered, "We can't wait any longer." Palace Master Woodgreen shook his head and was about to self-destruct. However, he felt a palm on his shoulder and turned around in puzzlement. Palace Master Woodgreen's indifferent face squeezed out a smile. Reinforcements are on their way. But Palace Master Woodgreen still wanted to say something, but the god-slaying formation suddenly shook violently. Then it started to sway. "They're here." Seeing this, Palace Master Woodgreen's lips curled up into a strange smile. Fong Chin stood in the sky above the mountain region. His gaze swept across the experts of the Goo clan and landed on the god-slaying formation. "God-slaying formation," Fong Chin said. Why don't you test my strength? Boom! He threw out a punch, and a monstrous fist shadow slammed into the God-slaying formation. The indestructible God-slaying formation actually showed signs of cracking. It shook as if it could collapse at any time. How is this possible? The black-robed elder exclaimed. The skinny elder raised his head and looked at Fong Qin. I'm Guku. May I know who you are and why you're attacking my Gu clan? The skinny elder Guku felt a strong pressure and asked, Guku of the Gu clan? A shocking killing intent appeared on Fong Chen's indifferent face. Everyone from the Gu clan deserves to die. With that, he continued to throw out punches. You're courting death. Seeing this, Guku said angrily, You want to break the God-slaying formation? Ridiculous. The God-slaying formation was so powerful that no quasi-emperor could break it unless the opponent was an emperor. Therefore, Guku said this. Boom! 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 In a flash, Fong Qin threw out 9 punches in a row. Crack! When the last punch landed on the God-slaying formation, it could no longer hold on and shattered. The figures of Palace Master Wood Green and the others were revealed. 9 punches? Not bad. Fong Qin was very satisfied with his strength. In the eyes of the people from the Gu family, this scene was inconceivable. Oh my God, how strong is his strength? He broke the God-slaying formation with just 9 punches? Could he be an emperor of the human race? Impossible! I can't sense any emperor aura from him. This means that he is also a quasi-emperor. But why? Everyone's hearts trembled. It was unbelievable that he could break the God-slaying formation with just 9 punches. Even Guku had to admit that the person in front of him was a strong opponent. They didn't know that the reason why Fong Qin could break the formation with 9 punches was not only because of his invincible quasi-emperor combat strength, but also because of his attainments in formations. If not, how could he break the formation so easily? Fong Qin? The formation was broken, and the 9 palace masters appeared together. When they saw Fong Qin, everyone except Palace Master Wood Green was surprised. However, when they thought of the reinforcements that Palace Master Wood Green had mentioned, they looked at each other and were dumbfounded. The God-slaying formation was broken by Fong Qin. Void Primogenitor's voice trembled. Yes, the reinforcements I mentioned are Fong Qin, Palace Master Wood Green said. Not long ago, Fong Qin broke through in the demon domain and killed the World Devastator Demon Emperor. Now, his strength has reached the level of an invincible quasi-emperor. What? Everyone was shocked. An invincible quasi-emperor. In this age of chaos, quasi-emperors were the top experts. An invincible quasi-emperor was infinitely close to the emperor realm. Their attack power was so strong that they could sweep through the ancient chaos. Ha ha ha, that's great. After a moment of daze, the Void Primogenitor laughed heartily. The Fire Dome Palace Master and the others also relaxed. Pretentious. At this moment, Guku attacked. Although Fong Qin had broken the God-slaying formation, it wasn't enough to make him afraid. I, Guku, have been asleep for countless years. Now that I've awakened, I want to see how strong this expert of the ancient chaos is. With a flip of his hand, Guku sent out a palm strike. A terrifying aura swept out. Boom! Seeing this, Fong Qin casually threw out a punch. Dong! 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 The fist and palm collided, and there was a deafening sound. Dong! 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 The two of them each took a few steps back. After stabilizing themselves, Guku's face darkened. The successor of the immortal emperor? He sensed the aura of the immortal emperor on Fong Qin's body. Behind him, many of the awakened experts of the Gu clan exclaimed. If this is all you have, you can't protect your Gu clan, Fong Qin said calmly. Shameless boasting. Guku said angrily. How can you fight against the foundation of my Gu clan? When my Gu clan was at its peak, We didn't even fear an Emperor realm sovereign. Chapter 3344. Goku and the other revived experts of the Gu clan were furious. A mere quasi-emperor dared to say that he could destroy the Gu clan. What a joke! Even the sacred palace did not dare to do anything to the Gu clan. Humph! I want to see who gave you the courage to say that. Goku waved his hand and hot flames shot out from his sleeves. In the blink of an eye, the flames soared into the sky and enveloped the entire void. Not good. Palace Master Mu Qing's expression changed drastically. In the next second, a majestic array appeared around them. They clearly felt that it was the god-slaying array, but this time it gave them a different feeling. 2 layers of array superimposed. Fang Qin stood with his hands behind his back. He was very calm from the beginning. He could see the trajectory of the array that surrounded them at a glance. A golden light shot out from his eyes. The power of 2 layers of array superimposed is indeed very strong. Moreover, this flame can burn a quasi-emperor's primordial spirit. If one is in such an environment for a long time, even a consummation quasi-emperor will find it difficult to resist. One had to admit that Goku and the others had extraordinary means. If he was not here, Palace Master Mu Qing and the others would be in trouble. Die, brat. Anyone who dared to threaten the Gu clan deserved to die. Boom! 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 Goku controlled the array. Behind him, a quasi-emperor in red shot toward Fang Qin in a flash. I'm enough to deal with you. Fang Qin narrowed his eyes. A peak quasi-emperor? If he was in the array before, he might be in trouble. However, it was different now. After his main body merged with his clone, he entered the boundary evolution realm. His combat strength soared and was close to that of a sovereign emperor. He was known as an invincible quasi-emperor. A mere peak quasi-emperor was nothing in his eyes. Buzz! Fang Qin stood quietly. A layer of sword-shaped runes appeared on his body. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the red-robed quasi-emperor's attack landed on Fang Qin's body. However, to everyone's astonishment, the layer of sword-shaped formations flickered with a dazzling light and silently blocked the red-robed quasi-emperor's full-force attack. Too weak. Fang Qin shook his head. The quasi-emperor in red was not even qualified for him to make a move. How is this possible? This sudden turn of events caused the red-robed quasi-emperor to turn pale with fright. His heart trembled, and he immediately had a bad premonition. He could not care less, and his figure flashed as he immediately retreated. Now that you've finished attacking, it's my turn to attack, right? Fang Qin grinned as a terrifying soul-doubt power spread out from his primordial spirit, instantly enveloping the body of the red-robed quasi-emperor. Bang! The red-clothed quasi-emperor who was retreating suddenly wobbled and crashed to the ground. Many of the Gu family's awakened powerhouses looked down and were instantly enraged. At this time, the red-robed quasi-emperor no longer had any vitality. His primordial spirit had shattered, and he had completely died. Damn it! Goku clenched his fists tightly, his heart burning with rage. Behind him, many powerhouses had fallen into a state of rage. Only he was able to restrain himself. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fang Qin as he said, word by word, "Corporeal nascent soul." What? Everyone exclaimed as they looked at Fang Qin in disbelief. No wonder you could easily break the god-slaying formation and kill the red-robed quasi-emperor with a primordial spirit attack. You've hidden your strength well, Goku said coldly. However, do you think you can defeat my Gu family with just a corporeal nascent soul? Goku sneered. They had been in a deep slumber for countless years. Now that they had awakened, their strength had not completely recovered to its peak. Even so, it was difficult to find a worthy opponent among the quasi-emperors. Although the person in front of him was strong, Goku was confident that he could kill him. The Gu family's powerhouses are only SOSO. Fang Qin shook his head and said disdainfully, "You're courting death." Gu Ku attacked at lightning speed. His figure turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly appeared in front of Su Mo Boom. With just one punch, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Spatial turbulence appeared. The entire place was in a complete mess. Only two figures were left standing in the middle of the terrifying vortex. Gu Ku's strength is at least at the level of a consummation quasi-emperor, Void Primogenitus said with a gloomy face. Fang Chen's strength is not weak either. His primordial spirit has reached the corporeal realm and can completely suppress Gu Ku. If he is careful, he can escape unscathed, Fire Sky Palace Master said. Gu Ku is a powerhouse from the ancient era. His methods are extraordinary. It is said that he has cultivated the ancient annihilation secret technique to the extreme. Once he uses it, its power is shocking, another palace master said. Just as they were talking, the battle in the sky suddenly underwent a great change. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The two figures retreated and the battle temporarily stopped. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Gu Ku was extremely shocked in the previous exchange. He could not believe that Fang Chen's close combat strength was so strong. His primordial spirit has reached the corporeal realm and his attainments in the Sword Tao are so strong. What a monster! Gu Ku said gloomily. His strength is infinitely close to that of a consummation quasi-emperor. If I don't use the ancient annihilation secret technique, it will be difficult to kill him. Thinking of this, a vast aura surged from Gu Ku's body. At the same time, he flipped his palm and two phalanges appeared in the middle of his palm that was wrapped in thick black fog. Seeing this, the 10 sacred palace masters' hearts tightened. This is the ancient annihilation secret technique. Everyone exclaimed, Fang Chen, be careful. This is the Gu clan's strongest secret technique, the ancient annihilation secret technique. It targets a cultivator's physical body and stacks its power layer by layer. It can reach the 9th layer at most. Once it reached the 9th layer, its power would reach the Emperor realm and no one in the world would be able to defeat it. It targets the physical body. Fang Chen muttered softly. Soon after, his primal chaos sword body was pushed to the extreme. Boom! Gu Ku's palm suddenly pressed down and an old phalanges swooped down. It carried an ancient power and blasted towards Fang Chen. Block it. Boom! 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 The phalanges hit Fang Chen's body and continuously attacked his defense. However, the defense of the primal chaos sword body was too strong. A mere phalanges could not break through his defense. Ancient annihilation, secret technique, 2nd layer. Suddenly a roar rang out. Gu Ku flipped his palm and a second phalanges swooped down. When the two phalanges collided, the power instantly stacked. Stacking the power directly? Fang Chen was a little stunned. He did not expect the ancient annihilation secret technique to be so mysterious. With 2 layers stacked, the power was not just 1 + 1 = 2. It was far more powerful. Crack! Under the stacking of the 2 layers, Fang Chen's primal chaos sword body finally showed signs of cracking. However, he still managed to withstand it. What? Everyone from the Gu family was dumbfounded. They knew better than anyone how strong the ancient annihilation secret technique was. When Gu Ku used the ancient annihilation secret technique, no one in the primal chaos era could withstand it. Even the strongest person in the sacred palace, Palace Master Muqing, could not withstand it. However, this newly ascended quasi-emperor in front of them had withstood it. Moreover, his defense had only cracked a corner. It was simply unbelievable. His physical body is too strong. It is useless no matter how strong he is. With 3 layers stacked together, he will definitely die. That's right. With 3 layers stacked together, how can a mere quasi-emperor withstand it? In contrast to the Gu clan members, the 10 quasi-emperors of the sacred palace were relatively more relaxed, especially when they saw Fang Chen withstanding the second layer of the ancient annihilation secret technique. Palace Master Mu Qing and the others had a faint smile on their faces. Powerful. Void Ancestor said, I have been paying attention to his space-time Tao. I did not pay much attention to his physical body and primordial spirit Tao. Who would have thought that his defense would be so abnormal? He has the primal chaos sword body, which is the strongest physique in the sword Tao. From the looks of it, he has cultivated to an extremely high level and has even surpassed the Tianyi Sword Emperor, Fire Dome Palace Master said. Back then, when the Samsara Sword Emperor disappeared, the Tianyi Sword Emperor was known as the top sword cultivator in the Primal Chaos era. He had the Primal Chaos sword body and had cultivated it to an unimaginable level. Unfortunately, the ancient annihilation secret technique is very strong. I have tried it when I fought with Guku. If Fang Chen wants to rely on his physical body to withstand it, it will be difficult. Palace Master Mu Qing said. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Guku used the third layer of the ancient annihilation secret technique. Layers of black ripples spread out in the sky. The aura in the void was incomparably heavy. A finger bone with boundless power fell leisurely. Boom! When the 3 finger bones intersected, an even stronger power was superimposed. Kacha! The sword-shaped rune shattered, and the defense of the primal chaos sword body disappeared. Whoosh! A shocking sword intent appeared out of nowhere and turned into a huge sword shadow. It forcefully cut open the superimposed power of the 3 finger bones. As for Fang Chen, he jumped and dodged the attack of the remaining power of the ancient extermination secret skill. Guku's eyes narrowed. He actually withstood it. This ancient annihilation secret technique is indeed very strong. My primal chaos sword body's defense is so strong, but it can only withstand 2 layers. Fang Chen said, every layer of superimposition increases its power by 10 times. I wonder how many layers Guku has mastered? If Guku had mastered 9 layers of superimposition, no one would be able to stop him unless a quasi-emperor personally came. The more this was the case, the more Fang Chen did not believe that Guku could cultivate the ancient annihilation secret technique to the peak. Such a powerful secret technique is even more difficult to cultivate. I guess that Guku has at most mastered the 7th layer. Fang Chen thought to himself, have you finally drawn your sword? Guku could sense a shocking sword intent from Fang Chen's body. He knew that the latter was a sword cultivator. Drawing his sword meant that he had to use his full strength. You can withstand 3 layers of superimposition. Can you withstand the 4th layer? Boom! Boom! The 4th finger bone fell once again. The power of 4 layers of superimposition was unprecedented. Even Palace Master Mu Qing and the others had grave expressions. If it were them, they would definitely not be able to withstand 4 layers of superimposition of the ancient annihilation secret technique. For layers of superimposition, kill! Guku roared as his hands moved. The 4 finger bones intersected and the superimposed power tried to suppress Fang Chen. Boom! Just as Fang Chen's figure was about to be engulfed, a mighty sword intent suddenly soared into the sky. The sword intent spread out and swept across the sky. A figure stood in front of the 4 finger bones. Chapter 30, 345. The ancient extermination secret technique had a total of 9 layers. With each layer, its power would increase by at least 10 times. If the 9 layers were stacked, the ultimate power would be able to destroy the world. Even a martial emperor would not dare to face it head-on. But now, Guku's 4 layers had been blocked by Fang Chen. It was unbelievable. How is this possible? Many of the Gu clan's awakened experts were dumbfounded. They had originally thought that 3 layers would be enough to suppress Guku. But now the reality had far exceeded their expectations. So what if you block it? Goku sneered in the air. He flipped his palm again, and the fifth finger bone swooped down. The majestic power affected the entire void, causing it to tremble. In a flash, the fifth finger bone and the first 4 finger bones completely intertwined. Dong! The 5 finger bones intertwined, and the power of the stacking increased again. Even Palace Master Mu Qing and the others, who were not far away, gradually turned serious. It's too strong. Even I can't block it with 5 layers. Palace Master Mu Qing muttered. The power of 5 layers was enough to threaten a perfect boundary emperor. How can he block it? Void Ancestor muttered, ready to attack at any time. Only the reincarnation, Sword Emperor, was calm. He knew better than anyone how strong Fang Qin was. Don't worry, Goku is nothing. The reincarnation, Sword Emperor, was very confident in Fang Qin. The corners of his mouth curled up and a faint smile appeared on his face. Boom! 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 Heaven and earth trembled. The entire mountain region was shaking abnormally. When Fang Qin blocked the 5th layer, the smile on Goku's face finally disappeared completely. It was replaced by a serious expression. His body exuded an unprecedented cold aura. His eyes were like lightning, as if he wanted to see through Fang Qin style. How is this possible? Goku shook his head, killing intent surging in his heart. However, the next scene shocked him even more. It even made him think of retreating. The reason for that was because Fang Qin had used his absolute power to block the 6th superposition. Impossible! The Gu clan members exclaimed and shook their heads. They could not believe the scene before them. Ever since the Gu clan's ancient extermination secret technique was created, no boundary emperor expert had been able to block 6 layers. And now, Fang Qin had managed to withstand it. No, his blood qi is too strong. Could it be? Chapter 3346. In an instant, the void became distorted, and the entire world seemed to have fallen into a terrifying distorted world. And in the center of the distorted vortex, there was a figure. He stood there alone, his eyes filled with an indomitable spirit. His body was full of fighting spirit. I watched Fang Qin grow up. The space-time Tao that he cultivates is something that I secretly guided the Bone Ancestor to cultivate. Strictly speaking, he can be considered as my junior. The Void Progenitor roared in anger. Now he is the future hope of the human race. How can I sit by and do nothing? Even if I have to risk my life, I will save him. Even the Void Progenitor could not face the 7th level of the ancient extermination secret art head-on. But now he rushed toward the place where the 7 fingers converged with a fearless attitude. Void, imprisonment. The Void Progenitor was skilled in the space-time Tao. In front of him, any space-time could be used by him. He stood in the middle of the distorted void vortex, opened his hands, and the space-time power in his body burst out wildly. In an instant, this part of space-time was completely imprisoned. You're courting death. Goku sneered and waved his sleeves. The 7 finger bones that were imprisoned shook violently, and then broke through the imprisonment of space-time and struggled to break free. Whoosh! The 7 finger bones seemed to carry a destructive power as they pierced through the Void Progenitor's body. Not good. Fang Qin was stunned. He immediately took out the Hidden Star Sword and attacked with lightning speed. Something's wrong. Suddenly, his body flashed, and he changed direction, turning back in the opposite direction. Dong! The Void Progenitor's body fell heavily to the ground. His face was pale, and his aura was weak. Void Progenitor! Fang Qin was prepared, and he hugged the Void Progenitor. The latter was severely injured, but his life was not in danger. Damn it! I didn't completely destroy the 7 finger bones. The Void Progenitor sighed as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Boom! The Hidden Star Sword let out a powerful sword cry, and with invincible sword chi, it swooped down and tore through the god-slaying array. At the same time, Fang Qin sent the void progenitor's body to Palace Master Wood Green and the others. "Leave the rest to me." Fang Qin turned around and walked towards Guku in an imposing manner. In front of Guku, one of the 7 finger bones that were originally intertwined together had been damaged. The intertwining power seemed to be somewhat unstable. The power of the 7 layers of the ancient extermination secret technique was greatly reduced, and all of this was because of the void primogenitor's methods. "Old man, consider yourself lucky," Guku said coldly. He had not expected the void primogenitor's attainments in the space-time Tao to have reached such a level. "If I'm not wrong, with your current strength, you can only perform the 7th level of the ancient annihilation secret skill, right? And it can't last long?" Fang Qin asked. "So what?" Guku said, "Even though the stacking power has been greatly reduced, killing you is still as easy as killing grass." He was very confident in his own strength. "Really?" Fang Qin gave a strange smile, and then his figure flapped. Hoo. His speed was so fast that no one present was able to catch his trail. Seeing this, Guku's expression changed. "So what if you're fast? Let's see how I force you out." The 7 finger bones revolved wildly, and violent power was released layer after layer. Each layer of power was stacked together, causing ripples in the void. When the 7 layers of power were stacked together, the entire void trembled. It was at this moment that Fang Qin made his move. His space-time Tao was born from the void primogenitor, and he also knew what the latter knew: space-time power. With the space-time power as the foundation, he controlled the hidden star sword to reverse space-time and destroy the 7 finger bones. At the same time, his corporeal primordial spirit also released soul power, forming a soul net that tightly trapped the 7 finger bones. The 7 layers of the ancient annihilation secret technique are very powerful. If the void primogenitor had not been seriously injured and damaged one of the finger bones, it would have been difficult to block it. Crack! The sound of the sword rang through the sky. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, the star-hidden sword ruthlessly pierced that broken finger bone. A crisp sound was heard, and the finger bone that was already broken instantly shattered into pieces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The intertwining power directly exploded, and the remaining 6 finger bones shook, and the stacking power decreased sharply. Lose. In a short moment, Fang Qin had already used his strongest attack. This attack represented the battle strength of an invincible boundary emperor. Die. The figure of his daughter, Fang Shi, appeared in Fang Qin's mind, and his heart burned with anger. As he looked at the wobbling 6 finger bones, Guku's expression changed. Before he could react, Fang Qin's powerful attack had already closed in. Boom! He waved his sleeve, and the 6 finger bones were sucked into his palm and punched out. Wherever the unimaginable fist light passed, the void was completely shattered, turning into turbulence in the void. Die! Guku shouted crazily and rushed toward Fang Qin. Break! A sword light descended from the sky, carrying with it an ancient aura, as if it had traveled through time and space from the ancient past. Puchi! As the sword fell, a vast power instantly exploded. Not good. Guku, who was attacking, sensed the power that could destroy the heavens and earth. His heart sank, and he frantically retreated. Kacha! The 6 finger bones in his palm shattered one by one. How can he be so strong? The strength that Fang Qin had unleashed had completely surpassed Guku's, and even the ancient extermination secret technique could not block it. Kacha! When the last finger bone was shattered, Guku's expression turned extremely dark. He used the force of his retreat to escape. Invincible Boundary Emperor. He definitely has the battle strength of an invincible Boundary Emperor. Thinking of this, Goku did not say anything and immediately fled. This sudden turn of events caused many of the awakened experts of the Gu clan to be stunned. Soon after, they began to frantically flee. Stay here. After using his strongest attack, Fang Chen's strength had been exhausted, and he used his last bit of strength to slash out. Boom! In the distance, the void shattered and the mountain peak turned into ruins. A trail of blood could be seen. One could vaguely see Goku's battered figure. There were 3 corpses on the ground, and they were the revived Boundary Emperor experts of the Gu clan. Too strong is this the power of an invincible Boundary Emperor. Palace Master would grin, and the others were shocked. Huff, huff, huff. Fang Chen leaned on the hidden star sword, gasping for breath, and his face was pale. Don't chase. Seeing that Fang Chen was about to give chase, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor walked over and supported Fang Chen. You've used too much strength, and your battle strength has decreased sharply. Even if you chase after them, you won't be able to stop them. The Sacred Palace will not let this matter rest. The most important thing now is for you to return to the Sacred Palace with us to recuperate. We'll make plans after you've recovered. Palace Master would grin pondered. Don't worry, they can run away, but the Sacred Palace can't. Unless they give up the Gu clan's huge foundation in the ancient primal chaos, the Sacred Palace will take revenge sooner or later. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded and hurried back to the Sacred Palace with Palace Master Wood Green and the others. After the battle in the Demon Domain, Fang Chen had become a god. When the news spread, he was called an ancient primal chaos monster. After that, during the fierce battle in the mountain region, he had single-handedly withstood 7 layers of the Gu clan's ancient annihilation secret technique, and even forced Goku to retreat in the end. This news caused a huge commotion in the immemorial chaos. Ordinary people might not know, but the top factions were very clear about Goku and the others. While they were shocked by the awakening of the Gu clan's sleeping experts, they were also shocked by Fang Chen's strength. He's too strong. He defeated the Gu clan's experts single-handedly. The ancient primal chaos is about to change. Those sleeping experts from the ancient primal chaos have all appeared. An invincible Boundary Emperor. He definitely has the battle strength of an invincible Boundary Emperor. It has been a long time since an invincible Boundary Emperor appeared in the ancient primal chaos. Every corner of the ancient primal chaos was discussing Fang Chen. Sacred Region, Sacred Palace. Half a month later, Fang Chen had recovered to his peak state. How is it? Reincarnation, Sword Emperor asked. Fang Chen stood up and bowed to Reincarnation, Sword Emperor. I have recovered. Reincarnation, Sword Emperor nodded. After interacting with Fang Chen for a long time, he knew that the guy in front of him was a monster. Oh yes, how is Void Ancestor? Fang Chen asked. Void Ancestor had almost died in order to save him. He was very grateful. Don't worry, Void Ancestor's life is not in danger, but what? He withstood the superimposed power of the 7-layered ancient extermination secret technique. His internal organs were damaged and his cultivation realm dropped. The ancient extermination secret technique has eroded his primordial spirit. It will be very difficult for him to recover. Unless we can find the soul molding grass and refine it into a soul molding pill, we can completely expel the remaining ancient extermination secret technique from his primordial spirit, Reincarnation Sword Emperor said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's pupils shrank. The soul molding grass was a rare treasure. Even Sacred Palace did not have it. It was almost unheard of in this era. The last time there was news of the soul molding grass was in the 7th era. It was too difficult to find such a rare herb. Do you know the whereabouts of the soul molding grass? Fang Chen asked. Sacred Palace was the core of the human race and was in charge of the entire ancient chaos. They should know the whereabouts of the soul molding grass very well. Reincarnation Sword Emperor shook his head. No news, but Sacred Palace is secretly looking for it. Fong Chun clenched his fists and secretly decided that he must find the soul molding grass for Void Ancestor. Oh, yes. Did the Gu family make any movements in the past half a month? Fong Chun asked. The Gu family is very quiet. It is as if the incident with Fong Chun half a month ago never happened. Reincarnation, Sword Emperor said. The more it is like this, the stranger it is. Sacred Palace experts have been secretly watching. As long as there is any movement in the ancient region, Sacred Palace will be the first to know. A trace of cold-killing intent flashed in Fong Chen's eyes. The Gu family could not escape the responsibility of his daughter becoming like this. Gu family, just you wait. Chapter 3347. I'm here to bring you to see Palace Lord Wood Green, said the Samsara Sword Emperor. Not long after, the two arrived at the Sacred Palace. The 8 Palace Lords, including Palace Lord Wood Green, were all in the Sacred Palace. Only the Void Primogenitor was still recuperating. Greetings, Palace Lords. Fong Chun cupped his fists and bowed. You've recovered? Palace Lord Wood Green asked with a smile. Fong Chun nodded. Palace Lord Wood Green stroked his beard and laughed. As expected of the #1 genius of all time. Not only are you strong, but your recovery speed is also terrifying. I've never seen such a monster in all my life. Palace Lord, you praise me too much, Fong Chun said modestly. Palace Lord Wood Green waved his hand and said, I've already checked your daughter's body. How is it? Fong Chun asked anxiously. His daughter's life was in danger, and as a father he couldn't remain calm. The flame demon's heart is indeed hidden in your daughter's body. Although I don't know how the World Devastator Demon Emperor obtained it, I'm sure that the flame demon's heart hasn't been in your daughter's body for long, so it hasn't absorbed too much energy. Her condition isn't too bad, Palace Lord Wood Green said. Palace Lord, do you have any ideas? Fong Chun asked anxiously. Palace Lord Wood Green shook his head and sighed. Do you know how the flame demon's heart is formed? Fong Chun nodded. He had heard about it from the Samsara Sword Emperor. The flame demon's heart is the most important treasure of the demon race. It's said that as long as you obtain the flame demon's heart, you can control the entire demon race. Palace Lord Wood Green said. The demon chi in the flame demon's heart is too strong. Even I can't do anything about it. In the entire primordial chaos, there might not be anyone who could take it out. Fong Chen's heart sank when he heard this. Right now, the flame demon's heart has completely fused into your daughter's body. The demon chi within the flame demon's heart has already seeped into her body. If you forcibly take it out, the demon chi in her body will instantly destroy her body without the restriction of the flame demon's heart. Palace Lord Wood Green looked at Fong and said slowly, however, but what? Your daughter has the myriad fusion body. This is the key to solving the problem. When the all-fusion body was mentioned, even Palace Master Wood Green, the #1 Palace Master of the Sacred Palace and a top expert of the human race, was slightly moved. Myriad fusion body. The Fire Dome Palace Master said leisurely, that's an existence comparable to the Emperor physique in the legends. When cultivated to the peak, one can overturn rivers and seas and destroy heaven and earth. In the past, Fong Chun had also learned about the all-fusion body, but what she knew was just a drop in the ocean. The all-fusion body is both a blessing and a curse for your daughter, said Palace Master Wood Green. Her myriad fusion body has yet to fully awaken. If she can fully awaken it one day, she will be able to easily grasp the supreme laws. Upon hearing this, Fong Chen's pupils constricted. If he had completely grasped the laws of supremacy, wouldn't he be a sovereign of the Emperor realm? His heart raced. Was the all-fusion body so powerful? Seeing Fong Chen's puzzled expression, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor said, Fong Chen, you have cultivated for too short a time. It's normal that you don't know much about the all-fusion body. The all-fusion body was a very powerful special body even in the ancient times. Do you know who was the last emperor realm ruler before the immortal emperor? Asked the reincarnation sword emperor. Feng Qin shook his head, somewhat at a loss. It was Emperor Shao. What? Feng Qin exclaimed. Before the immortal emperor, the last sovereign of the primordial chaos was Emperor Shao. A piece of information appeared in Feng Qin's mind. As an emperor-to-be, Emperor Shao had killed the emperor realm ruler. Although countless eras had passed, his deeds were still being passed down. Emperor Shao? Isn't he an invincible emperor-to-be? According to the rumors, Emperor Shao was an invincible emperor-to-be. In the end, when he broke through to the emperor realm, he fell under the thunder tribulation. But now, the reincarnation sword emperor said that Emperor Shao was an emperor-to-be? What was going on? Feng Qin was a little confused and looked at the palace masters curiously. Humph! How can outsiders know these secrets? The reincarnation sword emperor snorted. They only see the surface. As for the higher-level secrets, they have no way of knowing. Emperor Shao did kill the emperor realm ruler as an invincible emperor-to-be. But after that, he successfully entered the emperor realm. As for the rumor that he died under the thunder tribulation, it is simply nonsense. Then Emperor Shao died under the heart of the flame demon. A great storm took place in Feng Qin's heart. It was unbelievable that an emperor-to-be would die under the heart of the flame demon. You should have guessed that Emperor Shao had the all-fusion body. At that time, he died because the heart of the flame demon entered his body. Palace Master Mu Qing said. Of course, in addition to the heart of the flame demon, Emperor Zhao's death also had a lot to do with himself. He was a warmonger and had a righteous character. He disliked the demon cultivators and once wantonly slaughtered the demon cultivators. In the end, when the heart of the flame demon erupted, the experts of the demon clan came together and severely injured him. Although Emperor Zhao's battle strength was great, he still died under the heart of the flame demon. Then wouldn't my daughter? Feng Qin was extremely anxious and his body was trembling. Even a super expert like Emperor Shao could not resist the heart of the flame demon. How could his daughter resist it? Feng Qin, don't worry. The reason why I mentioned Emperor Shao is that the root of the heart of the flame demon lies with him. Palace Master Mu Qing pondered. Feng Qin suppressed the anxiety in his heart and listened quietly. The reason why Emperor Shao fought the experts of the demon clan when he knew that the heart of the flame demon had invaded his body was that he discovered the secret of the heart of the flame demon. That is, the all-fusion body can absorb the power of the heart of the flame demon. Feng Qin exclaimed. Because of this, Emperor Shao has been exploring and risking his life to fight the experts of the demon clan. He wanted to use the pressure of the battle to prove his conjecture. Unfortunately, Palace Master Mu Qing and the others felt extremely sorry for Emperor Zhao's death. If such a talented Emperor Realm Master had not died, he would have led the human clan to the top. Although Emperor Shao has died, the method he mastered to absorb the heart of the flame demon has been passed down to the human clan. It has been passed down from generation to generation. Palace Master Mu Qing revealed the secret. Even the reincarnation Sword Emperor and the others were a little surprised. They did not expect the sacred palace to have the method to absorb the heart of the flame demon. So Shi'er can be saved? Feng Qin was excited. The sacred palace had the method to absorb the heart of the flame demon. As long as Shi'er cultivated, she would be able to absorb the power of the heart of the flame demon. The crisis would naturally be resolved. Junior pleads with the palace masters to save my daughter's life. Feng Qin bowed and said solemnly, If you can save my daughter from now on, I, Feng Qin, swear to protect the human clan. Palace Master Mu Qing waved his hand. You killed the world devastator demon emperor, forced Guku and the others to retreat, and saved us. This is a great merit. It's just a method to absorb the heart of the flame demon. Just take it. Thank you, Palace Master. Fong Qin thanked him excitedly. Also, from today on, the Sacred Palace will announce to the public that you will be the 11th Palace Master of the Sacred Palace. Previously, Palace Master Mu Qing had planned to wait for Fong Qin to return from the Sacred Island before announcing the news. However, during the fierce battle in the Demon Domain, Fong Qin had broken through to the Boundary Realm and merged with his clone. His strength had soared and was comparable to an invincible quasi-emperor. Naturally, this news could be announced to the public. The inheritance left by Emperor Shao is on the Sacred Island. I will personally take you there. As for whether you can obtain it, it will depend on your ability. Palace Master Mu Qing smiled. Fong Qin clenched his fists and swore in his heart that he must obtain the inheritance left by Emperor Shao. When Palace Master Mu Qing brought Fong Qin to the Sacred Island, some changes occurred in the ancient region. The Gu clan city was dead silent. Undercurrents surged between heaven and earth, like the prelude to a storm. Bang! Sounds of shattering and roars could be heard from one of the pavilions. Boundary Realm. He is actually only at the Boundary Realm. How is this possible? Goku roared angrily. His face was a little ferocious, and his body exuded a cold, killing intent. He punched the wooden table beside him. With a crack, the wooden table shattered into pieces. For him to be able to withstand the 7th level of the ancient annihilation secret technique, he is definitely an unrivaled quasi-emperor. Moreover, he is an unrivaled quasi-emperor at the peak level. The Emperor realm is also within reach. I don't believe the rumors outside, the old man in red said in a deep voice. However, the world was shocked by the battle in the Demon City. Everyone saw that Fong Qin broke through to the Boundary Realm in the fierce battle with the World Annihilation Demon Emperor. This can't be fake. When Fong Qin broke the God-slaying formation and forced Goku to retreat, many awakened experts of the Gu clan thought that Fong Qin was a quasi-emperor. However, they only learned of the fierce battle in the Demon City after returning. When they learned that Fong Qin was only at the Boundary Realm, they were greatly shocked. He can unleash the power of an invincible quasi-emperor at the Boundary Realm. Could he be another Emperor Shao? The purple-robed elder's eyes flickered. Hearing the 2 words Emperor Shao, everyone's body involuntarily trembled. For a moment, there was silence in the pavilion. Everyone was silent. After a long time, Goku spoke. This boy's potential is stronger than Emperor Zhao's back then. We must not let him live. Everyone looked at each other, and killing intent surged. But now, the purple-robed elder spread out his hands. The primordial chaos has changed. Those ancient experts who were in deep slumber have awakened one by one. The Sacred Palace will become abnormally busy and will not have time to deal with us. This is the perfect opportunity for the Gu clan, Goku said. The Sacred Palace claims to be the leader of the human race. How ridiculous! Our Gu clan is the absolute leader of the human race, the purple-robed elder echoed. Rumble. Just as everyone was discussing, a deafening sound suddenly came from the ancestral land of the Gu clan. It's Tianhua. He is going through the tribulation. What a powerful pressure. Everyone's figures flashed and instantly arrived in front of the ancestral land. At this time, the ancestral land was filled with spatial storms. In the center of the storm, one could vaguely see a tall figure spinning. This is Chapter 3348. The ancestral land of the Gu clan was an independent space that was protected by an Emperor realm formation. Other than the core members of the Gu clan, no one else had the right to enter. Usually this place was very quiet, but now there was a storm, and spatial turbulence swept through the entire ancestral land. After sensing the violent aura in the ancestral land, Goku and the rest instantly traveled through the void and arrived at the ancestral land. When they saw Gu Tianhua in the terrifying vortex, their faces were filled with excited smiles. It's Tianhua. He's undergoing the tribulation. He can attract such a powerful lightning tribulation just by breaking through to the boundary emperor realm. No wonder he's the most outstanding genius in the history of the Gu clan. If Tianhua succeeds, he won't be any weaker than Fang Chen. Speaking of Fang Chen, Gu Ku and the rest's faces changed. Gu Tianhua was the hope of the Gu clan, and they had high hopes for him. It seems like Tianhua's lightning tribulation has reached its final stage. After observing for a long time, Gu Ku muttered. However, at this moment, suddenly, a black spatial door appeared in the spatial turbulence that swept through the entire area. Upon closer inspection, there was a faintly discernible tomb within the spatial gate. That's our ancestor's tomb, Gu Ku and the rest exclaimed. The ancestor's tomb had always been hidden in the ancestral land. From the ancient times until now, no one had been able to find it. But now, Gu Tianhua's tribulation had led to the ancestor's tomb. Could it be? Excitement appeared on the faces of the Gu clan's experts. They seemed to have thought of a legend. When the pitch-black spatial door appeared, the spatial turbulence that had engulfed the surroundings became completely berserk. It quickly gathered in front of Gu Tianhua and enveloped him. At this moment, Gu Tianhua seemed to have sensed something. He took a step forward and entered the ancestor's tomb. Buzz! When Gu Tianhua disappeared, the spatial door in the sky also gradually disappeared. The terrifying spatial turbulence also gradually faded. In the blink of an eye, the ancestral land returned to normal. Gu Ku and the rest looked at each other, extremely excited. Tianhua's potential is much stronger than we thought. Yes, the ancestor's tomb has appeared and Tianhua has entered it. This means that Tianhua has received the ancestor's recognition. Our ancestor was a peerless expert from the primordial chaos. If Tianhua can obtain his inheritance, our Gu clan will definitely regain its glory in the future. Ha ha ha, the heavens are protecting my Gu clan. Many experts laughed heartily. More than 90% of the primordial chaos was made up of land, while the remaining 10% was the vast ocean. The boundless sea region was the most mysterious and sacred place in the entire primordial chaos. This place was known as the Holy Land of Human Cultivation. This was because the sacred island controlled by the sacred palace was located at the core of the boundless sea region. Rumble. Standing in the void, Lin Fan looked into the distance. The waves were turbulent, and from time to time, there would be huge splashes. The entire boundless ocean was filled with a dangerous aura. This is the boundless sea region? Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. His corporeal realm Yuan's spirit spread out. When he saw the true appearance of the boundless sea, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Who would have thought that there would be such a wondrous place in the immemorial chaos?" Palace Master Woodgreen nodded. "Can you feel it? There seems to be a barrier of nothingness around the boundless sea. This barrier separates the boundless sea region from the land." Fang Chen said, "The heavenly Tao power in the boundless sea region is even denser. I can even vaguely feel the operation of the supreme laws." That's right. The reason why the sacred island was placed in the boundless sea region is because of the special environment here. Palace Master Woodgreen said with a smile, "Just the heavenly Tao power in the boundless sea region is 10 times denser than the outside world. And the sacred island in the core area has even denser heavenly Tao power, at least 100 times denser than the outside world." "What?" Fang Chen exclaimed, his mouth agape. The heavenly Tao power was 100 times denser than the outside world. Wasn't this too exaggerated? "Let's go to the sacred island first," said Palace Master Woodgreen. Not long after, the two arrived at the sacred island. From afar, this was an incomparably vast island. As soon as he entered the island, Fang Chen felt an incomparably vast heavenly Tao power. Fang Chen was speechless. How was this a cultivation holy land? It was simply a cultivation paradise. If he had been cultivating here, he would have been able to cultivate from the weakest chi refinement realm to the current realm evolution realm. His cultivation time would have been reduced by at least half. This was an extremely exaggerated figure. After all, the cultivation time of a cultivator was measured in hundreds of millions. The sacred island is the core of the human race and also a holy land for cultivating experts. The people of the outside world do not know of the sacred island's existence. Only the top factions and great clans know of its existence. After entering the sacred island, Palace Master Woodgreen gave a simple introduction. So far, the weakest cultivator on the sacred island is a realm lord, and the strongest is an area lord. As for a quasi-emperor, they are restricted by the laws of the world and are very difficult to produce. Palace Master Woodgreen said, "In the Age of Doom, the world was limited and resources were scarce. Cultivation was extremely difficult, and the number of quasi-emperor experts could be counted on one hand. The emperor realm was even more unreachable. Although it was very difficult for a quasi-emperor to be born on the sacred island, it was still a cradle for the human race experts." Palace Master Woodgreen. Suddenly, a burst of hearty laughter was heard. Looking in the direction of the voice, an old man with red eyebrows strolled over. "Red eyebrows monster," Palace Master Woodgreen said. "Is this the human race genius Fong Chin that you sent me a message about?" Red eyebrows monster asked. "Yes, he is Fong Chin. I brought him to the sacred island to accept Emperor Zhao's inheritance," Palace Master Woodgreen said, and then introduced Fong Chin to this person. Red eyebrows monster was one of the administrators of the sacred island. Although he was an area lord, he had the battle strength of a quasi-emperor and held the position of an elder in the sacred palace. Hearing the words Emperor Zhao's inheritance, Red eyebrows monster frowned. "Do you want him to die?" Red eyebrows monster said, "You should know very well how dangerous the inheritance left behind by Emperor Zhao is." Red eyebrows monster, don't you know me? Since I brought him here, I naturally have some confidence. Besides, he has made great contributions to the human race, and we owe him a favor. Since he asked to accept Emperor Zhao's inheritance, the sacred palace can't refuse, right? The Boundless Sea region was extremely far away from the chaotic land, so the news of the battle in the demon domain and the mountain domain had not spread here. Therefore, Red eyebrows monster did not know that the weak-looking guy standing in front of him was a genuine, invincible quasi-emperor. "Let's go and call the other old guys," Palace Master Woodgreen said. Red eyebrows monster glanced at Fong Chin and then said, "Little guy, you should familiarize yourself with the environment of the sacred island. I have something to discuss with Palace Master Woodgreen." Palace Master Woodgreen also nodded at Fong Chin. After the two left, Fong Chin strolled alone on the sacred island. The sacred island was huge, and there were buildings everywhere. These lofts should be where the disciples of the sacred island live, right? Fong Chen murmured. After walking for a while, Fong Chen unknowingly came to a peach blossom field. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly felt that the peach blossom forest seemed to be a little different. Formation. Buzz. The peach blossom trees constantly changed their positions and trapped Fong Chin in the peach blossom forest in the blink of an eye. Emperor-level formation. Fong Chen was speechless. As expected of the sacred island, emperor-level formations could be seen everywhere. Trying to stop me? Seeing the changes in the peach blossom forest, Fong Chen grinned and clapped his hands. Formation Dao Aura was released and condensed into 9 handprints that slapped in 9 different directions. Crack! Sure enough, when the 9 handprints slapped in the peach blossom forest, a path suddenly appeared in front of Fong Chin. Although it's an emperor-level formation, the arrangement is a little rough. Fong Chin shook his head and walked out of the peach blossom forest. Not far away. "Li Mo, you're a monster. It hasn't been 10,000 years since you came to the sacred island, and you've already broken through to the boundary evolution realm. You're really amazing. The blue-clothed man looked at the black-clothed man beside him with envy. It's only the boundary realm. My goal is the quasi-emperor realm, and even— He didn't finish his sentence, but a trace of shock flashed across the blue-clothed man's eyes. Then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Forget it. You're an out-and-out pervert. I can't compare myself to you. Right? When you were at the World King realm, you could easily kill a boundary realm expert and even escape unscathed from a domain lord. Now that you've stepped into the boundary realm, how much has your strength increased? The blue-clothed man asked curiously. Li Emo pondered for a moment and said, I barely made it onto the domain lord rankings. What? The blue-clothed man exclaimed. There were countless cultivators on the sacred island, and those who could make it onto the domain lord rankings were all people with monstrous combat strength. Even the bottom of the domain lord rankings was shocking enough. While the blue-clothed man was shocked, Li Emo stopped in his tracks. Li Emo. When the blue-clothed man saw Li Mo's actions, he followed Li Mo's gaze and looked into the distance. They just happened to see Fong Chen leisurely walk out of the peach blossom forest. Who is this person? He actually dares to wander around the peach blossom forest? The blue-clothed man opened his eyes wide. He's probably new and wants to enter the peach blossom forest. Li Emo shook his head. Humph. Do you think the peach blossom forest is a place that can be entered just because he wants to? If he infuriates that person, then even if he doesn't die, he'll shed a layer of skin. Bang! Right at this moment, an unexpected change occurred in the peach blossom forest, and a terrifying force erupted from within. Immediately after, a torrent of magma rushed over from the void. Shit! That person is angry. Leave quickly, the blue-clothed man exclaimed when he saw this, and then his figure flashed and retreated far away. Li Emo took a deep breath and retreated explosively from the peach blossom forest as well. Too strong. After he stabilized his figure, Li Emo clenched his fists tightly while his heart shook. He felt that his potential was sufficiently strong, and after he stepped into the boundary realm, he'd barely made it onto the domain lord rankings. However, compared to that person in the peach blossom forest, he was truly too insignificant. I'll reach this step one day, Li Emo swore in his heart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Violent gales arose while the leaves in the peach blossom forest rustled, and the entire heavens and the earth instantly dimmed down. A flaming hand swooped down from the surging fiery red lava and instantly enveloped Fong Chen. He's dead. In the blink of an eye, the heavens and the earth returned to calm, and the blue-clothed man stared at the peach blossom forest with a lingering fear in his heart.